Well, good morning everyone and welcome along to Snetterton for this MSVR racing event with lots of racing to look forward to today. Very shortly we're going to be into our first race, which is for the Petro-Canada Lubricants Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli. We've got two races for them to look forward to today here at Snetterton, and also we've got lots more to look forward to in terms of Porsches, because we had the 911 Challenge and the Boxster Cup with two races today. We also have the Focus Cup Championship with three races to look forward to, and also we're going to be having racing from the Toyo Tyres at Racing Saloons a little bit later on as well. So we welcome your company here to Snetterton on what is for now a fine day. Whether the rain comes, we'll have to wait and see, but we're going to have some glorious racing to look forward to. And as we said, the first race not too far away, which we'll bring you the grid for in just a few minutes. I'm delighted to say that we've got Paul Jerd alongside me for the Porsche races today, and also we'll have Mark Werrell, who'll be down there in the pits and on the podium a little bit later to chat to some of the drivers and bring us any news we need to hear as well. But for now, I'll say a very good morning to Paul Jerd.
Good morning, everybody. Yep, fantastic to be back at Snetterton with Porsche. It's a bit busy days for us with 4 races across our 2 series. So each series is out there twice. So today we've got the Porsche Club Championship starting the field. So this is for road-going Porsches that have been converted for racing, and these guys are actually out there on slicks. So as you hinted at earlier, Matt, if there ever is any sort of uncertainty about what the weather's going, these are the guys who get nervous first.
They do, and especially the leaders, because they always find themselves towards the front, and if there is any weather to pick up, then they'll be the first ones to come across it. But we're looking forward to this one, and you can now see that the cars are working their way on this formation lap. So let's run you through how the grid lines up then for this first race of the day for the Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli. Is going to have number 11, James Cayley, to start from pole position. Did a great job this morning to steal that pole position for the first time this year, because Pete Morris has done the job so far in all 4 of the races. We then have alongside him, which is the number 23 machine of Simon Clark, so they line up on that front row of the grid. Row 2 then has number 80, which is Bill Cayley, and number 2, Pete Morris, who has been so far this year a 2-time winner. So he's got work to do, to be fair, but he's in the right place on that second row. Row 3 then has Kevin Harrison with Neil Delaghi alongside. That's how row 3 shapes up. Chris Dyer is then there on row 4 with Richard Baston. Back to row 5, we'll then have James Coleman with the number 17 machine of Andrew Muggeridge, and then to row number 6 it's going to be 88 Paul Simpson and 91 Colin Tester, and this is when we start to get into the Class 2 machinery, so we'll keep you abreast of that, and of course how Class 1 shapes up as well. Behind them on row number 7 we're going to have number 33, which is Kevin Molyneux, and 70 Angus Archer. The 8th row, Oliver Chatham, and 10 Julian Morris. The 9th row, number 45 Paul Seagrave, and 30 Trevor Lewis. Then to row number 10 we'll see Cole Hazelton and John Alexander. The 11th row is Kevin Ludford with Vince Blacker, and the final row of the grid should be shaping up with Brian Richardson and Andrew Porter to give us 24 starters for this first race of the day, Paul.
Yep, very much so. And that Andrew Porter on the back row might be worthwhile keeping an eye on. He actually got onto the podium at Brands Hatch last time out, but had a problem in practice. Well, qualifying, well, a problem. In fact, they lost the keys to the car.
They did, didn't they?
There was a paddock announcement if anyone had found some Boxster keys. So, in fact, he couldn't get out in his session. He's been out in another session, done the required number of laps just to be able to start a race. But it might be worthwhile just to see if we get that car number 44 storming through from the back of the grid.
Yeah, we never know, do we? Could be flying through, which is going to be good to see. We like some quick movers through the field. As we said, in terms of this year so far for this championship, we've had 4 races. 2 wins have gone the way of Pete Morris. We've also had a win as well for Simon Clark, and another win for Kevin Harrison, who in fact has taken the latest win in this year's championship on the Grand Prix circuit at Brands Hatch. So 3 different winners. Championship in terms of Class 1 is led by Pete Morris on 141 points, with Kevin Harrison in second on 121, and third place for James Cayley, who finds himself on pole position. He has 112, so quite close there, but we'll see what Pete can come up with in this race. And then as we look back to Class 2, it's currently James Coleman who leads the championship on 143 points, 2 race victories for him, and then second is Colin Tester on 138, 2 race victories for him, and they've had really good racing so far this year as well.
It has. It's been very, very tight down in the Class 2 for that, which is primarily the Boxsters these days. All of these cars running on slick tyres, and it's been Colin Tester and James Coleman very, very closely matched. But Simon Clark, 1 win, but only 2 races. He didn't actually race at Brands Hatch due to illness, so he's on the front row here, car 23. Yeah, he's got some points he's going to want to pull back, former champion.
Exactly, and this stage in the season he needs to start making a bit of progress through the field in terms of the championship after missing, as you said, those 2 races at Brands Hatch. So work to do for Simon in terms of the championship, but he starts there on that front row of the grid. So we are looking forward to this one. The last few cars I can see now working their way towards the back of the grid. So it's James Cayley in that lovely green, racing green on the front row with the gold stripes down the side. Alongside him, number 23, the white, yellow and turquoise coloured car of Simon Clark. And then further back, Bill Cayley, who is in exactly the same coloured car. So it's going to be hard to try and work out those two, apart from the numbers. And Pete Morris in his red and black Porsche 997. So we are looking forward to this one. We are very shortly to go. The 5-second board has been put up onto the gantry. The red lights very shortly will come on, and our first race of the day is about to get underway. Lights go out and off they go, and it's a fairly good start. In fact, from row number 3 there, Kevin Harrison in car number 16 tries to blast his way through, but here at Snetterton they always find it hard to get through, especially against the pit wall. But Kevin's gone up to 3rd place already. I think it will be the number 11 machine of James Cayley who will lead into the first corner on this first lap, and we'll see how they exit the corner and work their way on towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time. But it's a good little scrap out front. It is James Cayley who's managed to hold the lead just ahead of Simon Clark, and we'll see if Kevin Harrison has found himself up there into 3rd position as they exit the hairpin down towards the left-hander at Palmer for the first time. But cracking start from Kevin Harrison, Paul. That was found the gap just right.
It did. He's renowned for his fast starts, Kevin. It's almost a standing joke that I didn't mention it in the build-up this time, but usually when I do, he pulls it off. So a bit of a regular thing. But yeah, he was determined, and he really did squeeze Bill Cayley out there, who's tumbled to, I think, 5th overall now.
He is behind Pete Morris, isn't he? So the red and black machine of Pete Morris is 4th, and to be fair, he's lost a little bit of ground to the top 3, so not too sure how his start unfolded, but not as quick as those around him. So Pete Morris has work to do, first off to close the gap, secondly then to try and make moves as Kevin Harrison thinks about a little bit of a dive to the inside on Simon Clark, but I think it was quite close enough as Bill Cayley there lost another position, which now sees him down to 6th place.
That's right, yeah, and that's a bit unfortunate that he's actually in the Cayman that Simon Clark won the championship in 2020. But those top 3 starting to break away. So it's Pete Morris in the 997 version of the 911 with 2 of the slightly earlier 996, the first ever water-cooled 911 version, in 2nd and 3rd and chasing him down.
But as we know here at Snetterton, 2 long straights, it lends itself to plenty of overtaking, although a little bit wide there on the exit of the corner was Simon Clark. So that's in fact dropped him from James Cayley and more into the clutches now of the 3rd place man, which is Kevin Harrison. So he's got potential to try and make up a few more places in this race. And look, already in 4th place, that car is now starting to catch up as well, which is Pete Morris. So all of a sudden, that gap that we said was there is now pretty much nothing as the top 4 come through Murray's to complete lap number 1 and up towards the line ahead once again.
That's it, a bit of a spinner further on down. That's car number 10, that's Julian Morris, actually rejoining in the Class 2 Boxster.
Yep, so he gets back underway. That heads through the bomb hole as the top 4 go through. The gap between the top 2 at the end of that first lap was just half a second. So James Cayley, your leader. Simon Clark there in 2nd. 3rd place then for Kevin Harrison. And another spinner there, number 88, unfortunately. So around has gone Paul Simpson from Class 2.
One of our Class 2 front runners. I think he was 2nd on the grid.
Yeah, certainly was, wasn't he? Paul Simpson has done not too bad this year. He's got work to do in terms of catching up in terms of the championship, but that's not where he wanted to find himself at the end of the first lap. So it's all unfolded for him, unfortunately, as the leaders now work their way down through the left-hander at Palmer. And again, Pete Morris has dropped off the tail of the top 3. He's done all of that work to close the gap down, and now through the first part of the lap, he's losing out as a change here could be on the cards because, number 80, Bill Cayley, tries to go to the inside, then to the outside of the number 85 machine of what's going to be...
Richard Baston.
It is, isn't it? And he couldn't find his way through, but that was a good exit from the corner.
It was a very good exit, to be quite honest. I'm interested in Pete Morris now. You mentioned it. I think he's going to be one of those situations where he's good in the second half of the lap rather than the first half of the lap. So we'll keep a little eye on that. But those top 3 closing back up again.
It does show, doesn't it, that towards the end of that previous lap he was right with the top 3 and all of a sudden he's lost it on this first part of the lap. So we'll see what he can do now as he heads himself onto the Bentley Straight for another time. Again, it's Kevin Harrison who's right there, hounding the top 2. And again, can anyone make a move under the bridge? Down towards Brundle and Nelson they come once again. They all kind of sit middle of the road there, so they're all kind of wary of what's happening behind. So I don't want to leave that door open just yet, although they are running slightly wide as they head their way through the right-hander of Nelson. Snetterton. Just wondering if there's some fluid which has been dropped, because we smelled, didn't we, a little bit of fluid past the commentary box, and we had a couple of spinners down there on the previous lap. So I'm just wondering if there has been something dropped onto the circuit.
There was a car smoking earlier on, definitely. In fact, there's smoke there, but I think that's someone who's just dropped a wheel onto the dusty grass. Might have been Kevin Molyneux. We'll keep an eye on that. He had a problem in qualifying as well. But certainly, I think James Cayley's exit from that last corner there didn't look too great. So I think you could be right about traction issues.
Here comes Bill Cayley once again, all over the back of Richard Baston, getting a little bit frustrated now, I'm sure, to try and get past this number 85 machine, but he'll try again as they go across the line in 5th and 6th places. Richard has just pulled away now up towards the first corner, so Richard is pretty healthy in towards Richie's corner. And behind, there was a little bit of a move possibly being made there, because we had the number 62 machine under pressure, which is Neil Delagi, and the one trying to get through was number 2, Pete Morris. So Pete, sorry we missed that, but he's dropped down to 8th position. And I reckon because they're both the same coloured car, aren't they, him and Chris Dyer, it's actually Chris Dyer who's up there in 4th place. So yeah, that's a bit of a surprise to see Pete that far down.
It is, yeah, that's very, very unusual. It's Podium Pete is his nickname. He was Class 1 champion back in 2002, so hugely experienced racer. Been off and done other things in some of those seasons, raced at quite a high level and come back to Porsche Club Championship, but not a driver who makes a mistake very often.
Just wondering if there is possibly a problem with Pete Morris's car, because it's unlike to see him this far down, isn't it? So could be some underlying issues with Pete, but we'll see what the pace is like as he carries on. Last time through, Pete did a 2:14.8. Leaders are doing 2:9s, 2:10, so that is very unlike Pete Morris pace at the minute. As we watch this battle between Richard Baston and Bill Cayley, he can still not find a way through. He's trying every single way he can to get past, but in a straight line, Richard Baston seems to be a lot quicker. In the corners, Bill Cayley gets a good exit, but then loses on straight line speed.
It is Richard Baston back actually with a brand new engine after blowing his up at Donington at the opening round, so he's certainly got a healthy power plant behind him. But back at the front it's James Cayley, who's pulled away again, but he does seem a bit hesitant actually coming out of Nelson.
Certainly does, but that gap has, as you said, grown a little bit now between the top two. So 0.6 of a second it was at the line, but I think it's a little bit longer than that now, as again Bill Cayley tries one way than the other. Pete Morris is trying to make a move as well on the 62 machine as they work their way down towards the bomb hole of Neil Delagi, but he can't find his way through. So they stay as they were, as they now work their way through the right-hander of Coram. And again, Bill Cayley looking quick, but Richard Baston just placing this car in the best possible position as Bill Cayley goes off the circuit, so he's tried a little bit too hard down towards Murray's. The back end just stepping out as they turn through the right-hander, then back to the left. It's quite a difficult corner to negotiate, but Bill Cayley has been caught out, and straight away he's going to lose, I reckon, 2 or 3 places. Let's see how they come through. He's going to lose 4 places, I think, actually, because he's going to be down across the line into 10th position. So not what Bill Cayley would have wanted there. No,
Bill's having a difficult race, whereas his dad is quite happily out front and starting to ease away. 0.6 clear at the moment. And we've also got now 8th overall James Coleman just ahead of Colin Tester, and that's the front of the Class 2 battle.
Certainly is, and I think this is them coming now towards us in a few seconds' time. So as they work their way through, got the number 70 car of Angus Archer. He's down in 12th place, second in the class, or third, I think.
That's right, Angus Archer, previous race winner in the class. So the quick guys are working their ways towards the front in Class 2, but I think Colin Tester was looking very, very racy there against James Coleman.
Oh, here's
and in fact, that is the 2.
Oh, bit of contact between the two of them. Just barges his way through there, unfortunately. So that won't have done those any favours as they work their way now down towards the left-hander at Palmer. But of course, this is the Class 2, which is for the Porsche Boxster S's, and they run, don't they, on slick Pirelli tyres. So they are road-going cars, effectively, out here racing. And we've got another move on the cards down towards the left-hander of Agostini, and that's going to be a move to the inside for the number 88 machine. So nice move there for Paul Simpson, and this is his recovery ride through the field, isn't it, after that spin on lap number 1?
Very much so, actually. Yeah, he's actually got back very, very well, hasn't he? Look, very composed driver, unlike Paul to spin, and again a previous class winner, so he knows all about hustling that Boxster along very, very quickly.
He's now trying to get past Andrew Porter in the number 44 machine. No way through there at Oggy, so we'll try again up towards the right-hander at Williams, and potentially we'll have a chance of getting into the slipstream here and trying to do something down towards the left and right flick of Brundle and Nelson. There you can see Cole Hazelton at the minute with Oliver Chatham just behind him. So again, wherever you look within the Porsche Boxster S's, there's a nice little fight to feast your eyes on.
It is very, very much so. Very, very feisty, very, very competitive. It's I think it's pleasing that we're actually seeing as much of them as we are of the front runners, because this is where the action is at the moment.
I'm quite concerned because there's windscreen wipers on for one of the cars coming through there. We look at the window, it's now starting to spit with rain, which is never good, is it? Especially when all the cars now are on slick Pirelli tyres. So this could get interesting. There was the threat of rain across the course of the day, and I think it's come bang smack in the middle of this Porsche Championship race, which is, again, we spoke before, James Cayley is going to be effectively the first man to come across anything on circuit that may have been deposited down, especially being rain. As running wide there, unfortunately, is the car of Andrew Porter, so that's an easy move for the number 69 machine of Oliver Chatham to get his way through. That will now put him up into, by the looks of it, 6th in class.
Very much so. Yeah, this is where the drivers start seeing that rain spotting on the windscreen, and suddenly they've got something else to think about. And this is where actually you can actually have mistakes happen just because they're thinking about everything other than getting the car in the corner. They're looking at the clouds, they're trying to see what everyone else is doing. But yeah, we're certainly seeing there Pete Morris with his wipers on.
And of course, when you're in a car going this quick, the rain might be light, but it hits your windscreen a lot quicker, doesn't it? So it feels like it's heavier, but it's all about that grip and what grip you have on the circuit to how slippery it is and how much you can control the car. But you're right, Pete Morris with his windscreen wipers on. And in terms of his progress, well, he's now up into 7th place, and he's not too far back now from the number 62 machine. So Neil Delaghi is the next man on his list. But lap times for Pete last time through, it was an improvement, 2:10.4 spin there, unfortunately, for number 45. That's Paul Seagrave. That's down at...
Wasn't quite sure where that was on the circuit. It's going to be in the first half of the lap, isn't it?
Yeah, somewhere down at Agostini way, I think. But he's back on his way. And yeah, we can see yellow flags on the other side of the circuit. So that's on the run down towards Hamilton from Agostini. So that's a bit of a shame there for the number 45 machine. And here we go, we get another little battle going on now, number 88 and 44. This is good. This is for class 2, of course. Paul Simpson and Andrew Porter. Andrew Porter's already lost out over the last lap, so he's now losing a few more places as they work their way once again onto the Bentley Straight.
That's right, yeah, we started to see cars starting to slide, which again is going to give everyone something to think about, particularly when you see the car in front have a lurid slide with the tail hanging out. It does make you wonder how quickly you can plant that throttle. And
we can hear in our headphones, it's quite loud now, that rain on the camera microphone out there down towards the bomb hole. So that's not good news for these drivers. I think lap times will show if it's dropping away, which James Cayley has gone through. He's now lost the lead, by the way. I can tell you off camera, we've had the lead change between Simon Clark and James Cayley. So he has been caught out. Oh, that's very close there as one of the cars tries to rejoin. I think that's Porter again, isn't it? And number 44, who's been in the wars. Oh, and then someone else goes for a spin as well. So this weather...
Vince Blacker
is getting worse by the looks of things, and drivers are being caught out very much so, especially down there at Brundle and Nelson. So this is class 2. As I said, in terms of class 1 and overall, Simon Clark has now taken the race lead from James Cayley. Another spin there as well. So this is the form of the race so far. Spins at Nelson, isn't it?
I think the track isn't the same degree of wetness in different places, and people are suddenly discovering when they get to that corner that it's slightly wetter than elsewhere. Simon Clark took a win in very similar circumstances at Donington earlier in the year, so I think this is the sort of situation where he does feel quite confident and quite but I think James Cayley is actually coming back at him.
Well, the gap across the line was only a tenth of a second, so he lost the lead, but he kept with Simon Clark, and you're right, he's still with him now as he works his way on towards the back straight once again. Currently working lap number 6 in this 25-minute race, so just about to approach half race distance, but on this occasion, Simon Clark has a nice, comfortable lead, doesn't he? So it's looking good. I wonder where James Cayley got caught out. That'll be interesting to hear with Mark after the race, where James was caught out in this race.
That's right, yeah. I wonder if it was one of those situations where they just got to a change of surface and it's a case of who reacted first or who reacted least, maybe.
This is a good fight. Just saw through your shot there. That's Kevin Harrison now being caught by number 9, which is Chris Dyer. So those two together are potentially fighting for the final step on the podium. As into the pit lane, unfortunately, has come Brian Richardson from Class 2, number 13, with some problems, unfortunately. So he, for whatever reason, is not going any further for the time being.
Chris Dyer now past Kevin Harrison, so that actually puts 3 different models of Porsche in the first 3 places. We've got the 996 of Clark in the lead, James Cayley's 997, and Chris Dyer's Cayman S. But fighting back from Kevin Harrison, had a little look around the outside, but if there is any thoughts about grip, it's really round the outside into Riches is not somewhere you want to be.
No, not really. Although when it gets wetter, that's probably where you do want to be. With more rubber being laid down, it works for the tyres. But yeah, at the minute in these greasy conditions, it's quite hard to be out there on the outside line. So a little bit of a change for that third place towards the end of the previous lap, as the team down there in the pit lane look over the number 13 machine of Brian Richardson and just try and figure out what the issue might be there on the right front. Might have had a bit of contact with someone, but they're not happy with that right front at the minute, unfortunately, on number 13.
No, I think it's possibly. I don't think it's going to be a situation where it's going to be worth him changing tyres, because he's just going to lose so much time. But yeah, just looking down the field now, everyone seems a little more happier with the conditions. I think people have made the adjustments that they need to. We're not seeing so many cars sliding, but it's difficult to tell. I still suspect we're getting different conditions in different parts of the circuit. As Kevin Harrison has another look at getting past Chris Dyer. Yeah,
this is the fight for third place. So back to the front we go, and this is, as we said, for the final step on the podium, which Chris Dyer is trying to hold on to. But Kevin Harrison, after that blinding start, found his way through that little gap, as we said, from row number 3. Since then, he's held on to third, but just lost it on that previous lap. So let's see if he can get back to terms with Chris Dyer. And look already, Paul, how much time they've lost to the top two here.
Very, very much so. That's a big gap. It was nowhere near that big just 2 laps ago. So definitely, I think, conditions aren't having an effect. Chris Dyer just, I'm not sure. I can't remember if he got intermittent wipers on a cup race car, but he flicked them off and he's confident that it's drying up again.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from here, but there's no heavier raindrops coming onto the window, so it might have just calmed down slightly. But the drivers have been round, they've found where the grip is and where it isn't, and now, as you said, pretty much confident with that, so they can continue to push on once again. And I think the clear indication for us is about lap times. If they're starting to come back to where they were at the beginning of the race, then conditions are okay, aren't they? And I think Simon Clark and James Cayley are both proving that with a 209.0, so we're almost back to the 207s now.
That's right, creeping back to where they were just a few minutes ago in this race. It's amazing how quickly those conditions worsened and yet seem to be coming back to everybody again.
In terms of Class 2, just saw a quick brief look there at our leaders. I think Colin Tester is still your leader in that class, just ahead of the number 70 machine, which is Angus Archer. And third place at the minute in Class 2 is that of the number 88 machine of Paul Simpson. So he's done a tremendous job after that spin on lap 1 to get back into the podium places in Class 2.
And again, Andrew Porter actually up into 5th in Class 2 from the very back row of the grid. Another strong drive. Kevin Harrison tucking right up behind Chris Dyer, peeps out to see if he can get everything held to the outside, isn't he, by Chris Dyer? That's exactly where you want the overtaking car to be.
Certainly is. So power away then out of Agostini down towards the left-hander at Hamilton again. Kevin Harrison thinks about the inside line, but Chris Dyer defends as much as he possibly can in towards that left-hander. And every single corner we look now, it's Kevin Harrison who seems to be attacking. So Chris Dyer is up against it at the minute, but Kevin Harrison is really struggling to get through. But if he finds that little bit of a gap, that would be the invitation to go for it without hopefully any contact between the two of them.
It is. I think certainly as the conditions are improving again, it's coming back towards Kevin Harrison, and he again seems to have the advantage on pace, whereas when we did see that rain and everyone concerned about that, and he's down to the inside, down the straight, he made that move very early, and he's surprisingly clear of Chris Dyer as he turns in and does manage to make it through. Let's see if he gets this good exit. Chris Dyer right on the rear spoiler of that 996, but I think Kevin Harrison's pulled it off.
Yeah, and it's about that confidence again, isn't it? He's confident that the car can brake in these conditions now. So Kevin Harrison gets himself back up into third place. Already a win so far this year for Kevin, and also a second place he had at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit. So he's back into the position he wants to be on the podium as the Class 2 cars now work their way around the left-hander of Hamilton. Here we go towards the front of that class, which is the 68 and 47 machine by the looks of it. So
that's Paul Simpson with James Coleman, who obviously lost ground, I think, the second that rain hit. Something happened that we didn't quite see. And yeah, but he's fighting back, see if he can gain that place. Dives to the inside again, the same tactic we just saw Kevin Harrison pull off. But no, not this time.
And Angus Archer is the man just behind in that blue and white number 70 machine as well. And Angus was on the podium a minute ago, so he's very quickly dropped back as well as these two progress themselves up the order, head their way down towards the right-hander of the bomb hall once again. And we're not too far away from the end of the race now, 7 minutes left. So this 25-minute race has gone by in a flash. But again, all over the back here comes that number 47 machine. Can he find his way through in towards Coram? Not at the minute for James Coleman, unless he's really late on the brakes down towards Murray's, which he's not. So, and we've got more drama there. That is, I think, a couple of cars off at the bomb hole.
It was hard to tell through all that smoke, wasn't it?
There's one, yeah, there's one. and the other one on his way again. It's quite hard to tell from this distance who that is. Let's try and piece that together.
A little further down the order, I think, than where we were looking, wasn't it? So, which could be, I don't think that was Carl Hazelton. I think that might be Kevin Ludford involved. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we'll try and have a look at that for when they don't come through. Well, there you go. There's number 30. So that's
Trevor Lewis out in number 30.
And someone around him, I think, would have been number 69, wouldn't it? Which is Oliver Chatham.
It would have been the right part of the track. So, yeah, I think struggling for traction, Trevor Lewis over there. Hugely experienced driver. This is a guy who actually raced in British touring cars back in the days when they raced around the streets of Birmingham in the 1980s.
They're both rejoined, which is good. Unluckily for the leaders, right in front of them. So let's see what they do, because that gap has come right down as well. Here comes a challenge for second within class between Coleman and Simpson. Coleman now ahead of Simpson, so that changed towards the end of the previous lap, and still right with them actually, number 70. So he's keeping them on his toes. Angus Archer right there at the minute. This is for second, third and fourth within class 2, and here comes a massive lunge from number 88 down the inside line. Surely that doesn't work, although it does. Come whatever way may, he gets himself through for now. So this is good stuff from the number 88 machine. So Paul Simpson still alongside as they work their way onto the back straight, still side by side. Let's hope they both make it safely through as they work their way down towards Brundle and Nelson. But what a very late lunge that was from Paul Simpson.
I'm amazed he actually pulled it off from that far back, and they were close, but I'm not aware of any contact. And James Coleman actually had that run down the straight though, and he's actually managed to claim the corner with the car's length.
He does indeed, but that of course brings even closer now the car behind, which is Angus Archer. So 3 as 1 for second within class 2. So this is very, very close indeed as they work their way through the bomb hole once again. Down towards Coram they go, and it's not giving up, is he, Paul Simpson? He's going to try every single time he can here. As I said, whichever way possible. He's getting a little bit frustrated once more behind the car ahead of him, which is still James Coleman, but they power their way up towards the line once again with 4.5 minutes to go within this first race for the Porsche Club Championship.
That's right, that's a battle, and Angus Archer is sitting behind, almost ready to profit from any mistake those two guys in front make.
He hasn't quite got the legs in a straight line though, has he, Archer? Or as, again, Simpson looks to the inside once more. That's not his preferred place, is it? It's down towards Oggies. That's where he likes to send one, although he's still all over the back of the number 47 machine of James Coleman. He looks towards the inside line, up towards the Wilson hairpin, and we'll see, hopefully, which way that all comes out the other side. And it's still ahead for now, that of Coleman.
It is, yeah. Angus Archer closed up a couple of lengths. You're quite right. He loses out in a straight line, but seems quick when on the twistier infield part of the circuit, with the three all virtually together now.
Certainly are, so they work their way on towards the short straight, down towards the left-hander of Agostini very shortly. Still the windscreen wipers going there for Paul Simpson, so he's still worried about a little bit of rain which might be coming down on the circuit, but he closes right back onto the tail of James Coleman. This is the part of the circuit where Simpson went for that move a lap ago, so let's see if he tries it again, or if Coleman is wise to that and keeps the door firmly shut. In fact, it didn't kind of deter him last time, and there he goes again. Big lunge down the inside. Luckily, they don't make contact, but on that occasion, Paul Simpson does run just a little bit slightly wide there.
I think he did well actually not to make contact. You sort of adjust the car mid-corner, but got away with it. A fantastic battle, very, very evenly matched. We're just cutting across there to Andrew Muggeridge, who's actually running 10th overall in the Class 1 car.
Yeah, so he's just ahead of the Class 2 leaders at the minute, which is still being led by, in fact, no, Colin Tester's ahead of him, and it's the second place battle, which we've been focusing on, of James Coleman behind him. So that's the man in the middle at the minute, as he works his way down towards Murray's with 2 minutes 40 seconds left on the clock. So the leaders have gone through, and here they are actually. So Simon Clark and James Cayley. Hasn't changed much, has it, in terms of that gap? It was a 10th. I think it stayed pretty much under a second whilst we've been looking at other things, but now it's 0.3 of a second between Simon Clark and the original pole sitter, James Cayley, and they're going to get this one, and I think they'll squeeze in just one more lap after that.
I think so, and you commented earlier on about the conditions. They have to have improved because James Cayley's just done the fastest lap of the race so far.
He has indeed, so he's absolutely flying once again. Bit of a back marker to work their way through as they head under the bridge very shortly down towards Brundle and Nelson, although their windscreen wipers are still briefly going on the two leaders, but I don't think there's too much to worry about, as you said, with that fastest lap. So here we go. This is the battle for the lead. Simon Clark up against James Cayley, who briefly again looks down towards the bomb hole, and this is what he needs to do, isn't it? He needs to put Simon Clark under pressure at every single occasion and try and force Simon into a little bit of a mistake.
That's right. Try and keep Simon Simon off the exact part of the circuit he wants to be on there. Simon had to compromise his exit just to stop James Cayley getting down the inside, and that's what James is going to be trying to do, and then ultimately those little errors will add together into one that he can capitalise on.
So it's a drag to the line now to start what's going to be the last lap of the race. So here we go, leaders up towards the line they come. Simon Clark goes through, James Cayley right behind him. The gap now is going to be 0.3 of a second still. Lap time's pretty much identical as they work their way in towards Ritchie's for the last time. But there's quite a few overtaking positions on this track. Where do you reckon, hold that thought, James Cayley's going to try for the move? Because he thought there briefly up towards the Wilson hairpin, but where would you say is going to be the best opportunity, Paul?
I think in an ideal world, you do it at the very last minute so the other driver can't come back at you. But he's looked very racy down the straight, James Cayley, so I'm going to keep an eye on him there. But he's just going to take any advantage that's offered him, isn't he? Especially with, I think they do seem to be closing up on another car.
Yeah, that could help or hinder one or the other as they work their way now down towards Agostini. That's the 24 machine. They're going to put a lap on here of Cole Hazelton, so he'll hopefully step aside once he receives the blue flags from the marshal's post, which are very nicely being waved there down towards Hamilton. So let's see how easy Simon Clark finds it to get through in his 996. He goes to the inside, but that might just compromise his line slightly on the exit of the corner. So the 997 behind of James Cayley has a slightly better run there through Oggies, and that will lend him into a quicker right-hander through Williams, and might just be able to pick up the toe on towards the Bentley Straight for the last time.
That's right, he's come onto the straight 3 or 4, and that's Bill Cayley having another moment. I think that's the second time in this race we've seen Bill go off.
He was down in 7th place, battling with the 62 machine of Neil Delaghi, so that's not good news for Bill. Here we go. James has a brief look towards the inside at Brundle, but that wasn't again quite close enough there, as just stepping the rear end out there was Simon Clark as they power their way down towards the bomb hole, because the clock has ticked to 0 now, so we are on the last lap. Checker flag at the ready on this occasion, and James has one more chance to try and get his way through, and that's only going to come surely towards the left-hander at Murray's. But look at that, Simon Clark has pulled out a nice little buffer in towards the last corner, and I don't think, although he is quick, James Cayley, I don't think he's going to have the drag to the line as they work their way now to the checker flag in his first Petro-Canada Lubricants Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli race of the day, and the win goes the way of Simon Clark. So here he goes through across the line to pick up his second victory of the season. He seems quite happy with that as well.
He did, second from 3 races as well, having missed 2 races. Yeah, I thought that was fantastic commitment from Simon Clark through Coram. He really did seem to have his car right on the edge, because he knew exactly, as you said, Matt, that he had to deny James Cayley that opportunity into Murray's.
And even through Coram, he was continuing to pull out that gap, so he was absolutely on the limit, as you said. James Cayley unlucky not to get the victory, but I think he'll be happy with that result, with pole position kept with Simon Clark all the way through. But as I said, hopefully we'll hear with Mark and James Cayley what the issue might have been to lose the lead, because we didn't pick it up unfortunately on camera for you, but he definitely dropped down, possibly due to that little bit of weather we had. So he gets second place, and it's third place for number 16, which is Kevin Harrison. So again, Kevin back on the podium for the 3rd time this year.
That's right, very, very consistent Kevin. Delightful guy always to have in the series. So, yeah, quite a battle and quite a lot of action going down there in that Class 2. That second place battle is finally going to James Coleman, but we saw that order shuffling constantly.
Brilliant indeed. So behind the top 3, it was 4th place for number 9, which was Chris Dyer. 5th place for number 2, Pete Morris. There's a story to be had there, which I'm sure Paul will find out before the next race, but Pete Morris down in 5th position. 6th place then for number 85 was the car of Richard Baston, and then behind that it's going to be Bill Cayley with that little bit of an issue on that final lap. 8th place for number 62, that was Neil Delaghi, and then behind them was the Class 2 winner, which was Colin Tester. So well done to Colin. He now takes the most wins this year in that class with 3. Compared to James Coleman's 2, so he picks up 9th place overall and 1st in Class 2, and 10th place for number 17 was that of Andrew Muggeridge to round out the top 10.
That's right, fantastic, that Class 2, because basically James Coleman and Colin Tester have just always been 1st or 2nd. It's just who comes home first is the question at the moment. But they're being hounded by the rest of them. Certainly Paul Simpson and Angus Archer were right up there as well today. But, exciting race. And we get to do it all again later in the afternoon.
We do indeed. And Colin Tester, by the way, his lead was almost 20 seconds over the next Class 2 car. So surely that must be the biggest margin this year, is it?
Certainly the biggest I can think of this year, yeah. I think he really took advantage of how the guys behind were battling. And he actually sneaked himself in amongst some of the Class 1 cars.
Yep, so James Coleman was 2nd in Class 2, number 47. Then it was 3rd third place in the end. So it was Angus Archer who got himself up into third place in Class 2, just ahead of the number 88 machine, which was Paul Simpson, and then the rest of them came through in a nice, lovely order to give us, I think, 21 finishers. We had a couple that didn't make it to the flag, but all in all, considering those tricky conditions, they did well, and it's Simon Clark who comes home as your victor by just 7/10 of a second. So lovely battle there between the two. As Paul said, we've got another race to look forward to later on this afternoon, just before 3:30. So we look forward to that. And as ever, Paul, thank you so much for your company.
No, thank you very much. And yeah, I'm going to run off around the paddock and hopefully can fill in the gaps on that race later on.
Perfect. Thanks very much. Paul Jerd with us here in the commentary box, and he'll be back with us a little bit later on for more of the Porsche races we have coming up for you. So we can't wait for them. That's a little bit of a teaser of what's to come for the rest of the afternoon with the Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli, and a great race there indeed. So more Porsches a little bit later on. More Porsches in just a few kind of minutes, really, because we've got a little bit of a break with Porsches because we've got the Focus Cup Championship on the way in just a few minutes' time with our first of 3 races across the course of today. We then have the 911 Challenge and Boxster Cup. That's coming up for you as well at 12:35. And the final race before the lunch break is going to be that of the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloon. So that's what's coming before lunch, and 6 races later on today as well. In the meantime, I think we can hand down to Mark Werrell, who's the man in the pits and the podium area for us here today. So Mark, down to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Matt. The cars from the Petro Canada Lubricants Porsche Club Championship just making their way in towards Parc Fermé, and we're going to grab a quick word, certainly with the winner of each one of the classes. It was a great win for Simon Clark, who came through to claim his 2nd win of the season. He wasn't out last time at Brands Hatch, so he's always going to be playing catch-up in this championship. 14 rounds of the championship, you count your best 12, so the non-appearance at Brands means he needs consistency for the rest of the season if he wants to try and mount a challenge to reclaim the title. So out of the car, big smiles all round from Simon Clark, going to the team and congratulating them. And once the crash helmet is off, we'll dive in and grab a quick word with Simon, and then we should hopefully be able to usher him this way and grab a quick word with us. So off comes the balaclava. Here is our race winners. Let's grab a quick word, if we can, with Simon Clark. Simon, congratulations. You know, a win for you, your 2nd of the season. You must be really pleased with the way that went.
Yeah, I am really pleased, actually. It was good fun battling with James. It was nice. It was changeable conditions again, like at Donington. And it's just nice to be back in the car. It's been 2.5 months, so I had to start the last round out. So to start back like that was, just what we needed, really, as a team.
As you say, you know, those changeable conditions, it started to spit, but, you know, high ambient temperature meant it was hitting the windscreen but wasn't affecting the cars. But then, you know, a lap or so later, it got heavier.
Yeah, it did, and even before the rain came, there was a lot of oil down, so that caught a few of us out. So it was quite an interesting race all in all. But yeah, it's great. We've got our sponsors here. We've got Fusion, Form Evo here, so supporting us. So it's really nice for them to see the win as well.
And finally, you know, you've been hugely consistent in this car with this team. Snetterton, of all of the circuits, was a bit of an Achilles heel for you in the past, so nice to get the win here in particular.
Yeah, we've had some good luck here, we've had some bad luck here, so yeah, that was definitely needed. So yeah, it was great fun.
Well done indeed, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So there we go, there's our race winner. We'll see who else we can grab, so we'll come on around this way and see whether we might be able to grab a quick word with James Cayley, who finished in 2nd position. So we'll work our way through the crowds. James is chatting to our race winner now, so we'll jump in and grab a quick word with James if we can. Quick word, James. No, we've already had a word with Simon, so we'll get you next. You pushed him hard, wasn't to be on this occasion.
No, sadly not to be. The rain just came at the wrong time and it was slipping. I was okay till then, and then there was some fluid all the way from the bridge all the way through Corham. Simon was right up behind me. I had a couple of moments. He got on the right side of the fluid and just took me into coming into the start-finish straight. But I sort of managed it, dried out. I managed to get back to him. It just wasn't to be. So
turn the tables later on, maybe.
I'll do my best.
So that's it for the moment from Parc Fermé. We will see the Porsches back out on track later on, but let's hand you back to Matt Sutlin because the next race is about to head out onto track.
Thanks very much, Mark, indeed. Yep, so nice to hear from our top two for the Porsche Club Championship. As Mark said, out a little bit later on for their second race of 25 minutes, so we can't wait for that one. You can now see onto the track the Focus Cup Championship, which are getting set for what's going to be their first of 3 races for today. So they've got a busy day after qualifying this morning, and it was that man you can see right there who sits on pole position. Did a great job, did Simon Rudd. So we'll get to what he did and what everyone else did to qualify themselves for this first race of the day. But Simon gets himself that pole, and with qualifying for the Focus Cup Championship, you do also get points, which is nice. So just the same as the races, you get the same amount of points for qualifying. So it's not just setting your grid for the race, it's also to get yourself some valuable championship points as well. So the championship points we had prior to this weekend have already changed, but we'll give you the standings as we headed into this weekend here at Snetterton, and it's Liam McGill who heads the championship on 314 points. So far this year he's taken 4 race victories, so he's doing well, looking to try and bounce onto another win, but he's got his work cut out in what's going to be this first race of the day, if he's even there, because we'll talk about that and what happened during qualifying in due course. Second in the championship is Scott Parkin, who sits on 257 points. So far this year, Scott has had 2 race victories. They came at the first 2 races at Donington Park at the beginning of the season. And Simon Rudd, the man who sits third in the championship, 252 points, just 5 adrift of Scott Parkin. He is the man who's had 1 race victory so far this year as well. And in terms of the Focus Cup, these cars, as you can see, are all identical as they head their way now off onto the formation lap. But they're all identical Ford Focus 2 litres, 2 DCI Zetec S's. It gives really good racing, plain level playing field. It's a ride and drive package, so you turn up, you talk to your mechanic, you get those cars sorted. There's kind of no real need to build the car, transport the car or maintain it, because you just arrive at the circuit, jump into it, do your qualifying, do your races and pretty much head off home. So it's all laid out by the Focus Cup team, who do a wonderful job, and year on year the grid continues to grow as well, which is brilliant to see. And as I said, we've had some really good racing so far this year at Donington, at Silverstone, and last time out was our first triple header of the season, which was at Cadwell Park. So let's hope for much more of the same today. As we said, weather could play a part a little bit later on. It's already played a little bit of a part in the first of our Porsche races, but we'll see how these Focus Cup drivers do get on indeed. So off they head then around this 3 mile, just under Snetterton 300 circuit. And the way the grid lines up then for this first 15-minute race is with number 1, Simon Rudd, on pole position. So he did the time this morning to stick him there, 2:23.381. He did it by well over half a second, so I think quite a few people were surprised with the pace from Simon, and they thought they could probably challenge him, but by the time they got to the end of the session and found out the gap between him and everybody else, they were like, oh, okay, we've got work to do, which they certainly have, because Simon finds himself there on pole position. Alongside him should be number 81, which is the car of Ian Mitchell, so he finds himself alongside Simon Rudd. Row 2 then has that of Liam McGill. He'll be joined by Simon Walton, so the championship leader, and Simon Walton on row 2. The third row is number 22, which is Simon Waugh. He'll have number 10, John Baker, for company, who is the only man this year to take a podium apart from the top 3 in the championship, because every single race we've had Liam McGill, Scott Parkin and Simon Rudd who have found themselves in the top 3 places. The only race that didn't happen is when Jonathan Baker got to 3rd place at Donington Park instead of Liam McGill. So he's got that accolade as John Baker, and he finds himself on the outside of row 3. Row 4 then is going to be number 26, which is Callum Eason. He'll have number 67, Mark Geraghty, for company, so watch out to see what he can do. Then back to row number 5, where we'll see Richard Avis, alongside is Sean Reynolds, so they make up 9th and 10th on the grid. Simon Watts is next up in 11th, just ahead of Claire Avis, and then back to row number 7 is where we'll find the likes of Jeff Bluff and Abby Walton to round out our 14 starters for the first of 3 races today. So that's how the line up then as they work their way. A bit of weaving going on just to make sure the temperatures in those tyres are up to what they should be, and of course, as we just heard in that previous race, there's a little bit of fluid left down as well, so that might be playing on some drivers' minds, just to try and work out where that will be. I think definitely down towards Brundle and Nelson there was some fluid which had been dropped on the circuit, and maybe a few other parts around the circuit have also found some of that fluid being dropped down as well. But we'll see how the Focus Cup drivers do get on. as we pretty much head towards the halfway stage of the season, because after this weekend we're off to Alton Park at the beginning of July. We've got two races to come in terms of two meetings effectively at Croft back to back, so 20th and 21st of August. They'll be racing on both days, so more races to look forward to there. And it's also going to be effectively a double header in terms of racing on both days at Brands Hatch to bring the season to a close in mid-September at Ford Power Live. That will be once again run by MSVR. So here we go then, cars now working their way back to the grid. I did mention about qualifying. We had 3 cars which brought out a red flag in qualifying, but looking at the grid, I think all of our runners are there, yeah, all 14, which is good. So we had some problems at Hamilton. One of those involved the championship leader Liam McGill. Didn't quite find out what the issue was, but he was definitely off and had to be recovered. So he is there, 3rd on the grid. Let's see how he can turn this race in terms of a result as we get the 5-second board now on the gantry, and what's going to be 15 minutes of racing to look forward to. Red lights come on and out they go now as the cars head away from the grid. It's a pretty even start from the first 2. In fact, the first 4 all get away pretty much as they should do as they work their way down towards Ritchie's for the first time. Simon Rudd on that inside line has to effectively now get to the outside, which he does. So he leads the pack through the first corner. Ian Mitchell in the orange, white and black Ford Focus settles into 2nd position. And let's see if Liam McGill has managed to hold on to that 3rd place. I think he has, and pretty much now onto the back of Ian Mitchell straight away. So let's see if he can challenge. Well, he goes to the outside line in towards the Wilson hairpin. I think further back it's Simon Walton who's the one under pressure in car number 99. So he's got to try and keep everyone at bay if he wants to find himself with some good solid points at the end of this race. But already, yeah, Simon Walton has dropped back from the top 3. And as I head down towards Palmer and out of it, Simon Walton has already, by the looks of it, broke that chain behind as well. So he is fairly comfortable in 4th position. A few drivers trying to dive to the inside down towards Agostini, but we'll see if that comes of anything because they run side by side further back. That was Simon Waugh who has lost some positions from 5th on the grid. I think he's down to potentially 7th or 8th. We're not even halfway around this first lap yet, so he's got work to do as well to recover. But your top 3 as one pretty much. Simon Rudd, Ian Mitchell and Liam McGill turn their way down through the right-hander at Oggie's for the first time of asking. They're in the grey machine you can just see behind of number 99, which is Simon Walton. But Simon Rudd, so far today, has done everything he needs to do. He's taken that pole position and, of course, maximum points. He's currently leading this race and already starting to pull away now. And the only other thing he'd need to achieve in this race is a fastest lap, which also gets him 5 points as well. So let's see if he can do the clean sweep as he works his way under the bridge for the first time. A little bit of a move there, or looking to be a move, from Liam McGill in 3rd place, but Ian Mitchell not having any of that for the time being, so he keeps himself in 2nd. Liam McGill using quite a lot of the outside curve there, which doesn't deter him and doesn't hold him up by the looks of it, so he continues to push as they work their way down through the bomb hole in towards Coram for the first time of asking, and before too much longer they'll be into that final corner and on the way towards the start finish line once again. But Liam McGill is still trying to challenge to the inside here of Ian Mitchell. If you do that, you're then on the outside for Murray, so it can work and it can get you in a good position to have a run across the line, which Liam McGill is probably thinking about now. So up towards the line he does go. He gets into that toe-in position, and can he try for a move down towards the first corner at Ritchie's as race leader Simon Rudd completes that first lap, and he leads by pretty much 0.8 of a second as he goes through. Liam McGill right on the back of Ian Mitchell. They were classified 2nd and 3rd by just 0.2 of a second, so literally nothing to choose. And Liam McGill now looking for the inside line in towards the Wilson hairpin. Is this going to work to get him up into 2nd place? The door is pretty much left open there for Ian Mitchell, so no real hesitation for Liam McGill to go through, and he now jumps himself up into 2nd position and straight away starts to focus his attentions on the race leader of Simon Rudd. So Liam McGill up to 2nd, down to 3rd now goes Ian Mitchell. 4th place across the line was still Simon Walton. 5th place, number 26, was the car of Callum Eason. Callum had a good qualifying actually, and I think he could run very well in this race as it stands. He's already up into 5th place from 7th on the grid, so this is looking good for Callum. 6th place then for number 67 is Mark Geraghty, and then behind that across the line in 7th place was the number 10 machine of John Baker, just ahead of Richard Davis in car number 77, who just saw a quick shot of the back of his car as he worked his way out of Agostini. So is Liam McGill making inroads into the race leader? we'll have to wait and see next time they come through, but it looks like he's got the speed definitely to pull away from Ian Mitchell now behind him. But can he make inroads into Simon Rudd in this race? We'll find out in due course. Already 4 minutes have been completed in this race, and what I have noticed as well, Liam McGill has got a different car for this one. So luckily with the Focus Cup Championship, they do have spare cars. So if effectively you have problems in qualifying or one of the races, they have these spare cars that you can jump into to allow you to continue the weekend. So I think Liam McGill is one of those who's taken the spare car, because he was numbered as number 62 prior to this weekend. He did that number in qualifying, but now he's at number 34. So a spare car for Liam after those problems in qualifying. But what it does mean is that he's able to take part in this race, and it doesn't seem to be hindering him whatsoever, does it, in this new car he's got for the race. All are identical, shouldn't be too much difference. It's just the setup they choose to go with, which might just be a little bit different from what he's used to having. But second place at the minute, it is a good fight for what's going to be fifth place in this race. That's Callum Eason and the number 67 machine of Mark Geraghty. And I did say Callum's running well. Well, at the minute he's under pressure, isn't he, for this fifth position. So can Mark find his way through as they head their way up towards Richie's corner? They'll turn their way through and then head along towards the Wilson hairpin, but Callum Eason, after that pretty quick start, gaining 2 positions already, is now with work to do to try and keep at bay the number 67 machine of Mark Geraghty. So let's see if he can continue to do that over the next 10 minutes. Ideally for Callum, he'd want to try and pull away and catch up with Simon Walton, but that gap is already 2.3 seconds pretty much as they headed across the line last time through. Oh, and a spin for our 4th place man, because Simon Walton has lost the rear end, so that's an uncharacteristic mistake. And out wide there as well was number 77, which is Richard Avis. He's now going to be passed, isn't he, by the number 10 machine. He gets forced a little bit onto the grass there, so John Baker comes through. They're going to run side by side down towards Agostini. It's the blue machine of John Baker which goes through. It's Richard Avis there who loses out, unfortunately, so that was all kicking off down towards Palmer. There goes the number 22 machine of Simon War through as well. So this is a nice midfield battle. They're all battling together for what's going to be 7th, 8th and 9th places. A bit of a shortcut being taken there from Simon Watts. So he rejoins in the orange Ford Focus and back towards near enough the head of the field there. That was, again, Mark Geraghty putting all the pressure on Callum Eason. So, again, with identical Ford Focuses, very even playing field. Wherever you look, there was a fight to focus your eyes on, and that definitely seems to be the case within this first race, doesn't it? Because we're almost pairing ourselves off now into separate battles. There's the one coming down for 5th place between Eason and Geraghty. Behind you've got the battle between Baker and War, so that's another close battle. And then behind that you've got the battle between the likes of Reynolds and Watt. So lots unfolding in this one, as Callum Eason still finds himself under pressure there in the WDE liveried machine. Wide exit taken by the car who follows in the wheel tracks, which is Mark Geraghty. But for now, I don't think he's going to have a challenge down towards Murray's. He's lost a little bit of a gap there. Only about a car's length between them, but that's enough just to deter you on the way towards the centre straight here. So up towards the line they head once more. Leaders have gone through, by the way, for the 3rd time. So on to lap number 4 we now head, and the gap actually up front, I've just noticed, has come down between Simon Rudd and 2nd place man and championship leader Liam McGill. So there's nothing to choose between the top 2. See if we can get a glimpse of those very shortly, but for now we're still focusing on this great fight for 5th place. And here we go for the lead. Simon Rudd is definitely under pressure from Liam McGill. He's almost touched now. I think he possibly was through the midway point of that corner. So McGill and Rudd head their way down towards Palmer. Rudd's done as best as he can so far today with qualifying, with leading this race, but all of a sudden Liam McGill is now starting to up his game. So we are nose to tail. We were briefly nose to tail for the lead. It's now almost nose to tail for the lead as they work their way down towards Agostini for the 4th time of asking. Just in the background there is still Ian Mitchell, so he is not quite with the top 2, but to be fair, if anything unfolds between the race leaders, Ian Mitchell will be right back into the equation here, so he can't give up on himself just yet. Keep pushing. You never know what's going to unfold in this race, and I know he sits in 3rd place at the minute, but there are other places up for grabs just up the road as Simon Rudd and Liam McGill turn away from Oggies up towards the next right-hander, which is Williams, and leads you on to what used to be the longest straight in British motorsport, but with the reconfiguration of the circuit about 10 years ago now, it's slightly shorter, so not quite as long as it used to be. So I think Senna Straight now lends itself to one of the longest straights in British motorsport. And here comes maybe the change for the lead, because no, it looks like that. It's a deceptive camera there, isn't it, under the bridge? But Liam McGill, he had a little bit of a look, but Simon Rudd not too worried about defending there. So down towards the bomb hole they come once again. Liam McGill just get a better exit from the corner there, so Simon Rudd has to be on his toes just to keep Liam at bay. And again, mid-corner, Liam is quicker, so he looks towards the outside line, then darts back to the inside as they work their way through the right-hander at Coram. You saw a bit of a dash on the brake lights there, so he definitely carried the speed through, did Liam, but the gap was reducing every single turn through that corner, so he didn't want to push his way through unnecessarily, and he's still got time to play with here, so there is plenty of opportunities to try again, although every corner you try and don't succeed, it of course gets you closer to the end of the race. So for now, Simon Rudd will be happy to lead once again. The gap across the line just under 0.4 of a second, so it has grown. Quickest lap in this race, by the way, sits with Liam McGill in second place. He's done a 2:23.280, so again, although he's sitting in second place, he would gain those extra 5 points for fastest lap, which would, I think, give him more points than Simon Rudd effectively, so he wouldn't be losing out in terms of the championship. Goes a little bit wide there in towards the Wilson hairpin, but again, no way through. Simon Rudd covers the outside of the corner. He'll then go back to the other side of the track and cover the outside of the corner there. In the background, you can see quite a lot of dust has been kicked up, so someone has run wide through the first corner. Have a look and see who's dropped down at the end of this next lap, but not good news when you see a lot of dust in the background. Someone kicking up on the exit of the corner, but for now, Liam McGill still challenges the back of Simon Rudd. Almost the back quarter panel of the car as well. He got alongside briefly, but he needs to find his whole car alongside and just edging ahead to have the chance of making this move. But for now, Simon Rudd holds on in car number 1. Second place for number 34 is Liam McGill. He's taking every part of the track, isn't he? Even wider at some of these corners, just trying to get his way through, and he's now maybe just found the gap, which he does. So Liam McGill kind of outsmarts there Simon Rudd, so Simon doesn't have any response, unfortunately. So Liam McGill has waited his turn, and finally he just squeezes his way through, but Simon Rudd definitely left the gap for Liam to get the nose down the inside. So let's see if Simon can fight back on the run now down the Bentley Straight for what's going to be the 5th time. They'll head under the bridge in towards Brundle and Nelson, and the straight line speed for Simon Rudd gets him back ahead of Liam McGill. So that's quite bizarre actually, isn't it? Because I think on quite a few occasions this year, Liam McGill has had straight line power, whereas this time it's Simon Rudd who has it. So Liam McGill a little bit flustered. He runs wide at Nelson, finds himself back in second place, and has that move to try and do again, potentially at the same corner if he wants to do it next time round, or maybe he'll try and another tactic in the book for Liam McGill to try and do a move at a different corner. That might catch Simon Rudd again here, but for now, as you were, between Rudd and McGill, up towards the line they come with just under 3 minutes to go. It's going to be, I think, at the completion of this lap, so we are not too far away from the end of the race, although we're going to get this one and one more. We're just going to squeeze in 2 more laps by the looks of it, so through the leaders go. Rudd still ahead of McGill. Mitchell goes across the line still in 3rd place. 4th place is going to be now Mark Geraghty by the looks of it, just to update you with the rest of the order. So Mark Geraghty should come through in 4th, ahead of Callum Eason in 5th. John Baker, I think, should be next through in car number 10, although he has now dropped behind Richard Avis. So he drops down to what's going to be 7th place. And then it's going to be 8th place for number 22, which is that of Simon Waugh. So a bit of a shuffle. I think it was potentially either number 777 Sean Reynolds or maybe John Baker, who had the wide moment at Ritchie's on the previous lap, but nonetheless they've only lost 1 position and they continue in that fight for 6th place. Meantime, leaders carry their way down towards Agostini. Again, McGill getting close to the point of the track where he tried to move last time round, so he's even later on the brakes down towards the left-hander. Mitchell, by the way, is closing that gap. He was half a second quicker on the previous lap, so Ian Mitchell is making inroad, although he's 2.3 seconds adrift of the top 2. But again, if they keep fighting, he could find himself there before the end of this race, so we'll keep an eye on Ian Mitchell and what he's able to do. But as I said, half a second quicker on that previous lap. Here is John Baker, by the way. This is him in the blue machine. He turned his way through just ahead of the number 22 machine of Simon Waugh. So this is the fight now for what's going to be 7th position in this race. Just behind them is, in fact, there's been a change there, hasn't there? Because Claire Avis has gone ahead of Simon Waugh. So Claire Avis now starting to make progress through the field. She's up into 8th position. Carries a lot of speed there through Williams as well, so she might be able to get up into 7th position before too much longer. We'll keep an eye on that one. Meantime, leaders are back together with Simon Rudd still heading Liam McGill. There's Ian Mitchell in 3rd position, and he again is getting closer and closer here, so it's not going to be out of the realms of Ian trying to get himself higher on the podium. But at the minute, he's just those couple of seconds back, which he needs to find on the start of the next lap, which is going to be the last lap of the race. There's Ian on his return to the Focus Cup for the first time since the first round at Donington Park. He finished just outside the top 5 there. So for Ian Mitchell, this is looking to be his first podiums of the year as he works his way across the line. I think the gap, in fact, has grown between 2nd and 3rd, because it was, as I said, 2.3. It's now to 3.1 seconds. So yeah, he's lost a little bit of time on that lap, but I think Ian's going to be quite happy with this on his return after a few rounds away onto the podium. He's looking very nice indeed. But for Liam McGill, is he going to try and find his way past Simon Rudd? He thinks for the outside. I think he briefly looked to the inside there, but Simon said, no, you're not going through on the inside. Try the outside. Longer way round. Harder work. Simon Rudd is happy for him to do that, so he keeps himself in the lead for now. But Liam McGill looking for a 5th victory of the year, looking for those maximum points as well. But as I said, finishing in 2nd, you get 26 points, and he'll also get 5 points for the fastest lap. So effectively, he gets 1 more point than Simon Rudd, who's going to win this race. So it's kind of negated, isn't it, that 1st and 2nd with that fastest lap. But Simon Rudd, nonetheless, will be looking to take a win. This would be his 2nd win of the year. He took one of the race wins at Cadwell Park in the triple header last time out, and he's going to try and start his day in style. Well, I think he's done that already with qualifying with those 30 points, but if he can take a win as well, he'll be very happy with that, and also to have the kind of reputation of keeping Liam McGill at bay. That's another thing that many people haven't been able to do so far this year. So Simon Rudd, Liam McGill, 1st and 2nd, turn their way on towards the back straight for the final time. I've just seen out of the commentary box that Mark Geraghty has just come into the pit lane on the start of the last lap, so he's going to be a non-finisher, unfortunately, so he's dropped down the order in the pit lane. And again, you can hear there on the camera microphone that the rain has started to fall once more. So right towards the end of this race, they're just going to get their way through. Hopefully they won't make a mistake, although they do run wide. Both of them do. The top 2 run wide out of Nelson. Let's see how they challenge themselves with the bomb hole. We've got to be careful here because you never know where the traction might have disappeared from. And McGill looks again for the inside line on Simon Rudd, but he just got back to the inside to cover that corner. So we are ready for the checker flag at the end of this lap. Can he hold on? He's got one more corner to turn through. Liam McGill is all over the back as they turn their way through in towards Murray's. It's now going to be a drag to the line, and Liam McGill is pretty much pushing Simon Rudd out the corner. He then, of course, gets hampered by that, so I think that's just giving Simon Rudd the edge to the line, and Simon's going to come through to take what's going to be his 2nd victory of the year. The checker flag is out, and it's a win for number 1, Simon Rudd, just ahead of 4-time winner this year, Liam McGill. 3rd place comes through, Ian Mitchell, on his return since Donington Park. He picks up his 1st podium of the year as well, and this is not over just yet either further back, because we've got the 777 machine of Sean Reynolds, who's having a great fight there with Simon Waugh in car number 22. That's still side by side, almost pushed in towards the pit lane entry there was Simon Waugh, and it's going to go, I think, to Sean Reynolds just across the line, but there might be a few words between those two at the end of this race, because that was quite maybe aggressive from Sean Reynolds. Nonetheless, he comes through just inside the top 8 places, and already with the checker flag out, although these two cars haven't made it to the checker flag just yet, just shows how heavy the rain is now starting to get once more. So that has caught out those towards the rear, that being number 9, which is the car of Walton, and that's Abby Walton. She's a new car as well after her problems in qualifying, and I think it was also the number 63 machine of Jeffrey Bluff, who's been a little bit wide through the bomb hole on that last lap as well. So barring those two, I think we've pretty much made it all through without too many dramas. A couple of retirements, unfortunately, as we said, with Geraghty and also Simon Walton failed to finish the race a couple of laps from home. But Simon Rudd, Rudd, your race victor. There he is, taking the applause from the fans here at Snetterton. Liam McGill comes through in what's going to be second place. The gap at the line there was just over 0.3 of a second, but Liam McGill does get awarded with the quickest lap of the race, the 2:23.280. Just to put that into context, we're about 4.5 seconds slower on that last lap. So, yeah, the rain did just slightly affect those lap times towards the end. Third place goes to Ian Mitchell, as we said, on his what's going to be third race of the year. Picks up his first podium of the season. Behind him, in fourth place, good result there for number 26, Callum Eason. So he continued to find his way through the field and got a nice, solid top 4 result. Just ahead of Richard Davis in 5th place. 6th place goes to number 10, which is John Baker. 7th place for Claire Avis, doing a grand job towards the end to pick off a few more places. 8th place for number 777, which is Sean Reynolds, just ahead of number 22, the car of Simon Waugh. And for 10th place, number 23, is that of Simon Watts. So that's how the top 10 came through. But it's maximum points for Simon Rudd in what were not the worst conditions, but challenging towards the end. I think it's fair to say it could be a little bit different later on if this rain continues to cause some problems. But as we heard with Mark at the end of the Porsche race, it's kind of a high ambient temperature, not as warm as yesterday, of course, 33, 34 degrees here in Norfolk, but today down around about 21 or 22 degrees, still quite high, isn't it? So that rain that does kind of lay on the circuit will disperse fairly quickly. It's just kind of a sort of psychological rain on the windscreens half the time for the drivers to deal with. But they've done well, they've dealt with it, they're on their way back to the pit lane, and very shortly Mark Werrell down there in pit lane will have a chat to our top 3 hopefully, because Simon Rudd, Liam McGill and that of Ian Mitchell working their way in towards the pit lane entrance. Ready to talk to Mark, as we said, and it's going to be a fairly quick turnaround because, as we said, 3 races for the Focuses today. So the Focus Cup Championship back out just after lunchtime at 2:20. So that's going to be their second race, and I'll bring the day to a close here at Snetterton around about 5:15. So if you thought that was eventful and enjoyed that, make sure you don't miss any of the further races for the Focus Cup Championship a little bit later on. We've got a couple more races to come before our lunch break here at the circuit. So we've got the Porsche 911 Challenge and Boxster Cup on the way very shortly, and we'll also have the first of 2 races today as well for the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons, which have been out for qualifying and will be racing very shortly, as I said, before the lunch break here around about 1:30 that will be. So that's what we've got to look forward to. We can see the cars which have made their way into the pit lane very shortly to relax and just think about what's been going on over those last 15 minutes. But for now, we can hand you down to the man in the Parc Fermé area. That's Mark Werrell.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. So that's the first of our 3 races for the Focus Cup that we'll see over the course of the day. The cars are already heading back into the Parc Fermé area, and Simon Rudd, twice a race winner now, has just jumped out of his car. What a fantastic battle it was between himself and Liam McGill. So let's wander down and see whether we can grab a quick word with Simon, who will be really, really pleased with the way things went. We spoke to him after qualifying. Simon, we spoke to you after qualifying. You were hoping for the win. You did it, but you were pushed hard.
Yeah, it was never ever going to be easy. I think the qualifying times are probably a little bit misleading because of the red flag we had. So I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but just I thought that I'd be able to get a little gap, and then Liam would chase me down, but he got to me, and then it was a case of just literally stop him coming past.
The weather conditions were changing as well towards the end there. You know, tyres, was that affecting the car? Was it moving around that little bit more?
Yeah, so I think the rain started to come with 2 laps to go, and then you get like this, you get the rain where it doesn't actually affect the ground or anything, so it's just in your mind. But then going into turn 1 on the last lap, I had a moment, and that's when I knew that it was slippery, and I think both myself and Ian both had a moment on that last lap, so it was a case of just keeping it calm and getting to the finish.
More points again and more consistency. That's been your season.
Yeah, consistency has been it. I've not had enough wins, I've not had enough poles, so hopefully, you know, after today, it's given us a good platform for the reverse grid 2 and then the random draw for race 3.
Fingers crossed for a great weekend, but well done on the win.
Thanks very much. Cheers. Thank you.
So there we go, second win for Simon Rudd. We'll wander down here and grab a quick word with Liam McGill, who had problems in qualifying but managed to get out for the race. Liam, just first of all, talk us about the problems in qualifying that saw you stop out on circuit.
The problem in qualifying was Mark Gerety, he spilled some oil on the track, and I didn't see the flag, went in full send. So that was it. We were straight off onto the grass. I thought, you know, I wasn't going to get any damage, but then someone was at the back of me, so it was a bit of damage to the back axle, quite heavy damage and heavy panel damage. So they never managed to get ready in time. So literally when everybody was down on the grid, we were changing seats in here to try and get me out in this car. Never driven it before, but it was an okay car. I'm glad to come back up to second. I think if I was in the blue car I was in this morning, the Kartik car, I wouldn't have been in second, that's for sure. So I'm kind of glad that happened after all.
7 podiums, well done.
Thank you very much, thank you.
And I'm going to just grab a very quick word, it will have to be a very quick word with Ian Mitchell. Oh, Ian's come this side of the car, so I'll come back round. Ian, just a very quick word because we're pushed for time. Congratulations, first podium of the season.
Yeah, absolutely thrilled. First podium in Focus Cup as well, so yeah, and quite happy to hang on to these two, are very rapid.
See what you can do in race 2 and race 3.
Absolutely, I've got to try and keep both of them behind then.
Well done. That's it from the Focus Cup for the moment. Let's send you back over to Matt Sutling because we've got more Porsches on the grid, the Porsche 911 Challenge and the Boxster Cup.
Thanks very much, Mark. Yep, so we now look forward to more Porsches which make their way onto the circuit. This is the 911 Challenge with the Boxster Cup as well. So this is going to be another great race to look forward to. 25 minutes of racing on the cards as the cars now start to make their way onto the grid, being lined up, looking magnificent as ever. And yeah, 25 minutes with possibly some rain, possibly not, who knows. It's been one of those days so far, on and off, but I'm sure the drivers will be able to handle this very well indeed. So we've had a few races so far this year for the 911 Challenge and the Porsche Classic Boxster Cup. Of course, we've got the championship to look at for the Class 3, which is of course the Boxsters, and it's Mike Thompson who comes here as your championship leader, 125 points. He's just 9 clear of Darren Lebet, who has been a winner so far this year. Mike Thompson has not, but his consistency has been right towards the top of the championship, which in most cases that's all it's about, is the consistency. So he's done well. So Darren Lebet second in the championship. Darren King is third on 112 points, and just 6 points back from that is Peter Evans. So very closely fought championship so far this year. Plenty of racing still to go, but it's the next 2 races here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit, and I'm delighted to say Paul Jerd has made the cross across the track to back here in the commentary box, and you can hopefully update us on anything that's happened this morning.
Oh dear, I feel like I barely left the box from there. There was a shorter gap between the 2 races than I thought. Yeah, no, obviously a lot of delight with Sarah Thompson's crew for Sarah taking her first ever pole position. And now there are spots of rain falling, but I know that some people, Sarah in particular, they've taken a bit of a flyer and put a full dry setup on that car.
Okay.
So that car is set nice and stiff, hoping that it is going to stay dry. These cars are actually on treaded Pirellis, so in theory they're not as much of a handicap as they might be with, say, the slick runners from the Porsche Club Championship. But even so, sometimes in the wet you do like to soften the car up, put a bit more roll into it, just to make the car actually cope with those conditions a bit better. So we've got the 4 cars at the front, which are the 911 Challenge. So if you like, they're off in their own race. But then we've got these very, very closely matched and identically spec'd Boxsters that are sat just behind them. And that's really, I think, where a lot of the very, very close action is going to come from, because they've been absolutely spectacular so far this season. We've had 4 different race winners. Each person has been it's been their first ever race win, which is always very, very nice to have. So you know, it is a series really aimed at providing a route in. We do try and control as much of the costs. You know, no form of motorsport is cheap, but we do try and ensure that you're not spending money you don't really have to, for example. So there's quite strict regulations on tyres and tyre usage across the season. So you're going to get several races out of a set of tyres. There's no throwing new tyres at it every time. So yeah, fingers crossed. So just looking at the pictures now, we've got the silver and black car of Darren King weaving. Darren actually got out late in that last session. They couldn't get the car started. They went through everything and then found out the pipe wasn't on the fuel pump properly.
Oh, okay.
Darren said, I touched it. It went click, and I went, ah. And yeah, he was frantically then throwing his overalls on, throwing his crash helmet on. So he joined the qualifying session quite late, and this is actually Darren's first season of racing. And so far he's actually somehow managed to lead every race, and even got the victory at Brands Hatch. Admittedly, that was in a race that was reduced to 2 laps because we had a major incident for Vikram Sudera. And Vikram is back with us today for the first time since, out in a brand new car that actually Darren's company, Unique Porsche, have built up for him. So let's hoping that Vikram has an uneventful race. And he's twice set fastest lap actually, Vikram, so certainly no slouch in that Boxster of his.
Indeed, so the 911 challenge cars are off quite quickly on this formation lap. It's quite a strung out formation lap as it stands, but they'll get back to us very shortly. Let's run you through how the grid lines up then for this first race for them today. It's Rob Hollyman who finds himself on pole, did that by quite a few seconds this morning, so it's going to be interesting, the race between him and Tim Bates on that front row. Row 2 then sees the car which is going to be driven this time round by James Neal, so he's in car number 11, and alongside him is number 44, which is Stuart Jeffco. So that's the second row. Sarah Thompson heads up class 3, so a great job Sarah did this morning to take pole position. Let's see how she fares in this 25-minute race with Peter Evans alongside. Row 4 then sees Wayne Gregory with Darren King alongside. Then back to row 5 is going to be Eric Bridges and Mike Thompson for company. Then we see row 6 where you'll find Darren Labette and Vikram Suduru, so they're there on row number 6. Row 7 is Graham Hurd and Perry Darlin. The 8th row is going to be Shiraz Khan and Simon Ruffle Ward. The 9th row is Steve Shaw and Faye Noble Evans, and the final place on the grid should be taken by Michael O'Sullivan in the number 31 machine. So that's how they all line up for that first race of the day. But we're looking forward to this. Tim Bates, in terms of the 911 challenge, has had it his own way so far this year. We've only had 2 races for the 911 challenge, but there's a new man on the block this weekend, and Rob Hollyman's put it right there on pole.
He has, and Rob Hollyman actually went very, very quick here in that car last year. It's one of these cars, and Tim Bates is in the same situation where Rob's been racing that same car in a variety of series for a number of years and slowly developed it, changed it year by year, added this year, that next year, and it's turned into, well, as he says, the engine's got all the right bits, and it's a supremely sorted car that Rob is very, very confident in, and he's usually very good at getting it off the line, so we need to keep an eye on that.
We sure do. Look at that magnificent front row, isn't it? These cars look absolutely magnificent. Rob Hollyman there in the 964, Tim Bates alongside in the 911, and they do the championship and the series justice, because of course they're not racing for points, they're just there for some race victories, aren't they? But class 3, of course,
and to enjoy some very, very nice cars.
Yes, we love it indeed. So there we go, the first few rows are in place. The class 3 machines from the Porsche Boxster S's are also into position, and in fact the last row is now complete as well, which is good to see. So we are almost ready to go. The new 5-second board, which is now on the gantry, is up there ready for the drivers to see, and they've all judged that far too wrong, because they need to wait for the red lights, don't they? That's what we need. There they are. Back into position go those cars which are out of position, and away we go now. So off we go. There's going to be a few positions and a few people out where they shouldn't be, and a few slow starters towards the back. But we're underway, which is good. Rob Hollyman gets his car off the line. Not as good as the number 12 machine, which is there alongside him. So Tim Bates has done a grand job, but it's going to be fast and furious on these first opening laps as Tim Bates goes into the lead. Just wondering where Rob is. He's second, so he hasn't lost too much, but Tim Bates start much better than Rob Hollyman as they work their way in towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time. I think the rest of the 911 cars are still there as well, so the likes of James Neal is in position, and Stuart Jeffco should be up there somewhere as well before too much longer. But this could be an early indication of what we're going to get over this 25-minute race. Tim Bates leads Rob Hollyman down through Palmer for the first time.
It is. I'm always doubting my eyes, because I think it's Darren King leading the Boxsters, in which case he's made the start of the season to get up to there from where he was on the grid. I know Sarah on pole was slightly slow away, but yep, that certainly does look like Darren King leading Pete Evans, Mike Thompson and Sarah Thompson. Yeah, Sarah dropped a couple of positions, didn't she? So not the best of starts, but as I said, we've got 25 minutes to try and work our way through. 3 wide into the corner there. They all just about make it through, which is good. And then towards the rear there, bringing up the last few runners, Shiraz Khan in car number 15 as they work their way down towards Hamilton for the first time. But this is going to be a good race here. Tim Bates now leads Rob Hollyman by a couple of car lengths, not by much. So let's see if Rob Hollyman can get into his stride, try and close this gap down, give Tim Bates a little bit of a run for his money, which he has had on one occasion this year. I think James Neal was quite close, wasn't he, at the round at Donington, but the second race was a much more distant gap between the top two. But the minute, there's nothing to choose between them as they head on the bridge. This is close further back. I think that's Sarah Thompson. Sarah Thompson looking to go past Mike Thompson. No relation there. No. They're even spelt differently. Big squealer tyres from someone, but that's streaming through. That certainly is Darren King. He must be an ace of getting it off the line, but it's Pete Evans, who won last time out at Brands Hatch, right with him.
Certainly is. So they go through now. As you said, Mike Thompson in third, Sarah Thompson in fourth place as they all bunch themselves together in class 3, and then just off the tail try and work out who's there in fifth position. But I think the leading 5 are the ones who have just pulled away in terms of the Porsche Boxster S's. So they're on their way now down towards Murray's, and Sarah Thompson is under pressure there from number 52. That's Darren Labette. So is the last one on the tail as they come up towards the completion of lap number 1. But the sound of these cars is incredible as they go through. Very, very quick, of course, across the start-finish line, but make a wonderful noise as well to these Porsches.
They do very much. It's those flat 12 engines, particularly I think of those front 911s where they're Rob Hollyman looking wide, seeing if he can actually do the switch back on Tim Bates. Again, two very, very closely matched cars and two drivers who I think have spent a lot of track time very close together.
Indeed, we've got a black flag which has been held out as well, which is never a good sign, so that car will need to come into the pit lane. Can't see the number at the minute, but we'll try and get that onto the screen very shortly as the top two work their way down towards the left-hander at Agostini. That is, of course, still Tim Bates ahead of Rob Hollyman.
Car 66 is the black flag.
That's Vikram Sadira, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting.
We'll have to see if there's anything wrong with that car, or if he's done... it might be the start. That's the only thing he could have been pulled up on. But
I think he was the car who jumped and then reversed back, yeah.
So that's pretty much a no-no, isn't it?
It is, but very inexperienced, first season of racing. But yeah, that is, as you say, a no-no.
And there we go, our cameraman picks up the number for us very nicely. So 66 is a black flag, just confirming that for us on the entry. So hopefully Vikram will be able to pick that up and pull into the pit lane to have a quick chat with the officials down there. But still, nothing to choose between the top two. Tim Bates and Rob Hollyman work their way down the back straight, across the line, less than 0.2 of a second there. So that's a close battle. Close as well in Class 3 at the minute, but it's still going to be, by the looks of things, Darren King that leads ahead of the number 22 machine of Peter Evans.
That's right, but I think it could be Sarah Thompson who's got past Mike Thompson. I think it's the yellow and red car in front of the yellow and black car. And Sarah looking very racy. Had a little look inside Pete Evans. It is Sarah in third. Fantastic.
Yeah.
She's certainly shown herself to be possibly not the strongest starter, but a very, very good overtaker.
Yeah, and we saw that in qualifying as well. The pace was definitely there for Sarah. So this is looking good for her. In third place at the minute in class, just behind Peter Evans, as Paul said. So they work their way now down towards Coram. Mike Thompson hasn't fallen too far adrift, although he now is under pressure from Darren Lebet in car number 52. But watch out for that yellow and red machine of Sarah Thompson, just briefly looking towards the inside of our second place man. But will Peter Evans get flustered? We'll have to wait and see as they head their way out towards the line. There are 20 minutes just over to go. We've got a bit of a stationary clock on the screen there for you, but 20 minutes just over still left to go within this race.
That's right, yeah, the clock really is ticking in reality for the drivers. But yeah, it's a fantastic performance. We're just settling down. Still very, very close at the front. Tim Bates has still got Rob Hollyman with him. But I think it's these boxes with the action and still that black flag being held out, which we've now, thanks to the cameraman, confirmed actually is for Vikram Sudera.
Yeah, so he'll hopefully see that and pull in this time through. Here we go, back to the leaders, Tim Bates and that of Rob Hollyman. He hasn't shown any real kind of speed to get through yet, has he? We know he's got the speed, Rob, in qualifying, but when that transfers into a race, it can be completely different. Here comes Vikram into the pits, unfortunately. He's going to have a little bit of a word with the marshals there just to find out what he's done wrong. But it's a shame, isn't it? It's still learning, but few problems so far this year for Vikram.
It is, yeah. It's not been struck. He's had flashes. He's had fastest laps. He's had a podium. So yeah, he's a lovely guy to have about the place. Had a monstrous accident at Brands Hatch last time out, so he's out in a brand new car. So possibly first time back in a race after his huge role. He's got a little bit to think about, but yeah, let's hope he's set free. If though I think of black flag, he's not going to be set free, is he? I think that's his race done.
Unfortunately, I think that is for Vikram, but we'll see if we can get back out for race 2 a little bit later on. Right, this is the next battle we're going to focus on. That's Wayne Gregory on a spin, unfortunately, right in the path of someone else
Thompson.
There. It is.
I think she'd already lost a place or two, actually.
Yeah, because Wayne Gregory was down in 8th place in class, wasn't he? So
yeah.
Long way down for her.
Not quite sure what had happened there, and that's Stephen Shaw who went off in avoidance.
So Stephen Shaw rejoins, Sarah Thompson rejoins, but unfortunately for both of them, they're now quite a way off the lead battle, which is a real shame because Sarah was going great there. So already on this lap, she'd had a problem because she went through across the line in that 3rd place. So yeah, something has gone awry for her, and of course more so now we're just getting involved in that car with Wayne Gregory. There goes the number 99 machine through shot there. That's Graham Hurd, so he's having a good battle as well as they turn away on towards the right-hander at Coram. But yeah, this is good stuff so far. But towards the front, what's happening with the likes of Class 3? Well, it's still King that leads, Darren King ahead of Peter Evans by 1.5 seconds, near enough, as the leaders work their way through the Wilson hairpin. And he's still just sitting there, isn't he, Rob Hollyman? He's not trying anything for a move just yet. So I just wonder, I know this is kind of Rob Hollyman was quicker in qualifying and did it by near enough 3.5 seconds. But do we reckon that Tim might have just been saving something for the race to surprise Rob?
I think very much so at the moment, because previously in his victories here with Rob, he's tended just to grab the lead as soon as he can and then try to drive off into the distance. So if he thinks he's got more pace, then he'd certainly be using it. Car 31 there rotating, and that's our newcomer, isn't it, O'Sullivan?
That's Brian Richardson, I think. 31, is that correct? Oh, okay, so we've got different from the programme for some reason. So that's changed since I had it, but we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, that's confusing, isn't it?
You know more than me, Paul, so we'll go with that. And it says O'Sullivan on the screen, so that's O'Sullivan. Having a little bit of a rotation down at Murray's, but back on his way, down in 18th position. Right, this is the fight for the lead of Class 3 then, so very close together now between Darren King and Peter Evans as they work their way down towards Hamilton. It's got closer and closer over the last few laps, but where can Peter go for a move? He's not really close enough to do anything down towards Oggies. If you look at the back of Darren King, it just shows how inexperienced he is in terms of being a novice. He's in the first few rungs of his races and he's doing very well to lead this race.
That's right, still got the novice cross on the back, so hasn't got the requisite 6 signatures on his licence yet, and looking very unruffled at the front as well.
Certainly is. That sound again you can hear, more raindrops falling. It just seems to happen this stage of the race, isn't it? Halfway through, the rain starts to fall and it again now appears on the commentary box window, so it is now possibly going to start catching some drivers out, including Peter Evans, who goes for a rotation, half a rotation through Nelson. He's avoided by the 2 cars behind, which were Mike Thompson and Darren Lebet. So they've done well to avoid him as they try and rejoin, but Peter Evans stuck in a very precarious position there.
That's right, I'm not sure yet whether he actually got going. We'll have a little pan back across, but you're slightly out of sight of the people turning in, so not a happy place to be.
There he goes, he's back on his way, which is good. Rejoins behind Sarah Thompson, so they can rekindle that battle from earlier in the race as well. So this is going to be the situation in this race, and it doesn't sound like a lot of rain, does it? But it is catching drivers out, so it's very quick how it changes from one condition to another and how the drivers have to adapt to that as well. So and Rob Hollyman's off as well, the man in second place. I think that's more of a mechanical issue rather than he's going to pull off here, so that's not a spin, is it?
No, that's deliberate. That's putting the car into it's like the lovely phrase, a place of safety. So maybe the fact that he didn't quite have that pace was an issue.
What times has he been doing? Rob Hollyman, 2:10.7. He was the quickest man.
Fastest race lap, yeah.
Yeah, so he was quicker than that in qualifying, which is fair enough. But yeah, he's on par with Tim Bates, but at least Tim Bates now all on his own, which is a real shame because we were looking forward to that battle between him and Rob Hollyman, and that was very, very close indeed already. Now Tim Bates has over 17 seconds in hand over James Neal, who sits there in now the new second place at the end of this lap. But Tim Bates can effectively just back off the pace a little bit now. He didn't have to push that car too hard.
No, and we cut back to our Class 2, our Boxster Cup leader, Darren King, who had 2.2 seconds over Mike Thompson across the line, but nothing like that at all. In fact, he did get out that corner a lot better, but Mike Thompson is reeling him in. Mike, this championship leader, Mr. Consistent, lots of second places, never ever in 3 seasons taken a race win, so maybe he can sniff that first elusive win.
This is his moment, isn't it? This is as close as he's possibly been so far this year. So all over the back of Darren King he now goes. So Darren King probably just been a little bit tentative in this weather, not too comfortable or confident in the car being a novice. But Mike Thompson, a few seasons now in this championship, tries to get onto the tail of Darren King as they work their way down towards Brundle and Nelson. Does he dive? He thinks about it. I don't think it's quite close enough yet to make the move. So he goes back into line. He'll be sensible. He'll sit there for the time being and just see what unfolds ahead of him. But great gap he's brought down here has Mike Thompson, and with him now is not too far back. I think that's the number 52 machine of Darren Lebet, so it's going to be a 3-way fight for the race lead by the looks of it.
That's right, very much. Darren Lebet, actually a customer of Darren King. Mike Thompson really thought about ducking on the inside. I think moving to the inside as you enter Coram is a very, very brave move. But those top 3 together, Darren Lebet actually won the opening race of the season, which I think was actually only his 2nd ever motor race.
Oh, look to the inside there briefly from Darren Lebet, and Mike Thompson was almost caught out there, but you can just see how much Darren King is slowing the field down, because all of a sudden Darren Lebet was there with them without any hesitation. So Darren King has backed Mike Thompson up. I think this might be his ploy now, because he's now pulled away by a good, half a second or so. But Darren King on his way, looks a bit more comfortable up towards Rich's on this occasion, but don't put it past Mike Thompson, closing that gap right down once again as they all work their way through Richie's up towards the Wilson hairpin, and it's going to be the top 3 as the order it was across the line. Darren King, Mike Thompson and Darren Lebet as they all run very wide, especially Mike Thompson. He leaves the door way open for Darren Lebet to squeeze through, and that now changes second place within the class as well.
That's right, and so that was a huge offer by Mike Thompson, wasn't it, of here's the inside, which Darren Lebet quite gleefully took. Now it's now Darren King's going to have this slight issue now where it's one of his unique Porsche customers coming, but Mike Thompson's fought back and he's got the inside, and that's going to put him on the inside as they go down to Agostini.
Mike Thompson's quick out the corners, that's what I've noticed so far, so he gets good acceleration on the exit of the corner, so he again should be able to keep this place now away from Darren Lebet, which he does. So yeah, he's clear of the third place man for now as they work their way down towards the left-hander at Hamilton. Now it's about closing that gap back down on the race leader, which is Darren King in this number 17 machine at the minute. But Darren coming here this weekend, third within the championship, and of course one of those race victories to his name as well at Brands Hatch.
That's right, very much so, and let's say his stress levels must have reduced hugely from the issues they had in qualifying when the car just wouldn't fire and he missed part of the session. So to go from when he actually genuinely thought he wasn't going to start the session, actually make it out racing today. And yeah, he's eased away down that straight, hasn't he? This is definitely a case of cars being stronger in some parts of the circuit than others.
Certainly is, so the gaps start to open up once again. I think the rain has briefly stopped once more, so that could be aiding the confidence for Darren King once again. So he's looking all right. Here comes Peter Evans, carving his way through the field, as trying to look to the inside there was the 600 machine, which is Simon Ruffle-Ward. Also in the mix there is Graham Hurd. So Peter Evans has made a bit more progress, hasn't he, than Sarah Thompson, because Sarah's down in 10th place in class, and I think Peter Evans already back up into about 6th or 7th now.
That's right, two who actually dropped out the lead group earlier on in the race, so a little bit of fight back going on, certainly from Pete Evans. Stephen Shaw going slightly wide there as they go through the bomb hole. Sarah actually going wide and seeing if she can actually get past that 76 car of Faye Noble-Evans, so that's our two lady racers together.
Yeah, fighting hard, which is nice to see. So Sarah Thompson gets the bet of Faye. Unfortunately, Perry Darlin has got some problems there, because he's also pulled that car off to a place of safety. So the number 81 machine looking to take no further part within this race as well, with about 10.5 minutes to go. As here we go, Sarah Thompson looking for another place up towards Richie's corner. She's been very assertive now, isn't she, on her way through the field, which is nice to see. So
that's it, two in less than a half a lap, essentially, going past Simon Ruffle-Ward there for another position. So that should actually take her to 10th overall, I think.
And now she's trying to work her magic on the next car, which is Graham Hurd. So let's see if she can get that one done as well. And then just up the road, Peter Evans. And if you can get on the tail of Peter Evans, you might be able to work your way very nicely through and catch up with the leading group once again. But they lost quite a bit of time, didn't they, through that spin and the problems they've had earlier in the race. But Sarah now working her magic as they head along the short straight down towards Agostini. I think she could be on for the move here at Graham Hurd, who goes defensive in towards Agostini. Can Sarah get the cut back? Well, Graham runs slightly wide. I don't know if there's enough of a room there to get a Porsche through. Not quite, but Sarah Thompson now definitely hustling the back of Graham Hurd. But you can see how much time they've lost already to Peter Evans up the road.
It is. Now, Sarah's father told me just before the race that they'd actually committed to a full dry setup. So that's a very stiff car. So possibly now the track's drying again and the rain has stopped. Suddenly she's got a car again that she can race. It might have been just a bit of a handful when it was slippery.
Yeah, working in her favour once more, but for now stuck behind Graham Hurd as they work their way on towards the Bentley Straight once more. She should get a nice little tow here, down there, in towards Brundle and Nelson, as she feints towards the left-hand side, which thankfully is the inside. Peter Evans was trying to make a move there as well on Wayne Gregory just up the road, and I think he might just have got that done. Let's have a look. No, not quite. So Wayne Gregory standing his ground as well. Evans runs a little bit wide on the corner, but Sarah Thompson is through in the background, so she now works her way up into 8th place ahead of the car of Simon Ruffle-Ward.
That's right, fantastic recovery drive. I just see how much time there is. The next car's unfortunately quite a way up the road for Sarah.
Yeah, so last time through it was about 3 seconds by the looks of it, so we'll get an accurate look on that gap this time round as Peter Evans runs a little bit wide through the corner of Murray's there, but now looking to try and do some magic on the back of Wayne Gregory. You're not quite close enough there though, so Wayne Gregory's got the power up the straight. Uphill they go in towards Richie's corner, come over the slight brow there as they turn in towards Richie's. Windscreen wiper's still going, but that could have just been left on from the earlier situation, so I don't think there's too much rain to worry about now. The gap between Peter Evans and Sarah Thompson that time through was 3.9 seconds, so we'll keep an eye on that and see if Sarah has anything left in the tank to try and close down in on Peter Evans.
That's right, still good lap times from Sarah despite the fact she overtook 2 cars on that lap, so great comeback drive. Pete Evans now, he's looking very, very racy, isn't he? He did have that race ready for him to take until he made that mistake.
These are the leaders still, by the way, so that's Darren King and also the number 6 machine right behind of Mike Thompson. Darren Lebet is also with them as well. So 1, 2, 3 go through Agostini. This is 4th place, which is the 38 machine of Eric Bridges. And then the 5th place fight, Wayne Gregory and Peter Evans. Still not through yet, but let's see if he gets a good run. He goes to the inside down towards Hamilton, but Wayne has that one covered again. Let's see what he can do in towards Oggies. He's looking really pacey now, is Peter, but he just needs to place that car in the right position, not be too aggressive, but just enough to get himself through and then challenge the next car up the road.
Wayne Gregory really isn't going to give that place away easily, though, is he? We're actually now looking at the leaders coming towards us. Mike Thompson tucked up right behind Darren King. For a second you couldn't even see his car, and he's going to try and pop out and see if he can actually do it on the brakes. But Darren comes across, covers it, and brakes, I think, just that fraction later, judging by how that gap went out again.
Yeah, certainly is. So Darren King holds on for now. Just under 7 minutes of this race to go. Darren Lebet in the background has just lost out briefly now to the top 2. So probably not a wise, too bad a move actually, just to sit there and see what happens with the top 2, because it's getting quite feisty up front now as Mike Thompson almost runs into the back of Darren King as they work their way in towards Coram. Slightly different lines there, a bit wider for the man in 2nd place, but Darren King, of course, having just to go a little bit more defensive into these corners now because Mike Thompson is so close. And unfortunately, Brian O'Sullivan, has gone off again down at Agostini.
That's right, yeah, that's got a few people out down there today. I think maybe it's still staying just a little bit more slippery than the rest of the circuit, but that lead group, Mike Thompson is, he's putting his car one side and the other. He's making his intentions clear. Unfortunately, that Sarah Thompson looks like she's gone off.
What a shame. I think that's down towards, is that Murray's, I think, the final corner. So again, she's just been caught out possibly on the brakes. You kind of overrun the corner if you brake a little bit too late. You can go straight on there. So what a shame for Sarah. A race which was looking so good, wasn't it, after qualifying on pole, running inside the top 3 places, but all of a sudden it's just come undone. But luckily for her, she's got another race to try and make pay for what's been so far an okayish day, but she'll want a little bit of a better result from this one if she can. Meantime, back to the leaders, still King ahead of Thompson and Lebet, and again Mike Thompson almost glued now to the back of the race leader.
That's right, Mike Thompson saying, numerous 2nd places, never taken the win, but this is one of the rare occasions when he's actually been able to get to the circuit the day before to join in the test session. So as he said it, he felt he was hitting the ground running today rather than trying to catch up with everybody. So it's interesting to see if he can actually just get that final position away from Darren King, but I've yet to see Darren put that car out of place whatsoever. Fantastic driving from the relatively inexperienced man.
There's Sarah into the pit lane, so her problems have led to her visiting the pit lane for the team. Just have a quick look over, make sure there's nothing too serious with that, and if she does rejoin, she will be probably a lap down, but she'll get some good running towards the end for the later race as King and Thompson work their way on towards the back straight once more. Just under 5 minutes to go, so Tim Bates is very shortly to come through. He's still leading, by the way, just to let you know, where Tim Bates goes through onto lap number 10, and he should, I reckon, squeeze 3 more laps in, I reckon, with the time we have left.
That's right, Mike Thompson again, this very quick on this part of the circuit. He's very determined, but they're now just barely a car's length between them as they're coming through the bomb hole, and then they're going to be doing that endless right turn of Coram.
Certainly are. So Mike Thompson feints one way, then the other. He goes back to the inside in towards Coram, but there is no gap to squeeze through just yet. If he can keep this pressure on, surely at some stage Darren King's going to be making a mistake as Lebet gets closer in 3rd position as well. So we once again, concertina, the top 3 in Class 3 back together. So it's Darren King that leads. Mike Thompson still sits there in the yellow and black car in 2nd, and the white car behind of Darren Lebet comes onto the tail as well. So lots happening with Class 3. There is your race leader overall, by the way, in the 911 challenge. That is Tim Bates. And to be fair, that gap has come down between 2nd as Lebet goes for the inside line on Mike Thompson. Is that going to work at Richie's corner? Oh, I don't know. He's not quite going to have the drag, I don't think, up towards the Wilson hairpin, because he goes very defensive, does Mike Thompson. He allows Darren Lebet to go to the outside line. So all of that was almost done, but Mike Thompson, with that acceleration, got back to the inside line, kept him behind.
Exactly, as you said a few laps ago, Matt, he's very good at getting out the corners, Mike Thompson, and carrying that speed out through the corner, because he actually had enough room there to switch sides of the track. He was caught on the outside and yet managed to get to the inside to defend as they got to Wilson.
You've got to be confident to do that as well. You've got to make sure the car behind is not alongside you, because in quite a few incidents, you do that and you make contact with the car that's trying to get past. So good awareness there from Mike Thompson not to make contact with Darren Lebet behind. Here comes the ever-charging Peter Evans through the field now, because he's onto the tail of Eric Bridges, isn't he? So we've got the 3 for the lead, we've got 3 for 4th place. This is another close battle in the race, and what can Peter Evans do? We know he's been quick, but he just needs to find that gap to squeeze his way through.
He is, yeah. He's one of these drivers that has an eventful race, isn't he? He's going to certainly have plenty to talk about afterwards, but yeah, he's putting his car one side and then the other, putting Eric Bridges under a lot of pressure, and now it looks like he's got alongside him. He's trying the long way round the outside.
Yeah, and what have they got in terms of straight line speed? Well, we'll find out very shortly. Wayne Gregory comes into the mix as well, so here's the 3rd car in this battle. It's almost going to be 3 wide as we head down towards the Brundle and Nelson sequence of corners. They are your leaders in Class 3. Darren King still under pressure from Mike Thompson. No let off just yet between those two, as again Mike Thompson looks for the inside line, but behind Eric Bridges just keeping Peter Evans at bay, and Wayne Gregory now coming back into the mix as well. So Peter Evans did find his way past Wayne Gregory, but Wayne Gregory is determined to get back up into that 5th place now.
Very, very much so. Suddenly, I think Pete Evans is he's got the car he's focusing on in front, but he's got someone to worry about, and his mirror's just behind him. Again, this lead 3, Mike Thompson just can't quite get in the position to put a serious challenge in on Darren King.
Can't at the minute. There go the next 3 through the picture. Eric Bridges, Peter Evans, and I think Wayne Gregory on that occasion gets a better run out of the corner. So up towards the line they now go. Peter Evans is looking towards the outside, Wayne Gregory to the inside, and they're going to run side by side up towards the first corner. Darren Lebet back down the inside of Mike Thompson as well for 2nd place. He's tried this before. It didn't work on that occasion. It doesn't work on this occasion, but what happens behind Peter Evans has been passed, because he's got the job done, hasn't he? Wayne Gregory back up into 4th place. This is getting very, very feisty, but we are enjoying it because they're all keeping it very clean indeed.
Very, very much so. I've seen no contact at all, but yeah, Darren King under all this pressure in just what it has to be his 5th motor race, and yeah, yet to put a wheel wrong as far as I can see. Mike Thompson's looked one side, he's looked the other, and he's been particularly racy down the straight, but each time Darren King's been able to position his car and not had a clean move.
Here he goes once again, Mike Thompson looking all over the back of Darren King. He goes inside, he goes outside, but none of those are ways through at the minute for the man who's finished in the top 3 places on every race so far, but yet to take a win has Mike Thompson. So he has got a few more corners to go. I think Tim Bates is going to come through to get one more lap in. It's going to be close, but I think we've just got time to get another lap in. And for these guys and girls who we see in Class 3, they'll get an extra lap as well. So that's beneficial for us, because we get to see some more great racing. As Tim Bates comes up towards the line, he will now head on to the last lap as the fight for Class 3 continues between the 3 contenders of Darren King, Mike Thompson, and of course down there behind them as well, Darren Lebet.
That's right. So far, lap after lap, Mike Thompson then pops out, looks to see if the inside, looks to see if he can brake later than Darren King, but Darren holds his nerve and brakes and brakes and brakes, and in this situation actually slightly blocked Mike Thompson, which brought Darren Lebet back into play yet again. These 3 barely, and a fantastic exit, and Mike Thompson's actually got alongside as they get to the bomb hole. That's a brave place to be, but I think he actually had a couple of wheels on the grass, but that's fired Darren King wide. I don't think there was contact. I think Darren just went wide there.
I think he was trying to leave his braking as late as possible. With that, Mike Thompson was alongside. He then missed his braking point, and off the track he goes wide. So finally, Mike Thompson has found a way through. So this could be the moment he gets his first win in the Porsche Boxster S category. He's got a lap still to go. Darren King will be determined to try and close the gap down and try and move up from 3rd position. But of course, he's got work now to do to try and catch up firstly with Darren Lebet in 2nd as they head on to their last lap. Peter Evans actually is not too far adrift of them, along with Wayne Gregory and also Eric Bridges. So it can still change with these 6 cars as they work their way now in towards Ritchie's for the final time. This has been a really, really good fight from start to finish, and it's not quite over yet as Tim Bates works his way on this final lap. I think he's almost towards the end of it, whilst the Class 3 cars work their way in towards Wilson. Eric Bridges runs wide. That leaves the door open now for the 53 machine of Wayne Gregory to try and squeeze through, but unluckily for him, he'll have the outside line down towards Palmer.
It is very much. Dives down to the inside as well, though. He's not having the outside. It's the inside that he wants, and he couldn't quite get his nose alongside that other car of Eric Bridges.
Yeah, no takers for the outside on that occasion. They all wanted to be on the inside, which is fair enough, especially on this last lap, which we are now on to, as they continue their fight down towards the left-hander of Agostini. It's Wayne Gregory there in the middle of that fourth place sandwich, and just up the road is Darren Lebet in the middle of the lead-in sandwich as Tim Bates comes in towards the final corner, and it's going to be 3 out of 3 for Tim Bates this year in the 911 Challenge. He works his way up towards the line. He's not going to be winning by a huge margin, but he wins comfortably, I think it's fair to say. So Tim Bates takes the checker flag in the 911 Challenge. Second place should go the way of James Neal, who would close that gap down to around about 8 seconds in the end. So through he comes in second, and for third place in this new car for Stuart Jeffcoat, the Porsche 993, he should come through in third position. But the question is, can Mike Thompson hold on to the lead and pick up his first win in Class 3 of the Porsche Championship? We'll find out shortly, because we are moments away from seeing that. Here he comes down towards the right-hander of the bomb hole. He's got a nice buffer up the road from the man behind, which is that of Darren Lebet. But he's now just got to make sure there's no slippery stuff into those last couple of corners, which I don't think there are. I think the rain has dispersed and gone away for now. But Mike Thompson, he's tried many occasions so far this year, but this should be job done for the number 6 machine. He takes a little bit extra curb on the way through Murray's. He heads up now towards the line, and let's see how excited Mike Thompson is going to be, because the checker flag is at the ready and he's a winner for the first time in Class 3.
Fantastic performance. Delighted for Mike, because he's a lovely guy and he's always been on that second place. So it must be so exciting to take your first win after all of that. And it's taken him a few seasons, but he's been so consistent and so deserved. So extends his Boxster Cup Championship lead.
He won't want to stop at the end of this race, will he? He want to carry on.
Well, I was thinking just now, actually, that he was the one person who wanted the flag to come out the moment the clock got to 0, wasn't he, really?
Indeed. Well done to Mike Thompson. He picks up victory then in Class 3. Second place goes the way of number 52, which is Darren Lebet. So a good result there for Darren, who has already been a winner this year so far. But again, helps him out in the championship, keeps him as close as he possibly can do to Mike Thompson, who extends that championship lead after this fifth round of the season. Behind them in third place is going to be Darren King, a story of what could have been for Darren after that move at the bomb hole, but Darren comes through third place in class, just ahead of Wayne Gregory. Eric Bridges in fifth. Sixth place then for Peter Evans. Seventh place for the number 76 machine of Faye Noble Evans. Great result for her. Just ahead of number 49, which is that of Stephen Shaw. He finishes 11th place overall and 8th within the class. So there we go. That is 911 Challenge and Porsche Classic Boxster Cup done for now. We enjoyed that, and again, Paul, we look forward to that second race a little bit later on.
Very much so, actually. Yeah, more to come from the Porsches. It's been a busy morning, actually, into the early afternoon for us, but we've got more to come. I'll get the stories once more, like same as after the Porsche Club Championship, just to see who's got what to say and what happened to who, the things that we didn't see or didn't quite understand. Particularly try and find out what happened to Rob Hollyman. Let's hoping that's not putting him out for the day, and it's just something that can be fixed on that car before we have that second race at the end of the day.
Indeed, thanks very much, Paul. We'll let you get off and get those stories from the drivers as always, but Paul will be back with us a little bit later on for, of course, the Porsche Club Championship and, of course, the second race for the 911 Challenge and the Boxster Cup as well. Thanks very much to Paul Jerd. Very shortly, we'll be hearing from, I should say, our race winner, which is Tim Bates, on his way back into the pit lane, and hopefully we'll have a quick word with some of our Class 3 podium finishers as well, because that was a very eventful race there, which saw Mike Thompson pick up his first ever win in the Boxster Cup class. So well done to him. I'm sure he's going to be with a big smile on his face, and hopefully we'll have a lot to hear from him as well. So we look forward to that very shortly, because Mark Werrell is down there just trying to catch up with the drivers as best as he can. In the meantime, we'll look forward to what's still to come here today at Snetterton, because we've got one more race before the lunch break, and that's going to be for the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons. We've got a nice healthy contingent of cars for that one here this weekend, which is great to see. Then we'll be into a lunch break around about 1:30, and then we're back this afternoon 2:20 with 6 races on the agenda to look forward to. So don't go anywhere. Keep with us here at Snetterton, and of course on the live stream. We are of course with you for just today, not tomorrow unfortunately, but there is racing down here at Snetterton. If you want to come and join us for tomorrow with some more championships and series joining us on day 2, but we've got the small matter of day 1 to get through before that, and we've seen some really good racing so far, close racing and different winners for the first time this year as well. One of those being, as we said, Mike Thompson, who is down there somewhere. He's just working his way slowly back into the pit lane with the other 911 Challenge cars. There we can see the number 44 machine of Stuart Jeffcoat, as we mentioned, new car for him for this weekend. So just getting a few testing miles under his belt before he heads back to his normal series. But good to see him coming home in third position, just behind the car of James Neal, which will be handed over to Neil Harvey for race number 2. So James is the owner, Neil effectively is a mechanic and the man who looks after the car and has done quite a bit of work on it. But Neil gets the chance to drive that car in race number 2 a little bit later on. So he comes home in a very happy second position in that Porsche 964. In the end, he was 8.6 seconds adrift of Tim Bates as the race winner for what's going to be the third time this year. As we said, can he make it 4 wins out of 4? We'll find out a little bit later on with the Porsche 911 Challenge and Boxster Cup, that final race just after 4:30 this afternoon. So that's what we've got coming up for you here at Snetterton. So one more race on the way. The cars will be lining up onto the grid very shortly. The Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons, a little bit of a lesser distance for them, 15 minutes, so it's going to be short and sweet, and hopefully we'll get that one done before any more rain falls here today, because it is one of those days after the warm temperatures of yesterday. Things now just starting to cool down, a few thunderstorms possibly within the area, and these sporadic showers as well, which are just hovering over the circuit. It's not too bad out there, quite pleasant today, not too much wind either, but yeah, it's just playing with the drivers, this rain. Just don't know where the grip is and what tyres to go for, but luckily for the drivers we've just seen, they were all on treaded Pirelli tyres, so they wouldn't have had to worry too much about the conditions as we went through. There's Eric Bridges, he's happy, just trying to work out where he needs to go, but gets himself home inside the top 5 places of the Class 3. And there's Peter Evans after his spin, of course, earlier on in the race, so he did well to recover back to 6th position. There's Faye Noble-Evans, first of our lady racers home in that race, after Sarah Thompson qualified her car on pole position. But Sarah was a finisher, although down in 15th place overall. So Sarah, unfortunately, was looking good after qualifying, but things didn't quite go away in the end for that one. So she is hoping for better things in race 2. But for now, we can find out more from the drivers with Mark.
Area. We're going to chat to the winners of the respective classes this time. So Tim Bates is already out of the race-winning car. Big smile on Tim's face because Tim, that's another win in the 911 Challenge. Rob Holliman looked to have the pace in qualifying, but his car gave him issues.
Yeah, he was all over me. I got a real good start, got away, and I thought, well, I'll keep him honest for as many laps as I can. And so we was having some really good battles. I had to do some real defending, but he got a lot of power up the straights, and then I get away from him in the wiggly bits. But we had a great battle, and it made it worthwhile. We came into the bomb hole, and there was it was like damp and a bit of wet come down over the back, so I was all over the place. I nearly lost the car, and Rob was all over the back of me, and then he was right on my tail then, and then he dropped back. So I don't know what's happened to him, but it's really sad that he had to drop out, because we'd have probably battled on for a few more. It was good.
Well, fingers crossed he's back out later on, but it would be good to see the two of you having that squabble again.
Yes, it would. Fantastic. Really enjoyed that.
Well done on the win.
Thank you.
There we go, so that's our overall race winner. We're going to grab a quick word also with the man who secured the top honours in Class 3. So we're going to grab a quick word with Mike Thompson. Mike will be a happy guy because congratulations, Mike, your first win in the Porsche Club, and now that makes it 5 different winners out of the first 5 races.
It is, yeah. It's pretty surreal, to be fair. I felt like crying over and over. Like, I've been pushing to try and get a first for the past 2 years, and I'm always second or third, and just managed to put the move on Darren on the last, I think, second to last lap or something, and just get past him and maintain it without passing out.
Well, you know the old saying is that the first one is always the hardest. Well, you've done that when you've got that monkey off your back now, and you can look forward to the second race later on.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope to put some good results in the second one as well. But for now, I'm just overwhelmed with the first players. I just can't believe it.
Well, congratulations on the win, and congratulations on extending your championship lead in Class 3.
Thank you very much.
There we go. So that's it from our drivers down here in Parc Fermé. We will see the 911 Challenge and the Porsche Boxster Cup back out later on, but let's hand you back over to Matt Suckling. One more race before the lunch break, the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons.
Thanks very much, Mark. Yep, so we now turn our attention, as you said, to the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons for the first race of the day. We've got a few more entries for this one, which is great to see, and very shortly we'll take you through how the grid is going to line up, because on pole position there you can see the number 7 machine of Luke Schlevitz. He has done a great job this morning to put himself on pole position in the Golf at 210.173. Alongside him, number 30 is that of Gavin Dunn in the BMW. So 7 and 30 make up the front row. Row 2 is number 74, which is Tom Murphy, with Chris Murphy alongside, and all Murphy row number 2 there. One of them I think in the Sierra, the other one in the BMW Z4. We've got then on row 3 Steve Wood and Christian Dean. Row 4 with Mark Tomlinson and Rob Sadler. And then behind them we've got Jason Dezinez and Mark Lane. The 6th row with Matthew Johnson and David Waddington. The 7th row, Dominic Barlow and Terenzo Di Francesco, and the final place on the grid should be with that of Albert Moore. So we're good to go for 15 minutes of racing. The green flag lap gets underway. Normally we don't have green flag laps for Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons, but they've decided that they probably need one today with the weather conditions slightly different to what they had during qualifying. So they head off now onto a formation lap as the drivers once again work their way through with as much weaving as possible, just make sure the temperature is into those tyres. But this is a series of races, no championship points on offer. It's just for the drivers to come out, a little bit of fun, a little bit more testing before the next championship races or anything else they're looking to do. But it's great to see the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloon still doing well. Some old faces are joining us back here once again this weekend, and also some newcomers, which is always nice to see. Matthew Johnson was one of those who was expected to be here, and he is. He starts down on row number 6. He's out in that BMW Z4, which get their own races tomorrow. So he's again just having a little bit more practice before tomorrow. Lawrence Squires was also another man who was meant to be here, but unfortunately has not made the trip to Snetterton this weekend in his BMW. And the legendary engine builder is also going to be out there, which is Gavin Dunn, and he's the man who's qualified on the front row of the grid in his BMW E36 M3. There was a car there which you might just have seen, I think, with the boot up on the car, which is never a good thing. There you go. I think that's the car of it's one of the Civics, isn't it? I thought that was Lane. Let's have a look and see if we can work out who that is as they work their way down. I'm sure if he brakes hard enough it would probably close, but I might need to get some attention on that before the race gets underway. It's Mark Lane, by the way, so the Civic of Mark Lane. Someone's probably just missed a trick there to put the bonnet down before the boot down before he's left. So yeah, he's going to have to try and get that sorted. I'm sure he can see it. If not, he can definitely feel it, because there'll be a lot of wind coming in from the back there. So Mark Lane, who's expected to line up on the 5th row of the grid, just having to get that sorted, so he might actually be a pit lane starter in that car, but we'll see what we can do. The Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons, they cater for a wide variety of two-wheel drive saloons along with coupes and hatchbacks, and it's a multi-class structure, as you can see. At the front of the field you will see the likes of the BMWs and of course the Golf of Luke Schlevitz, who's qualified on pole. The Sierra Cosworth is with us today as well, of Tom Murphy. Great to see that one out. And in previous races, we've also seen the Jaguars and also some slightly newer machinery in the form of the Ford Fiesta ST180s and other makes of Ford as well. Whilst the leading rear-wheel drive machines are favourite to dominate here, like the BMW, should be quite quick off the line. We never know what the weather's going to do. We've talked a lot about that today, but if it does rain, they will not probably be suited as much to that compared to the dry. But we'll see what the BMW can do up against the Golf alongside. And it's nice to see that Tom Murphy makes a welcome return here this weekend after blowing yet another engine at Donington Park earlier in the season. That was the first races of the year. So Tom Murphy has missed Silverstone and also Cadwell Park, which is back here this weekend. And hopefully we'll see him back out for the final few races at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit, when we will be with the Mini Festival, and also back here at Snetterton towards the beginning of October. So effectively they've got a few 6-week breaks now before the next rounds, but looking forward to what these two races do deliver here today at Snetterton. So up towards the line they come then, ready to get their first race underway. Luke Schlevitz, as I say, quicker this morning than Gavin Dunn by 2.2 seconds in the end. So that's a very healthy margin, but we've seen in previous races today, those that qualified well didn't necessarily carry that speed through into the race a little bit later on. So we've got the Mark Lane machine coming into position. We've got a handy official standing by just to get that bonnet shut and get the race underway as quick as we can without too much delay. So Mark Lane pulls up and the bonnet will hopefully go down and stay down. Yeah, that seems good. Nice little tug on the rear just to make sure that it doesn't fly back up. So the scrutineers are happy. The officials then can get this race underway once the final car has come into position towards the back, which is the BMW of Albert Moore. So he pulls up. Brake lights come on, and now all look towards the gantry, which very shortly will come up with the red lights. There's the 5-second board first off, so hopefully everyone can see that. No moving this time until the red lights come on, which they do now, and 15 minutes of racing here at Snetterton for race 1 of the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons do get underway, and it's an even start actually from both the Golf and also the BMW on that front row of the grid. But which one will lead down towards Ritchie's? It's the might of the BMW, and possibly the Sierra Cosworth will get through as well of Tom Murphy, which it does. So already Luke Schlevitz with work to do. He's dropped down into 3rd position as they turn their way through the first corner for the first time of asking, and hopefully all 15 make it through safely, which they have. So up towards the Wilson hairpin they go for the first time. It's BMW that leads. Sierra was second, but how much longer for as Luke Schlevitz finds the inside line. He gets himself through and back already up into 2nd place. So it didn't take him long at all to find the gap he needed. Now what can he do about Gavin Dunn? Can he make light work of the number 30 BMW as one of the Z4s there runs slightly wide? There's Mark Lane with the boot now shut on his car for the race, which is good. So he now will try and make some progress from 10th on the grid. First of the Z4s is in position just behind the top 3, so that's going to be Chris Murphy. So he's had a fairly good start. Qualified 4th, runs 4th at the minute, so let's see if he can keep himself up there in those places, and more importantly one of the leading Z4s as the leaders work their way down towards Oggies for the first time. And already Luke Schlevitz now coming into his own as he tries to cut to the inside of Gavin Dunn. Bit of grass to be used as well, but that's given him a bit of traction, which helps him along his way. And let's see if he can now drag that BMW all the way down the Bentley straight. In fact, he's already got past as they work their way onto the back straight for the first time. So it's Luke Schlevitz that leads. Has he got the speed in the straight line? No, he hasn't, because Gavin Dunn in that BMW powers straight back past him. So Dunn now to the head of the field once more. Luke Schlevitz second, Tom Murphy third. So already we've had, I think, 3 lead changes on this opening lap, which is brilliant to see. They've already dropped the Sierra by the looks of things as well in 3rd place. So Tom Murphy now trying to hold on ahead of Chris Murphy as the Sierra and the Z4 go up against each other through the bomb hole. And then for 5th place, who's going to come through next? One of those Z4s almost out wide there as they turn their way through towards the end of the lap. But leaders back together as well. Dunn still just about hanging on from Luke Schlevitz as they turn their way in towards Murray's, but you can guess what's coming next, because in the straight line Gavin Dunn should pull away. So this is going to give us effectively a race of 2 halves here, with the BMW having the straight line advantage, but the Golf being able to come back in the corners. So we're going to look forward to this over the next 12.5 minutes as the top 4 now go through to complete lap number 1. I can tell you behind the top 4, in 5th place, the next of the Z4s is that of number 16, which is Mark Tomlinson, and then behind that in the number 8 car coming through next up in what's going to be 6th position, that's the car of Steve Wood, and then 7th place for the Renault Clio next up, and that's number 17, which is Christian Dean. So all 5 make it through at the completion of the first lap, but it is Dunn who leads by a second as they work their way now down towards Palmer. Tom Murphy just trying to pull away slightly there from Chris Murphy. I think he's just about managing to do that, although Chris Murphy again, a bit like the lead battle, is better through the corners, where the Sierra is a little bit quicker down in a straight line. So this circuit nowadays, of course, lends itself to these sorts of races. And back in the day when Snetterton was just the 2-mile circuit, without the infield, it was kind of 2 long straights and a couple of corners at either end. But nowadays it's a lot more challenging and a lot more for the drivers to think about as well, as the flame spits from the rear of the Ford Sierra. Lovely to see that as Tom Murphy works that car very nicely in towards Oggies. Here comes Luke Schlevitz flying through the corner, but again onto the straight. He's just going to lose out to that Gavin Dunn, isn't he? A BMW up the road from him, so he will have to unfortunately just sit there and be as close as he possibly can at the corners, and when they get onto the straight, hope that he can keep himself there and potentially just be later on the brakes, but that's going to be hard to do in a race which is already opening up the field, especially between second and third, and also now between fourth and the fifth. But the two battles we have inside the top four are very close indeed, as now Chris Murphy starts to close in on the Ford Sierra of Tom Murphy. Here comes Mark Tomlinson through, 6th place there still for Steve Wood, and then the Clio is behind, in fact 2 Clios behind. First of those is number 17 coming through, that's going to be Christian Dean, and Jason Dezines has made up some places as well from 9th on the grid, so he's now into 8th position, just the one, but one's better than none, and he now finds himself up into 8th place. I did see briefly as well some windscreen wipers starting to come back on, so where I am in the commentary box it doesn't seem to be raining, but of course it's a vast circuit here at Snetterton, so it wouldn't be surprising if there is some rain over towards the other ends of the circuit, so we'll keep an eye on that. We'll listen out for the camera microphones, which have been very handy today in terms of letting us know if there's any rain falling, especially down there towards the right hander of the bomb hole. But for now I think we're all good, no times really dropping off, because through the race leader has gone, and he's just gone and done the quickest lap of the race, Gavin Dunn. He's done a 2:11.877, so that's his first flying lap. The gap between him and Luke Schlevitz was 1.3 seconds, so that's comfortable for now between the top two. There's then going to be a 7.1 second gap between second and third, so already Tom Murphy has lost a lot of ground to the leading two. Here's a nice little fight as well to focus on. This is the number 48 machine of Dominic Barlow, and he currently sits behind the number 82 machine, which is, it says in the programme Steve Wood, but Steve Wood's in a different car for this weekend and different number, so that does mean that Mark Lane is the man who is under pressure here. So Mark Lane goes with the number 48 machine of Dominic Barlow as they work their way down towards the left-hander of Palmer, and they're not too far away from catching up with the next of the BMW Z4s there as well, so let's see if they can make some headway on that car. Lights ablaze already for one of our competitors, but of course there's no traffic to get their way through just yet. I think that BMW Z4 is a little bit slow into the corner there, but we'll pick up the pace on the way out hopefully, as they now once again power their way down towards Hamilton. That is David Waddington that we're looking at. Behind him is now the number 48 machine of Barlow. Very similar car in fact to Mark Lane. I think Barlow's actually now dropped behind these cars. So yeah, we've had a bit of a shuffle on this lap already, so this is the lower rungs of the top 12 or 13 as they turn through the right hander in towards the Bentley straight once more. Leaders go through for another time. Still Dunn and Schlevitz your top two, separated by 1.2 seconds, although Luke Schlevitz has just responded on that previous lap, so he now takes over the quickest lap of the race, 2:10.999, so no emergency I don't think, because he's actually helping himself in terms of closing that gap as we get a bit of side-by-side action here down towards the right-hander of Nelson. That is the number 2 machine, I think, which has just made up a position, and that's going to be Matthew Johnson, who is working his way through the field. But I think Matthew Johnson actually is a lap down already, so he is slightly in the way here of these two trying to get through. So that's the confusion, I think, because Waddington has already moved ahead, hasn't he? David Waddington in number 68. That's the car behind number 2. He moved ahead on that previous lap past the number 48 machine of Dominic Barlow. So this is actually now for 11th and 12th places. Within amongst them, as we said, the number 2 machine of Matthew Johnson, just looking to be lapped by these two cars. Although Matthew Johnson has got the pace, I'm just wondering if he's had an issue on that first lap, which is dropped him down for some reason and is now trying to fight his way back. Nonetheless, they're still having a good tussle, and so are the top two now, because Gavin Dunn and Luke Schlevitz, nothing to choose between them. That gap, which was 1.2 seconds at the line, is pretty much nothing now as they head under the bridge once more. So down in towards the left-hander they go, Brundle and Nelson, and it's this part of the circuit where Luke Schlevitz will now start to close up. So through here, he'll get closer, down towards the bomb hole, he'll be even closer, in towards Coram, he'll almost be on the tail of the BMW, and down towards Murray's, he might look to make a move, but then after that it starts to get difficult because the BMW starts to stretch its legs once again. Here we go, Luke Schlevert's all over the back of the BMW. If he can find himself ahead into the corner, he then has a chance of trying to hold on as he goes side by side round the outside, and Luke Schlevert's gets the job done. So that's one box ticked, but it's now the second box he needs to tick of trying to stay ahead of Gavin Dunn, which he doesn't, because straight away Gavin's straight back past and on his way in the lead of the race once more. But this is what Luke needs to do, and he needs to force the race leader into a mistake. But as they went across the line there, I think Luke Schlevert's was a lot slower than he should have been. So hopefully there's not a problem starting to emerge for that car, because that would be a real shame to have our lead battle with just one car left. So hopefully Luke can carry on. This battle carries on that we're watching now. This is still between the likes of the number 68 machine, who in fact is battling with number 2. So our timing screen is now updated. So there must have been a slight transponder issue there with Matthew Johnson's car, because he's now been slotted into 11th position. Behind them is the number 68 machine, so that is now where it should be, and fighting with the number 2 machine, that's going to be David Waddington. And then behind them you can just see the Honda Civic coming into shot as well, which is the car of number 48, which is Dominic Barlow. So this in fact is a fight for what's going to be 11th place, 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th place, because it's the Di Francesco in the BMW, the 666 machine, which just sits on the tail. So those four together, this is your fight for 3rd place, so effectively the final step on the podium between Tom Murphy and Chris Murphy. So the Sierra now being caught up by the Z4, and again through the corners I think it's where the Z4 is at its best. In a straight line, just like the BMW, is where the Sierra comes into its own as well. So this is looking good. It's even closer actually than the race leader, which was 1.4 seconds across the line, but this one now is down to pretty much nothing as well as we work our way through this 5th lap of the race. 4.5 minutes to go, so time is very quickly ticking away as we work our way into the final third of this first race for the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons. Under the bridge they're about to go, but they're a distant 17.5 seconds back from the race leaders, so you can just see how the pace has increased for Gavin Dunn and Luke Schlevert's, who are down towards Murray's for the next time of asking. And again, it's very close between them, I can tell you, just out of the commentary box window. And here now, unfortunately, James Murphy just pulling away here, just losing ground to the race that is ahead of him of the Sierra. So Tom Murphy and Chris Murphy, 3rd and 4th, headed now through in towards Coram. The gap comes down and down and down again, but as we know, onto the start-finish line, it's going to be Chris Murphy who just loses out, unfortunately, up towards the start-finish stripe, and that's quite an important part. And I think actually Chris Murphy there just missing a few gears as well by the sounds of it, but he chugs along across the line. Yeah, important, isn't it, the line, because that's where you can win or lose a race, especially on that last lap up towards the checker flag in just a couple of laps time. Here we go back to that battle with the likes of Matthew Johnson. We've also got in there as well, still behind at the minute, is David Waddington, and trying to find his way through as well, Dominic Barlow in the number 48 machine. So this is a brilliant battle. As I said, a little bit lower down in the field, but still, wherever you look, you are finding yourself with some fierce old battles out there. But Matthew Johnson hasn't been knocked off his perch just yet in this 11th position. The two BMW Z4s go up against the Honda Civic as they now negotiate the Bentley straight down towards the left-hander of Brundle and Nelson. They come once more, and in fact there's going to be a move on this occasion. So down the inside line finally goes the number 68 machine of David Waddington. So up he goes. Another place is gained from him. Can Matthew Johnson have any response in this battle as they turn their way now down towards the bomb hole? On towards the final couple of corners, not too far away now from actually being lapped here, because I think you'll find very shortly that Gavin Dunn and Luke Schlevert's are just working their way off the back straight, so they are going to be emerging in the background very shortly. Just wondering if they might be able to get these cars lapped before the end of the race, because they're doing about 2-minute 33s. Leaders are doing 2:10s, 2:11s. In fact, last time through 2:12, so slightly slower, but 24 seconds or so quicker than these cars as the Z4s go through onto what could potentially be their last lap. We'll have to wait and see if they do in fact get lapped, because the race leaders are just coming up towards the line once again. So I think they are going to go onto their last lap with 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. Here comes Gavin Dunn over the crest of the hill very shortly, and there he is. Luke Schlevitz was right behind him, but again in the straight line. He's just lost a little bit of gap, 1.4 seconds now between the two. So although he had the pace in qualifying, I think again, just like previous races, Gavin Dunn has saved a little bit for the races just to make sure that is on fine form and can last the full 15 minutes, which he's got to do twice today. So Gavin Dunn just saving all he can in this BMW, but it looks like he's going to be on for a race victory at the minute. Depends on how quickly Luke Schlevitz can close this gap, and if he can potentially get ahead through the infield and then try and hold on the straights. It's going to be quite hard, isn't it, especially with the gap now being well over a second between the two of them. But Gavin Dunn pushes on at unabated speed down there towards Agostini. Last time through there was no improvement in terms of lap times. Luke Schlevitz still holds the quickest lap, so it's it just shows how different parts of the circuit. It looks like Luke Schlevitz is losing out, but in fact he is actually the quicker of the two in this race with a 2:10.999. That still stands. Both Tom Murphy and Chris Murphy in third and fourth places both set their personal best lap times on the previous lap, so they have still got some good pace in their cars, and they are separated by again less than 2 seconds as Luke Schlevitz has a brief look at the back of Gavin Dunn, but I think this is probably it now for Luke, because he's going to lose out again down the back straight as they work their way under the bridge. 15 seconds to go, so we are on the last lap. Lights are flashing here for one of the back markers to move aside. That's Di Francesco who's going to be lapped, but whether they can get, I don't know if he's going to get through. He's not. Gavin Dunn there just held up slightly, so this might give Luke Schlevitz one final chance of trying to get the race win away on what is the last lap. Through goes the leader on that back marker. Is he going to be held up by any of the others up the road? Possibly not now. He's got the Dominic Barlow Civic to come across, and then of course the Z4s, which might just make it to the line and squeeze one more lap out of this race. We'll have to wait and see. Gavin Dunn still under pressure down towards the left-hander of Murray's for the final time. The checker flag I can see is now at the ready as they accelerate towards the line. Luke Schlevitz gives it a good old go up towards the start-finish line where we're going to see the checker flag, but it's going to go the way of the BMW, which qualified on the front row. He's going to get the checker flag, and Gavin Dunn takes the first win of the day in the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons. He does it by 1.1 seconds at the line. Luke Schlevitz comes through, guts the effort there to try his best at every single occasion to get ahead of Gavin Dunn. He did achieve it on a few occasions, but it was that straight line speed which didn't quite work. Chris Murphy has got briefly ahead of the Sierra towards the line as well. It's going to be a drag race, which I think is going to favour the Sierra of Tom Murphy, so he will finish in third position just ahead of Chris Murphy. So really good fights there inside the top four. Absolutely fantastic to see between Gavin Dunn and Luke Schlevitz, and a good fight right towards the line as well between eventual third place man Tom Murphy, just ahead of the Z4 of Chris Murphy. Next through in fifth place, it's going to be a Z4 battle again. It's going to be, I think, Steve Wood up against the number 16 machine of Mark Tomlinson. There's a Clio battle as well, so every single battle has come across the line almost side by side. So Steve Wood and Mark Tomlinson first. I can tell you across the line that's going to go the way of Steve Wood. There goes Mark Tomlinson. Here comes, I think that's Jason Dezinez who's got the better of the other Clio, which is quite slow to the line actually, which is never a good sign, but hopefully nothing major to worry about there for Christian Dean. So Dezinez and Dean for 7th and 8th. And for 9th place, we should see the number 118 machine next through, but we might have to wait quite a while for the VW Golf to come through, which he just has done actually. So there goes across the line the 9th place man. So Rob Sadler. And then we should wait for 10th place, which is going to be, I think, the Honda Civic of Stuart Lane. So the boot didn't cause a problem, did it, in that final few stages of the race. And then we should have the Z4s, I should say, of number 68 next through, which is going to be David Waddington, just ahead of Matthew Johnson. And it looks like Dominic Barlow is just going to finish down there ahead of Di Francesco in the BMW. So a little bit of a spread out field, but we had pretty much every single driver with a fight on their hands there. None other than the race winner eventually, Gavin Dunn, by 1.1 seconds over Luke Schlevitz. Tom Murphy for 3rd, Chris Murphy for 4th, Steve Wood for 5th, and it's Mark Tomlinson, Jason Dezinez, and then Dean, Sadler and Lane round out your top 10, with the final few runners now across the line to take the checker flag. So there we go, great racing from the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons as ever. We'll hear hopefully from our top 3 in due course as they complete their slowing down lap, as the last few runners now take the checker flag, and that will then mean we're into our lunch break after this, because we've got 45 minutes or so to have a break, and then we're going to get back underway this afternoon with 6 races as we said. So 2 is when we'll see the Focus Cup Championship head out onto track for their second of 3 races here today. We then have for the first time in terms of our live stream, the Sports 2000 Championship to look forward to. We had a really good qualifying this morning, very close, and really looking forward to their race this afternoon. They've got 3 this weekend, but we'll only see the one here with you on the live stream. Then we move back to Porsche racing with the second race of the day for the Porsche Club Championship. That's just before 3:30. Second race then for the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons. So the second race we've just seen coming up at 4:05. Then the penultimate race of the day is a Porsche 911 Challenge with the Boxster Cup, and then we'll have the Focus Cup Championship to round out the day here at Snetterton around about 5:15, all being well. And as we said, hopefully we can keep things dry for the rest of the day, but who knows, it's looking a bit grey overhead, but some dry racing would be very nice indeed. I'm sure there's a few drivers out there who'd like it a little bit wet just to spice things up, but one man who wouldn't have liked it to be wet is the race winner from that previous race, because Gavin Dunn in a BMW likes it dry. The BMWs don't handle the wet conditions that well, unfortunately, but he is into the pit lane again, working his way down towards the Parc Fermé area, and very shortly we should be able to head down there and get a chat with our drivers, as we said, before we head into the lunch break here at Snetterton on day number 1 of this MSVR meeting on the full 300 circuit. But there you can see your race winner, Gavin Dunn, looking good already with the balaclava and race helmet off. He steps out the car, goes over to Luke Slevitz to give him a good congratulation, but very shortly I'm sure our man on the ground will be ready to go and take us through all the proceedings of how that race went. He's having a good chat there. I wonder what they are talking about. We'll find out very shortly, because now he is done with that chat. He's going to head over to our camera, and we're going to hopefully hear from our race winner of the first Toyo Tyres Racing Saloon action of the day, and that is Gavin Dunn, as we hand down to Mark Werrell.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, so we've got Gavin Dunn alongside me. Gavin, congratulations. You seem to just about have the edge on Luke.
I did, to be fair to him. He was all over me in the corners. We put all new suspension on it this week. Just can't get it to do what I want. Struggled really badly in practice. Our lap times are 5 seconds slower than we've ever done around here. So there's loads more in it once I've set it up. But to be fair, just straight on speed, that's how I did it. That's it.
There were a couple of times through the twiddly parts he sort of got you or got alongside you, but then the extra grunt always told.
Side by side. To be fair, it's a shame really, because I've raced against people like that where they just got straight on speed. Did all the hard work in the infield. And he's right on me side by side. I get track, just disappear. So it's frustrating for him, But yeah, no, please, it's a win's a win, isn't it?
And work to do over the lunch break then to try and see whether you can get the car better.
To be honest, I'll probably leave it just as it is. I know what it's going to do in race 2, and start again next week. And I think do a track day, test day, and actually dial the car in to suit my driving again.
Well done on the win.
Thank you very much.
There we go, so that's our race winner. We're going to wander down and grab a quick word with Luke as well, if we can, who finished in second position. Come on up, Luke, let's have a quick chat too. Smile on your face. You know a driver's happy when he's finished second and he's smiling.
Yeah, it was a good race. It's a long time since I've done that sort of racing, so it was good fun.
You always knew that Gavin would have the legs on you down the straights, but it didn't stop you trying through the twiddly parts.
No, the car makes up lap time in different areas around the lap, so you just got to make the best of it around the twisty bits, and then we're sitting ducks down the straight basically.
I've seen you driving a few different things over the years, but I don't think I've seen this Golf before.
No, it was a new build for last year, and then this year we've upgraded it a bit more and done it for some endurance racing, so it's the first run out for it, so it's done really well, really. Weather's changeable today, another race to come. You'll be praying for rain. Yeah, I love the wet.
I thought you might.
Yeah, I think if it's wet, it'll be a completely different story.
Well, good luck. A rain dance over the course of the lunch break. We'll wander down and see whether we can grab a quick word also with the driver that finished in third position, which was Tom Murphy. Now, Tom was at the wheel of the Ford Sierra. Sorry, just close that door, sir, as I come by. Was at the wheel of his Ford Sierra, and again, one of those cars that in a straight line is lightning quick, and I'm sure Tom would have been hoping that it stayed dry. So we'll grab a quick word with Tom, who finished in third position. Tom, it's always good to see you. Always good to see a Sierra out. It's raining. I bet you were pleased to see the checkered flag at the end.
I was. This thing in the wet is not very good, but Chris here, a better handling car and much better ability against the faster car, not so good ability, made a really good, nice, great race, and the two of us thoroughly enjoyed it. And that's what we're here for, basically to have good fun.
Like chalk and cheese, the cars, but over the course of a lap, nothing to choose.
Well, like I say, between the better handling car and obviously Chris's more experience, and this thing not so good round the corners but great on the straights, yeah, it lended itself to a good race, and I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it.
He's smiling, you can tell that he's enjoyed it. You can tell that he's enjoyed it. Well, for the moment, that's it for our racing. However, we do have something very special going on track, and just whilst we're in the process of organising that, I'm going to hand you back to the commentary box and Matt Simpson.
Thanks very much, Mark, indeed. So again, nice to hear from our drivers down there in Parc Fermé. They'll now get themselves sorted for race number 2, which is coming up, as we said, towards the latter half of this afternoon. So do stay with us for that. As you can now see, we've got some Porsches being ushered to the grid, and we'll give you a very good reason for why that is in due course. So we're not going racing, but we have, as Mark said, a very special thing to do here at Snetterton this afternoon. So stay with us for that. As we said, we've got the lunch break now upon us, with racing to resume around about 2:20. So don't disappear too far away. Keep yourself near your screens, and as I said, come and join us back for what's going to be an eventful afternoon of racing with 6 races to look forward to. That's going to be the plan, with Porsches, as we said, Focuses, Sports 2000s, and of course the Toyota's Racing Saloons as well. If you want to keep up to date with what's happening in terms of results and everything else, just head along to the website msvracing.co.uk. That's the place where you can find out all the details for this meeting, what's of course on the cards for tomorrow, if you want to come and join us here at Snetterton with some different series and championships, and of course what's coming up for the rest of the year in the MSVR racing calendar as well. So we've got a busy grid starting to form down there with some Porsches, as we said, and we've got people just being lined up for, as we mentioned, a very special reason here at Snetterton, and hopefully all of you watching at home or wherever you may be will stay with us for this one as we get everyone onto the grid. There's quite a lot of people who want to be involved in this, and you'll find out for what reason and for why in a very short moment's time. So that's coming up. We're just waiting for, I think, a cameraman to join us as well, possibly, who's down there on the grid. Yeah, he's in position. I can see that from our commentary position, so that's all good. But yeah, we have that to come for you as well. I think the rain is just about holding off. It's staying dry. It's a little bit, as I said, overcast today here, which is just playing a little bit of a worry for some of the drivers who are coming up a little bit later on with their races, and of course we look forward to that as well. In the meantime, we said we've got something special to look forward to. We can now give you an update on that with Mark Werrell, who's down on the grid.
Thanks a lot, Matt. It's always good to be on the grid. However, a sad occasion. We'll tell you a little bit more about Steve Kevlin in a few moments' time. Paul Jerd, who represents the Porsche Club Great Britain, is going to say a few words in memory of Steve, who was a fundamental part of the club. And it's nice to know that so many people are wanting to be part of this. It's a usual race weekend for the club, the same format in terms of qualifying and their 2 races, all done and dusted in the day, but all of the cars sporting a memory of Steve Kevlin, who a week and a half ago sadly passed away. So you can see it's a mixture of drivers, it's family, it's supporters, it's the organising committee. You know, it's a very tight-knit community motorsport anyway, and the Porsche Club Great Britain is a very close-knit championship. It's fast and it's hard racing out on track. It's wheel to wheel. But those friendships in the paddock are formed over many years, and they are like a family in reality. And when you lose one of your family, of course, there's a process that you need to go through, process of grieving, and I'm sure that many of the people heading out onto the grid will be having their own individual memories of Steve and fond memories of that, but also tinged with that element of sadness as well. So the rain's starting to fall. We've got the 4 cars out on the circuit, which I think each one, by the look of it, representing one of the individual classes, I think. Yeah, so I think we've got a Class 3 car, a Class 2 car, a Class 1 car, and one of the 911 Challenge cars as well. So it's nice to see that each one of those classes is represented on the grid. And I think we are very shortly able to maybe hand you over to Paul Jerd, who is representing the Porsche Club Motorsport and Porsche Cup Great Britain. So I'll hand you over to Paul Jerd, who I think has a few words to say.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yeah, very much as you said, motorsport is very much a community thing. We're always, as a championship, we've just got so many families on the grid. And we've had people who've been on the grid with us for so many years. And sadly, we lost one of our motorsport family just a week and a half ago, which was Steve Kevlin, who'd been a factor in the development, growth and success of Porsche Club Motorsport for so many years. Steve was actually at the first meeting in 1986 when Porsche Club Motorsport was formed, and then raced with the series and won their Premier Championship in 1989 in a Porsche 944. And he raced a host of cars. He raced a 944, a 968, a 928, a whole variety of cars, and actually won the championship while still working for Porsche GB as their technical manager. And then in the early 2000s, Steve actually became the motorsport manager of Porsche Club Great Britain and worked tirelessly across their track days, their sprinting, hill climbing, and in particular the race series as we are here today, to develop those series and really just make them as successful as they are. And we put our message on Facebook rather sadly to announce Steve's death, and we're almost overwhelmed with the amount of messages that we had, well over 100 messages, and so many of them were from people that Steve had brought into motorsport. He was a great encouraging that everyone can go motor racing, you can go and do it. And you know, he would take people from the track day program and just basically say, look, you can go further, you can do more, and they go racing. We had the GT Cup series here last week. Mike Price won his first GT Cup race. He came from Porsche Club Motorsport track days, raced with Porsche Club, and has then moved on. So Steve, basically without Steve we would not be where we are today. So a long-term servant of the club, very, very much missed. And yeah, it's very, very sad that we're here today. So fortunately we've got on the grid so many people representing Steve, representing the club, and we're actually going to have a 1 minute of applause to celebrate the life of Steve Kevlin. I'd like to say a big thank you to everyone who came on the grid today. Big thank you to MSVR for actually allowing us to do this. And I think now we just need to go and do what Steve liked best and have a great afternoon racing. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, thank you very much, Paul. So that's it for the moment from us here at Snetterton. Don't forget, though, we've got a whole afternoons of racing coming up for you, including those Porsches heading back out onto circuit. So join us back later on this afternoon. We're due to go live just around about 2:15 or just after in the afternoon. So from Matt Suckley in the commentary box, myself, Mark Werrell, thanks for joining us. We'll see you later on this afternoon. Goodbye.
Well, good afternoon everyone, and welcome back to Snetterton for the afternoon action here from MSVR. We have got lots to look forward to. If you were with us earlier, then we've got pretty much the same to come again, with a few additions with some more championships as well. So we're going to be starting off this afternoon with the Focus Cup Championship. Those cars now heading off onto what's going to be that formation lap for race number 2 of the day for them. We've also got to come a little bit later on the Sports 2000 Championship. The first time we'll see them on live stream as well this afternoon, along with the Porsche Club Championship, with also the 911 Challenge and the Boxster Cup, along with the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons, and the final race of the day will be for this category again, the Focus Cup Championship, with our third race. So lots to look forward to. It's Matt Sucklin here with you on commentary, joined by Mark Werrell, who's over there in the pit lane, and we'll be on the podiums with our drivers after the races. So we'll be bringing you all the action from today's live stream event. So the Focus Cup cars now making their way onto their formation lap, as we said. Let's take you through how this grid lines up then for their second of 3 races today. It's going to be John Baker who starts himself from what's going to be pole position. Alongside him on that front row, it's number 77, which is Richard Avis. So they are your top 2. The second row of the grid is going to see number 26, which is Callum Eason, and 81, Ian Mitchell. And then row 3 is where you'll find the top 2 from race number 1. Of course, this is a partially reversed grid, so Liam McGill, who finished second, will start this race from 5th place, and Simon Rudd, the race winner, will start 6th on the grid. Further back from them, we then have row 4, which is going to see Jeff Bluff and Abby Walton. Then we have Simon Watts and Simon Waugh on row number 5. It's Sean Reynolds and then Claire Avis on row number 6. And Mark Geraghty and Simon Walton bring up the rear in this 14-car grid. So lots to look forward to. Great racing we had in race number 1. Really close fight towards the head of the order as well between Simon Rudd and Liam McGill. Liam, unfortunately, did have some problems in qualifying. So he will, of course, now be in this spare car, which is available for this Arrive and Drive Focus Cup Championship. You just turn up, you jump in a car, no real dramas really, you just let the mechanics sort things out and you just have a lovely enjoyable weekend hopefully. But yeah, Liam McGill had some problems in qualifying, so he is effectively in one of the spare cars, and I believe it was also Abby Walton who's in another spare car as well. So they had the problems in qualifying, but all good. It just allows those runners who want to carry on with our weekend the chance to get back out there without any real dramas. So a great championship that the Focus Cup do bring us. Lots to look forward to, as you said, through this 15-minute race. The championship prior to this weekend had Liam McGill at the head of it. He sits on 314 points. Of course, that's already changed quite significantly in terms of the points, because you score points for qualifying and you also score points for race number 1. So already that's changed by a good 50 or 60 points. But it's Scott Parkin who sits second, or did sit second before this weekend, 257 points, with Simon Rudd, race 1 winner, on 252 points. He would have closed a little bit on Liam McGill, but kind of the difference between what we had in the first race in terms of second and first was 4 points, but then Liam got the fastest lap in second, gives him 31 points, so it then gave him 1 point advantage over Simon Rudd. But of course Simon scored more points in qualifying, which gave him a slight 4-point advantage. So it has helped slightly for Simon Rudd to close the gap, but there's still quite a way to go, and there's plenty of races still to come this year as well, with Alton Park still left on the calendar, a double header at Croft, and also a double header at Brands Hatch. So plenty of points up for grabs, and that's a great thing that you score points in qualifying as well, so it's effectively an extra race without having to race. But yeah, it's getting close. Unfortunately, Scott Parkin is a non-starter this weekend. He is missing from Snetterton, but hopefully we'll see him back later in the season, which means the likes of Richard Davis, Callum Eason and Mark Geraghty can all try and close up on him and move higher within the championship as well. And to be fair, Callum Eason had a good run in race number 1. He came home inside the top 4 places, so he'll be, I'm sure, happy with that. Let's see if he can go one better in this race and try and work his way onto the podium. We've only had effectively, well, it's changed slightly after race 1, but before this weekend only 4 people have featured on the podium in what the 7 races we've had. 4 different people, because Liam McGill has pretty much always been there, Scott Parkin had always been there, and Simon Rudd pretty much always been there as well. The man who kind of got that first podium apart from the top 3 was John Baker at Donington Park, but that has changed of course this weekend, because Ian Mitchell has now added his name to the list after returning after missing Silverstone and Cadwell Park. So Ian Mitchell looking good. He got his podium in race number 1. Let's see what he can translate this 4th place starting, as those who did well earlier on have got to work their way through the field, which is always good to see. 5 second board goes and gets held aloft on the gantry. 15 minutes of racing for the Focus Cup Championship. It's race 2 for them of the day. The red lights now come on and we go racing around the 300 circuit once again. Not a bad start from John Baker. I thought he had a little bit of a lapsed second part of that start there, but it's all gone well apart from those 2 cars there, unfortunately, because Reynolds has been squeezed into the pit wall, and that was, I think, with Simon Watts by the looks of it. So those 2 cars already with grief, and you can see them now trying to catch back up. Doesn't look like there's too much damage, although a bit more done to Sean Reynolds in that 777 machine. He's the man who had the hardest hit against the wall, so the marshals will just go and check things over, make sure there's no real damage to the pit wall. There's a bit of a mark there, but John Baker is the man who leads the way out front then, so he takes the pack down towards Palmer. Ian Mitchell, by the looks of things, got a nice gap found through the front row, so he sits there in 2nd position and up into 3rd place. Try and work out who that is. I think it's Callum Easton, isn't it, in number 26, so he effectively runs where he started in this race. So 26 sits in 3rd place. Already a challenge for the lead though, because Ian Mitchell gets to the inside line of John Baker. He goes to the inside, he gets the place away, and he now finds himself up into the lead of the race. So a lovely move there, which all started from the exit of Palmer Corner, and that led him all the way down to the inside line through Agostini. So Ian Mitchell, podium finisher, race number 1, now up into the lead of the race. What of the front runners from earlier on? Well, Liam McGill is now up into 4th, possibly make that 3rd place as he has a late lunge down the inside line of Callum Easton and gets through. So championship leader 3rd, trying to be, not quite there yet. He's still alongside Callum Easton as they turn away now on towards the Bentley Straight for the first time of asking. And has Simon Rudd made his way through? A wait and see, as unfortunately Sean Reynolds will now be a retirement from the race, with the dramas up against the pit wall at the start of the race. So that's not good news for him, although there is another race to come a little bit later on, so we're hoping he can get that car sorted for then. Down off the straight they come, and the order in terms of the top 2, as you were, with Mitchell currently leading. 2nd place in there at the minute is going to be the car of John Baker, although he is losing a little bit of ground now to the race leader, so that gap is starting to open up as they turn away towards the completion of lap number 1. And then we've got a good little fight here. That's the recovery of the number 23 machine of Simon Watts. Now he was, he's probably, where he should have been. I think Simon may have had a slow start there. That's what brought him and Sean Reynolds together on the start line, because Simon Watts was up the order from Sean Reynolds, so they somehow have come together, but unfortunately one of them is no longer within this race. So up across the line we go once more then, and it's nose to tail for 2nd and 3rd. John Baker under attack here from Liam McGill, who finished 2nd in the earlier race, so he now works his way on towards the first corner at Ritchie's, and we'll see what he can do with this one as they turn away now on towards the Wilson hairpin. It's Ian Mitchell, your race leader. 2nd place then for John Baker. 3rd place for Liam McGill, though has that changed? Let's have a look. Not quite. In fact, Liam McGill's under pressure again from Callum Easton, who tries to ease him out wide. He doesn't want any of that, does Liam McGill, and both of them run wide, which now allows, in fact, Callum Easton on the outside. That was Simon Rudd, wasn't it, trying to get in with Liam McGill, and Liam knows how quick Simon Rudd is, so he's going to put up a hardy defence down towards the left-hander at Palmer, and he does that just about, although now Callum Easton goes to the outside line to try and steal that 3rd place away. So the power that Liam McGill normally has in this championship isn't quite there today. He can't quite hold them all at bay. So 3 wide almost down towards the left-hander at Agostini. Easton still on the outside. Rudd now gets to the inside of Easton, and McGill still remains in 3rd place somehow after all this attacking from behind. I think just about they're going to shape themselves out into some sort of order, hopefully fairly cleanly, down towards the left-hander at Hamilton, which they do. So McGill sits 3rd, Easton 4th, Simon Rudd, race 1 winner, in 5th place, and then just behind them now is the Richard Avis machine in 6th position. As unfortunately we've had another retirement. This time it's going to be Simon Walton in his number 99 machine, which is pulled off in exactly the same place as Sean Reynolds, so not good news for him for some reason. So an eventful start to this race. We're only 4 minutes in at the minute, and still I'm sure lots to unfold as Ian Mitchell now works his way down the back straight for what's going to be the 2nd time as he comes under the bridge, down through the left-hander, in towards the right flick of Nelson. And this is a fight here at the minute between Callum Easton and Simon Rudd. And there you can see Richard Davis now has joined the mix. So those 3 cars are together as they make their way down towards the bomb hole. Easton, as I said, really strong race number 1, up in 4th position. I think that's possibly one of his best results so far. Yeah, he's not yet featured on the podium, as we know. And I think 4th or 5th is probably the best he's done so far. So yeah, this is good for Callum, like in the Snetterton 300 circuit as it stands. Ian Mitchell coming up to the line once more to lead another lap, but has that gap been brought down to any less than a second between him and John Baker, who's been the one-time podium sitter so far this year? Well, if it was going to come down, it's not going to happen anymore, is it? Because I think Liam McGill is going to put pay to that. The gap now 1.2 seconds between the top two, and between second and third is down to 0.3 of a second. So straight away, Liam McGill now on the attack, and I think Simon Rudd is being held up just slightly here by Callum Eason. So he'll be a little bit frustrated with that one as the windscreen wipers start to emerge once again. And as I look out in the commentary box window, there are a few hints of raindrops just starting to fall for the umpteenth time today. It's been one of those days, as we said, rain, stop, rain, stop, rain, stop. But I think that's going to be the nature of the rest of the afternoon by the looks of things, as McGill continues to challenge the back of John Baker. On the run down towards Agostini they go once again. Can Liam McGill dive to the inside? No, he's going to think about the outside line on this occasion as they work their way now to the inside. Liam McGill goes for the move. He's going to try and brake as late as he possibly can, which he does, and he controls the car at the same time. So brilliant stuff there from Liam McGill, the championship leader, looking to finish as high as he possibly can within this race. He needs to, especially with Simon Rudd all the way down there now in fourth place, because he's finally got past Callum Eason. So we've had the change for fourth position as the rest of the field stream their way through. But this is brilliant stuff. Ian Mitchell, by the way, still continues to lead. He's out front, not being troubled too much so far, and we're not too far away now from half race distance. So it's looking good for Ian Mitchell. As we said earlier on, he got his first podium of the year, first meeting for him since Donington Park way back in April. Been quite a while, but he's now looking good potentially for his first win. But there's a lot of people behind who might be able to put pay to that. More noticeably, Liam McGill, who comes under the bridge, still under attack at the minute from John Baker. So he's not quite secured in this second place as it stands. He runs wide as well on the exit of Nelson. So Liam McGill drops two wheels onto the dirt. That just encourages John Baker to get a little bit closer on the run down towards the bomb hole. But he weren't quite close enough to make a challenge at that corner. So for now, they stay again as they were. Second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth. And to be fair, this is quite a good run now for Richard Davis. We don't really normally see him too far up the order, especially this weekend. He has featured inside the top five on probably half the races we've had so far. But for Richard, now getting to grips with the car for this weekend around this circuit, and not too far adrift from the car ahead of him, which now becomes Callum Eason, as we know. So that's all going to unfold, I'm sure, over the next half of this race, as Ian Mitchell goes through to complete lap number 3. Second place still for Liam McGill at the minute. Third place for John Baker, and that's Simon Rudd up to fourth place. What are his lap times like? Well, he's a second quicker than John Baker on that previous lap, and he was 4/10 slower than Liam McGill in second position. So he's not making any ground on Liam, but he is making ground on John in third place. So that's one good thing to bear in mind. Let's see if he can continue to close that gap. Meantime, lap times up front, we've got a 2:24.7 last time through for Ian Mitchell, a 2:24.4 for Liam McGill. So that's 0.3 quicker. That now brings the gap down to 1.2 seconds over that previous lap, and already you can see that it's going to be Ian Mitchell under even more pressure now from Liam McGill, because the gap is almost nothing as they turn away on towards the left-hander at Hamilton. It's getting closer between the final step on the podium as well, because John Baker is not too far up the road now from Simon Rudd. So the two we had quicker in race number 1, the top two in the race, are now starting to make inroads in this second race of the day, with Liam McGill, as I said, almost now with the race leader as they turn the way on towards Williams. Got just over 6 minutes to go, and as they head the way on towards the Bentley Straight, is this the first opportunity for Liam McGill to try and snatch the lead of the race away? Let's have a look and see how defensive Ian Mitchell may be able to go as they head now under the bridge for the fourth time of asking. He tries to get himself into the tow, and does that benefit him? Not really. So again, Ian Mitchell for now holds on down towards Brundle and Nelson. McGill's back end has started to slide out, so was there the race leader Ian Mitchell, so just being caught out by probably the track conditions once more. It doesn't look like it's falling that heavy, the rain, so maybe just a little bit less grip than a lap ago. They've all managed to survive though on this occasion. They work their way down towards Coram. There's the fight for third place just going through as well. Side by side almost now for the race lead. Ian Mitchell just left a slight door's width there for Liam McGill to try and charge down the inside line, but it didn't work. He's slow on the exit at the corner though as the race leader. So again, we're going to be nose to tail up towards the line between the top two. Mitchell still leads McGill, but how much longer can he hold on to this for? Because time is ticking away. He's still got the best part of 5 minutes to try and keep this race lead, with behind John Baker now under immense pressure from race 1 winner Simon Rudd, and the wipers are on again. Is it getting more gloomier down there towards Richie's corner? Let's have a look. As running slightly wide is Ian Mitchell, so the door again is open for Liam McGill to go to the inside up towards the Wilson hairpin. Who is the latest of the breakers? It's going to be McGill surely to take the lead away, which he does. Mitchell will try and claw back to the inside line, which again he kind of gets done, but I think that's now job done for Liam McGill. The championship leader coming here this weekend has found himself up into the race lead. It took him a good 10 or so minutes, but it hasn't lasted unfortunately, because Ian Mitchell has got himself straight back through just like that. So Mitchell is not laying down without a fight, is he? He's really pushing out as he works his way down towards Agostini. You can see now that Simon Rudd has taken away the quickest lap of the race, so 2:23.385 we're now down to, and he's up into third place. So he's got himself done in terms of the job on John Baker. That's another position down for the man who was looking for a second podium of the year, but unfortunately it's not going to be a podium as it stands for John Baker, as the top three now, Constantine, are right together. So this battling for the top two has really brought now Simon Rudd into the mix. This is exactly what he wanted. He was looking for the battle to unfold out front. He's got his wishes, and now he's almost with the top two to try and make a challenge. But he's still got a few car lengths to close down before he can get his way through. And Ian Mitchell is still doing a grand job of keeping at bay Liam McGill here. So this is good, getting closer and closer. Keep an eye on those behind as well, because Callum Easton in 5th place and Richard Davis might just have a chance of catching as well, as the top two get ever closer once more. Almost a little bit of a tap there from Liam in the number 34 machine, but nothing too heavy to push Ian Mitchell wide of the corner. Simon Rudd again using all the track a little bit more. John Baker follows in his wheel tracks as well. Callum Easton and Richard Avis keep it fairly nicely through the right-hander at the bomb hole, so no running wide for them. And we are going to squeeze 2 more laps in by the looks of it, because there's 3 minutes left on the clock. It's 2 minutes 24 effectively to get round, so we're just going to get through next time round with about 30 seconds left on the clock. But here we go again. Liam McGill in the tow to try and get a move done on Ian Mitchell. Ian will try and hug that pit wall as much as he can until the last possible minute, where he'll have to swing across the track once again and get the optimum line into Richie's corner, because if you don't, you're then going to be hampered on the run down towards Wilson hairpin. So he's done that well. Simon Rudd now almost with them. He almost ran wide as well there, but he managed to keep all 4 wheels just about on the tarmac. And again, Liam McGill goes for the inside line. That's going to surely be a wide moment for all of them. Ian Mitchell again lets him do that, because he knows he gets the better exit from the corner. So again, just like last time, deja vu. McGill went through, not for long. Mitchell back ahead of him. And now to the outside goes Simon Rudd for second place. He's got the job done. Much more power out of the hairpin, down towards the left-hander, and through has now gone Simon Rudd ahead of his championship rival. So brilliant move there from Simon Rudd. He needs now effectively to get ahead of Ian Mitchell and keep him between himself and Liam McGill. Otherwise, he's not going to gain too much in terms of points on the championship leader. But again, that's side by side, and McGill is going to try and get back through on Simon Rudd. He then goes to the inside line, because unfortunately Ian Mitchell's a bit slow through the corner. And normally you don't run side by side through Hamilton, which they surely won't do. Yes, they will, but it comes almost a disaster for Ian Mitchell, who now has himself down to 3rd place. A bit of a bump there from McGill on Rudd. That means Rudd runs wide, and it's going to be 3 wide in towards Williams. This is not going to end well, surely, as they now work their way in towards the right-hander. Rudd on the outside line. He keeps the lead. McGill goes to 2nd, and Ian Mitchell keeps himself in 3rd. But here comes John Baker with a much better run onto the Bentley straight. He now draws alongside for a final step on the podium. I did think it was over for him, but he's all now proven me wrong, and he's got himself alongside Ian Mitchell. So this is a fantastic race for the Focus Cup Championship. One of the races where we don't really want the checker flag to be flown, do we? We want to try and nick that away and hide it in a place of safety, because at the minute this is a tremendous race, which now has Simon Rudd at the head of it. Hopefully you're all following what's going on, because this has been plenty of entertainment, great racing on the whole, it's been fairly clean as well, which is nice to see. So all the drivers having some good respect for each other. But Simon Rudd is the man who's going to come down towards the left-hander at Murray's for the penultimate time with, I think, 1 lap to go. We're just going to squeeze through with about 20 seconds left on the clock by the looks of it. So they've timed that almost right. Behind the top 4, by the way, we've still got Callum Eason, Richard Avis, Claire Avis, and also the 62 machine of that of War, who's in the mix as well. So it's all as you were behind, just to let you know, just in case you were wondering. But we've had so much going on up front. It's been highly entertaining. As wide there goes John Baker, so he's now possibly going to throw away a podium position, because back through is going to try and go Ian Mitchell. For so long, of course, in this race, he led the way for the best part of 10 minutes. But unfortunately for Ian, now down in 4th position, everything has unravelled for him in the worst possible way. But he's still there on the outside of John Baker, down towards Palmer Corner, and tries to make John Baker break as late as possible. But he's not going to fall for that one as they head down towards Agostini for the final time. Still Rudd and McGill, your top 2. Cross the line, separated by half a second. Best lap of the race still stands with Simon Rudd, 2:23.165. So he has the race lead now and also the fastest lap. So that's good news for him. That's going to play out to about 35 points for Simon Rudd. And as it stands, it's going to be 26 points for Liam McGill. So that's a big 9-point advantage. Prior to this weekend, there was 57 points between them. So little by little, Simon Rudd is starting to eat into the points advantage that Liam McGill had prior to Snetterton. And of course, if you keep doing that from here on in, right to the end of the season, that could put Simon Rudd right back into the championship hunt. Of course, we want a few more to join in the mix as well, a little bit lower down, but that would take some non-finishes from the front runners to get them back into the equation. But for now, Simon Rudd, a little bit of damage there on the right front of the car, so that just shows he's been in the wars with someone towards the end of this race, which is no surprise how close they've been running. It's been a really hard-fought race, I have to say. So Simon Rudd did well, closed that gap down to the top 2. He waited patiently, and as soon as the opportunity kind of arose in front of him, he went for the move, got it done, and since then he hasn't looked back. But the lap you need to lead is the last one, and that's exactly what Simon Rudd has done, and he should be able to hold it now up towards the line as they work their way in towards the final corner for the final time in race number 2 of the weekend. We've got one more race still to come. Oh, and a big lunge there. Ian Mitchell tries something a little bit daring in towards Murray's. It hasn't quite paid off, so John Baker goes out wide all over the grass, and I think Ian Mitchell will let him have that place because he was a bit aggressive into that final corner. But unfortunately there's some damage on the front left there. I think suspension damage for that of John Baker, which is a real shame. It does mean though that Simon Rudd comes through without too many problems. He takes the second win of the day. Bear in mind that was from lower down on the grid for Simon. But he comes through down from 6th to 1st, take a second win of the year. Second place goes the way of Liam McGill. That car sounds awful, doesn't it, across the line? That's because the wheel doesn't really want to turn on John Baker's machine, so that's going to be a hard fix before the last race of the day, unfortunately. So I'll get there in a minute. Simon Rudd wins, second to Liam McGill. Third place means then that Callum Eason came through both past Ian Mitchell and also John Baker on that last corner to get into third place. So for Callum Eason, it's another man who picks up his first podium of the year. So well done to Callum, improving every single race he goes out. Fourth place then goes to number 81, the unabated speed meister in towards Murray's. Unfortunately, that was Ian Mitchell. Richard Avis comes through then in 5th position. Claire Avis makes it an Avis 5th and 6th, inside the top 6 for her. 7th place for number 62. That goes the way of Luke Waugh, and then behind them we had John Baker, who did just about drag that car across the line. He finishes in 8th place, just ahead of number 23, which is Simon Was, and for 10th place that's number 63, which is Jeffrey Bluff, the man from Sheffield, who comes through to get some nice points towards the end of the top 10. A few non-finishers, unfortunately, as we saw with Sean Reynolds in dramas at the start, and also some problems for some reason for Simon Walton as well. He was another man who pulled off down towards the back of the circuit. But for Simon Rudd here today at Snetterton, things seem to be playing out quite nicely, don't they? It's been a man who's qualified on pole, so 4 points for him there. He's taken race 1 victory and now race 2 victory, which gives him maximum points. The only thing he hasn't done so far today is take the fastest lap in race number 1, but he's got it in race number 2, so that again additionally gives him 5 extra points for the championship. So it's looking good for Simon. He's still got work to do in race number 3, which comes towards the end of the day, but if it's anything like that, very much looking forward to it, because everywhere you looked, once again, there was something going on and some really good heart for racing between all of the runners within the field. So well done to Simon. He'll be, I'm sure, another happy man when he speaks to Mark in just a few minutes' time. Liam McGill has got a little bit of an exclamation mark against his name, so I'm just wondering if he has got some issues. In fact, I've just seen now on the screen he's been applied a 5-second time penalty. I didn't quite see what it was for, but it was a 5-second penalty, which in fact doesn't lose him a position, because he was that far up the road from Callum Easton. Of course, with all that drama that happened at Murray's, he was able just to keep that gap over 5 seconds. So he does get applied 5 seconds. That drops him 5.8 seconds back from Simon Rudd, but still finishes in 2nd position. So that's good news for Liam. He'll be the next man to join Simon on the podium. And Callum Easton, as I said, for the first time this year, finds himself on the podium. By far, that is his best result of the season, following up on a 4th place from race number 1 a little bit earlier on. So well done to all of those. Hopefully you enjoyed that at home. Focus Cup Championship here at Snetterton. Race 3 to come towards the end of the day. Very shortly we'll have the first live stream action of the day for the Sports 2000 Championship. Just 1 race for them today here on Saturday, before 2 races to come tomorrow. But you're very much going to look forward to that, I'm sure of it, because they are very quick machinery and they will again produce some great racing. That's been the focus of the year so far for the Sports 2000 Championship, and it's a very big grid to look forward to in that very shortly indeed. But there's the man of the moment, Simon Rudd, who brings himself now into the Parc Fermé area once again. He'll get out. I'm sure he'll have some words with Liam, whether they're good words or bad words. I think he did everything as clean as he possibly could. There was a bit of touch in, which you do now and again see from the Focus Cup Championship. Just shows how evenly matched it is. So of course they give it their all, and nice to see the congratulations between the two of them. And I think Liam maybe just apologising for what happened there, but there's Callum in the background as well. That's a happy Callum, as we said, finishing 3rd within the race, so he will be, I'm sure, absolutely delighted. He gives his congratulations to the race winner Simon Rudd, and they'll all now sort themselves out. Hands devices to come off. We've got the gloves already off for him. That race helmet slips off nicely as well, and the final thing to come off will be the balaclava for Simon Rudd, who, as we said, is a 2nd race victor here today at Snetterton. And I think we're almost ready to head down to the area where Mark Werrell finds himself, and we can have a word and a hear from our race winner for the 2nd time today. Mark.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I've got Simon Rudd alongside me, who looks as pleased as punch as that one. 2 out of 2, Simon.
Yeah, like, I would say that's up there with one of my best wins ever. I thought at the start, I got a good start, tried keeping out of trouble, because I know I could try and pick some of the guys off, and then got roughed up a little bit, and it sort of put a bit of fire in my belly. So ended up coming back through, had a couple of hits from behind, which wasn't ideal, but I really enjoyed that one, and I think that the 2nd to last lap I took the lead. Yeah, mega, really happy.
You only need to lead the 1 lap, don't you? That's all. Those little hits up the back, is that what Liam was just chatting to you about there then?
Yeah, he said he just come over to apologise. I think he had a big hit going into Oggies, I think, the tight right-hander. But I think that all 3 cars were together, so yeah, you get that, but thankfully it didn't ruin either of our races.
2 out of 2. We'll see what happens on the reverse grid. The cars for the Sports 2000 are heading onto the grid, but I do want to grab a word with this man here, Callum Easton, because he's just finished on the podium for the first time in the Focus Cup. Callum, you'll take that, the fact that they tripped over each other let you through, but you'll take that podium.
Yeah, well, it just says the good things that happen to the people that wait. I tried everything to get past everyone, but everyone's too fast anyway. But at the end of the day, I'm happy. I was going to come home with the AM trophy anyway, but the race win means so much better to me than, well, the 2nd or whatever it is, 3rd. Means so I can't even talk. I'm out of words to speak. It was the whole lap was just spent celebrating. It was mental.
Well, well done on the first podium of the season for Callum Easton. But already we've got the Loxford Van Sports 2000 Championship heading onto the grid, so it's time to hand you back to Matt Suckling.
So here we go then for the Sports 2000 Championship, and we are looking forward to this because you can see the grid now starting to emerge in front of us with a very full grid of cars to look forward to, and we're going to get a green flag lap very shortly for these cars, and it's going to be a standing start, as we know as well. So here we go then. We've got the cars coming into position. You've got the Pintos towards the back. We've got the Duratec's towards the front. This race series, just to let you know, has been running now since 1977. So it's been running for many, many years, 45 years just over. It's a restricted rules class of mid-engined open cockpit full-body sports prototype cars. And you can see that those who run in Duratec class will have a wing on their machine, and those that run in Pintos, effectively the historic class, are run without any wings. There's a mix of different cars. We've got the Guns, the MSVRs, those that will find themselves towards the head of the order overall, so look out for them. And there's a mix of cars also within the Pinto Historic, those cars which were built before 1982, which run in the Pinto Historic, and those that run in the Pinto are for the Pinto engined and those cars which were built after 1981. So different classes. We'll keep you up to date with everything that goes on, but Duratec A class are the ones you'll find towards the head of the order. They are the ones that will mainly win the race overall as they head now off onto that green flag lap. In terms of this year so far, well, Joshua Law has been the man to beat. He's taken 4 wins out of the 6 races we've had at Donington Park, Silverstone National and on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit last time out. So he comes here this weekend with 76 points to his name. Richard Johnson sits second, just 9 points adrift after 1 win so far this year, and third in the championship. Michael Gibbons has also been a race winner. He sits third on 63 points. So really, really close to the top of Class A in the Duratec Championship. And of course we'll keep you abreast, as we said, of what happens in Class B and the Derek Bell Trophy. Class B coming here this weekend is Peter Brower that leads the way. Derek Bell Championship, that's been led by Paul Traherne as far as this year so far. And then down towards the Historics and the Pintos. Well, overall it's the Harmer and Naro car which leads the way, the Tika, ahead of Paul Street and Trevor Welsh. Paul Street is the man who leads Class A, David Muse is the man who leads Class B, and for the Historic Championship it's Harmer and Naro that do lead that as well. 12 of the 14 races count towards this year's championship points, so you can drop 2 of your worst scores, but the better you score, pretty much the better you'll do within the championship. So if you have a few meetings to miss, that's not a problem, but of course if you have then some DNFs or some 0-point scores, and then that does mean it's a harder task to find your way back through the field. So the cars now working their way through. Big field, as we said, is something like 30 cars out there ready for this race. So 20 minutes to look forward to. Let's run you through how the grid lines up then for this first of 3 races this weekend. Just the one today we get here on the live stream. But Joshua Law qualified the car on pole position, did it by 1.3 seconds in the end. It was a big margin for Joshua in the number 91 car. Alongside him is going to be number 77, which is James Barwell. So that is the front row of the grid. Row 2 then sees number 1, which is Tom Stoughton. He'll be joined by number 21, which is Richard Johnson. Then back on row number 3, it's Michael Gibbons with David Horton alongside. The 4th row is number 40, which is Timothy Tudor. 71, Paul Traherne finds himself on the 4th row of the grid. Row 5 is where you'll find Colin Peach and Mike Turner. And then behind them, row 6 is going to be Steve O and John Owen. Row 7, Peter Brower and Nick Bates. Further back from them, you're going to have Joshua Needham in car number 25. He'll be with John Eiley on that 8th row. Row 9 is going to be Grant Gibson and 73, Ashley Law. The 10th row is going to be then Andrew Butler with Roger Donham, and then further back from them, the final row of the Duratec field, you'll see Peter Williams and David Gorst. So that are your 22 in a Duratec. And then further back from them, we have the Pinto class, which is going to be a 20-second delay. So we'll get the delayed start. The Union Jack flag will drop down. It'll be Nicholas Johnson that leads the field away for that one. Charlie Hyatt will lead the field from the front row alongside Nicholas. And then further back from them, we have Paul Street and Peter Needham. The 3rd row is Mark Naro and Nick Hyatt. The 4th row, Chris Snowden and Mike Fry, and Clive Steeper is the man who brings up the rear in the Pinto class. So that's how the field lines up. We're looking forward to this, as we said. 20 minutes of action to look forward to. Joshua Law, as I said, 4 wins so far this year. He leads the championship. He's done the business so far this morning in qualifying, but it's a busy weekend, so let's see how he determines how this race does unfold as the last few cars now come into position towards the rear. But what a lovely sight that does indeed make for the Sports 2000 Championship. We've got plenty more racing to come after this weekend, with rounds at Thruxton, Alton Park and back at Brands Hatch for Ford Power Live in the middle of September. But the last few cars now head their way in towards position, and that last car is now in place. We should be ready for the green flag to be waved. The 5-second gantry light will appear nowadays, so that goes up for the drivers, and they'll have to then wait for the red lights to come on. And as soon as they go out, we'll be racing here at Snetterton for the first time for Sports 2000. Red lights go out now, and it's a good start there from the outside of the front row. So a better start from James Barwell. Didn't quite have the pace this morning in qualifying, but James has got the launch up towards the first corner, in towards Richie's. He's going to get the lead away from Joshua Law. So a great job he's done there. 22 or so cars try and squeeze their way through Richie's corner without too many dramas, which I think they've all pretty much done. And then we'll wait 20 seconds before the Pintos get underway as well. But James Barwell has got 20 hard minutes ahead of him to try and keep at bay the man behind, which is Joshua Law, with those 4 wins so far this year. The Pintos get underway. They work their way up towards Richie's corner, but it's James Barwell that leads the way just ahead of Joshua Law. But straight away, Josh is going to try and find himself to try and make a move down towards the left-hander of Agostini. Which way he's going to go? He's going to feint to the inside line. Is there going to be room to squeeze through? Just about there, and Joshua Law straight away takes the lead of the race once again from James Barwell. That looked fairly nicely there from Joshua. No hesitation whatsoever. Gets the job done, heads into the lead of the race, and now leads the pack down towards Hamilton for the first time. Delighted to say, by the way, Chaz Draycott has joined me in the box. He is here. He knows plenty about Sports 2000s, and Chaz, that was a pretty good start from first off James, but Josh has fought back well.
Yeah, Josh did an absolutely mega job there to get back in front of James Barwell. James actually running in the brand new MCR S2N for the first time this season. He had a big old crash earlier on in the championship at Donington Park at the start of race 2, and since then he's been running the new car, and it's been going very well indeed. We've got yellow flags for our Pinto field though, as that is Colin Peach and Andrew Butler. The two of them actually side by side with each other in the paddock as well, so that's not going to go down well. But Colin had to replace his splitter this morning. Looks like he might have to replace another one now.
Yeah, and Andrew had problems with, I think, gear linkage, didn't he? So he has had problems in the pits this morning already. So not the best day for them on day number 1 for those two. There's, I think, a bit more damage to Colin Peach's car, but we'll see what happens with Andrew Butler. And the safety car is going to be called, which is no surprise because Colin's car is in quite a precarious position there on the run through Hamilton Corner. So everyone will reduce their speed. Joshua Law will get a break just to slow things down, and already towards the end of that lap he had started to build a bit of a buffer over James Barwell, but that will now come to pretty much nothing.
Yeah, indeed. It's very I mean, it can be very feisty in these cars. You know, they are very much aero dependent machines, and sometimes in slower speed corners, and when you're in a pack especially, you can get a bit of aero wash, you can get a lot of understeer in the slow speed corners, and it can be a bit of a mess. And unfortunately, in the championship where we don't really see a lot of contact, it has come to that this time round. But still, the pace car. Oh, that's Roger Donnan actually in the new MCR S2N as well. A bit of bodywork hanging off the front of his car. Roger's had a nightmare this season, you know. He's the series secretary as well, so you'd think that they'd all treat him very kindly and be a bit careful around him. But yeah, unfortunately, Roger's had a very, very tough start to the season. He's actually bottom of the championship on 4 points. His best finish is a 12th place at Donington National at the start of the year.
Well, you could say Roger should know better. One of the two.
That's very true. Very true indeed, mate.
We're not too sure. We're not too sure what happened there, but Roger has been affected by some sort of contact or whatever happened out there on that first lap. Colin Peach, as we said, has been involved as well, and also the number 9 machine, which I think Andrew Butler has rejoined. We'll have to wait for a shot of the cars down there at Hamilton, but there was something going on, which is sometimes what happens when you've got a field of 30 or so cars. It's always quite tight to squeeze all of those through, isn't it?
Oh, definitely, absolutely. And the thing is, even within these Duratec's, you know, the cars are all so different in their own ways. There's a lot of MCR S2s in the field. That is the sort of dominant car that you see in the pack, but there's a few Van Diemen's in there, a few Guns as well, but each of them are still very, very different. You know, they've all got their own little characteristics. Some of them have different wings, different setups in terms of the aero as well, and it can be a real mixed grid actually, even though a lot of the cars do look the same. Some of them are carbon fibre, some are fiberglass. There's a lot of different weights as well. It's a very interesting championship in that way, because to the untrained eye, they all just looks like the same car again and again, but there are so many varieties of the MCRs and Guns, especially in this championship, and it's what keeps it exciting. You know, it's been really, really good to watch for the last few years. I've been commentating on it for 3 years now, and I've loved every second of it.
And they do turn their cars out really nicely as well. They are absolutely immaculate, aren't they?
Oh yeah, cars. Absolutely. Yeah, some of the liveries are really bright and colourful. You know, it makes our jobs as commentators a lot easier as well, looking at these cars, because they're so bright and beautiful that it's easy to pick them apart. It looks like we are going to go racing again this time round, though. Josh Law leading them from Barwell, Johnson, Stoughton and Gibbons. Stoughton and Gibbons for the last few years, alternating championships between the pair of them. They've won many, many championships between the two. They've got Tim Tudor just behind them. Paul Traherne, who hopefully has a bit more luck this season, because I don't think I've ever seen Paul with good luck on his side, to be honest with you. But we're about to go racing, and Josh Law has actually already got on with it.
Yep, he's leaped away from the rest of the pack, so on his way he goes once again, does Josh Law, looking for a 5th victory of the season. He's been pretty much the dominant man so far this year, of course, with the exception of Richard Johnson and Michael Gibbons, who have taken their victories as well. But off he goes like a scalded cat up towards the first corner, and Joshua Law now trying to control this race as best as he can, and listen to the sound and how quick they do get back underway. They are one of the quickest categories you'll see here this weekend at Snetterton.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Watching them come past the window as well, we just get a glimpse of them as they fly through, all different colours, absolutely streaking by. There's the Pintos as well, a little bit further down the order, of course. They are the slower category of the two cars. They are easily identifiable with the fact that they don't have the huge wings and splitters like these Duratec's do at the front. But, I mean, Josh Law is absolutely checked out in this opening couple of moments from the restart. Barwell staying with him. Sort of. I was going to say he's staying second at least ahead of Johnson at the moment. Tom Stoughton with Gibbons just behind him. It's nicely evenly spread out at the moment between everybody else. Peter Brewer there in the number 6 car with a humongous rear wing on the back. That's Ash Law going down the inside of Josh Needham. Then there's Williams and Grant Gibson's Van Diemen just behind. Grant said that he had a bit of an issue in qualifying this morning. I asked him whether it was power, because Snetterton requires a lot of power to be absolutely spot on around here because of the long straights. He said it was more the fleshy bit behind the wheel.
Indicating himself.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're right, Josh Law has gone once again, but I think everyone else behind Josh is pretty much nicely packed, aren't they? So forget Josh, he's doing what he does. He goes out and leads these races and pretty much wins, but there's no kind of putting at bay these behind, because if anything does go wrong, they'll be the first people to pick up the pieces. But James Barwell's got a bit of a tough ask on his hand here to try and keep at bay the number 21 machine at the minute of Richard Johnson. I think Richard's going to be pretty quick. He's going to be pretty feisty in trying to get his way through. So we'll see how that one unfolds for second and third places. But as they turn their way through the bomb hole, they are the last runners there of the Duratec's on the way down towards Coram. And then, of course, we'll look back to the Pintos, which will come through the shot any second. There they go now. And the leader of the Pintos is still the number 62 machine by the looks of it, which is Nicholas Johnson, the man who qualified that car on pole position, still up there towards the head of the order. And he finds himself at the minute in 20th position. So a nice run for him as some of the Duratec's run side by side across the line. That's Ashley Law, who has just lost out there actually to the car of, by the looks of it, number 25, just squeezing his way through. So that was Joshua Needham making up a place.
But he's just hung it around the outside at Riches again and got the place back. Really, really gutsy stuff by Ash Law. You've got to love that fight back. Ash was feeling really confident after qualifying. He said that traffic unfortunately ruined his final lap in the session and he would have gained a couple more positions from it. And he actually didn't realise, as many of them didn't realise, that the second fastest lap from qualifying meant that is your your grid for the second race, as Williams has now got around Josh Needham as well on the exit. Maybe that little bit of battling and just having a go at Ash Law has slightly slowed him down. But this lovely little colourful quartet makes its way into the tight left at Agostini's, and it looked like Grant Gibson was going to go down the inside of Josh there, but backs out of it.
Yeah, just hanging off the tail at the minute is Grant, so just waiting for anything to unfold ahead of him, but is in the mix and works his way now down towards the left-hander at Hamilton. And just going back to the two quickest laps you need for the grid, I think that kind of caught Joshua Law out as well, because he sat there for so long and all of a sudden realised he needed a second quick lap. I think he's probably done two anyway, but just to be sure, he headed back out, got another couple in, and both of those were quick enough to get him towards the front of the grid once more.
Yeah, it was quite incredible, the pace of Josh Law in the opening parts of qualifying, as that is John Owen being overtaken by Peter Brower, and Peter holds onto it through Brundle and Nelson, but John gets the initial kick off the corner. That's where John's always strong, down the inside through the bomb hole, gets back in front again. But now is Brower then going to tuck back in after they come out of Murray's and try and get a run on him down the start-finish straight as everybody else filters their way through. It's very, very close between these two machines. The number 6 car looking very, very elegant and curvy as ever. Now that is one of the few Pintos. It's an old Lola, but it's been converted into a Duratec with the bigger wing and the splitter. Some of the cars in the field do get converted from one class to the next as a sort of evolution of them, but the sort of purpose-built Duratec's are usually the more dominant of that kind, but still great to see that drivers do that though and work on the cars to sort of develop them themselves.
Yeah, it certainly is. So they go across the line now, currently running 10th, 11th, and right behind them now in 12th position has come the number 4 machine. So watch out for Nick Bates. He's going to look a little bit racy, trying to go around the outside of Peter Brower. It's not quite going to work. And he spins it. Almost into the hands of someone else there, but hopefully he's fallen far enough back from the circuit. You always kind of hold your breath at that point.
Yeah.
he's just about done it and rejoins.
Yeah, that was, I think, Mike Turner just behind him there. But Nick Bates, the boss man of Sports 2000 as well. So he's not setting the example there, unfortunately, trying too hard to fight off the guys around him. This is Williams looking down the inside of Ashlaw. They've got John Eiley just in front of them as well. John previously an aerodynamics engineer for Ferrari F1 team during the Schumacher years, actually. So he's a hell of a driver to have on the grid. Great to see him actually getting some racing done, as obviously his main career was the actual engineering itself. But nice little trio here as Ashlaw has now fallen behind Williams once again. Peter Williams is a driver that I was actually quite surprised to see that far down the grid in 21st. Says, oh, Josh Needham's got a problem, and he's parked right on the apex of Agostini's there.
He needs to get across the track quickly, doesn't he? That would be ideal, because there's an exit point which he's just found. Nicely done.
There was a bit of fluid coming out of the bottom of that car, though, that was still right on the apex, so I hope that's not going to affect anybody else. It didn't seem like it was a long streak of fluid, but as it stopped, it sort of left a puddle, didn't it? Let's hope that that doesn't cause too many issues, because there's already been a lot of fluid put down on the circuit today, hasn't there?
And rain and everything else. It's been one of those days, unfortunately, but so far we're escaping without too much rain within this race. But John Owen continues to keep, for now, Peter Brower at bay. As I say that, Peter Brower gets very close in towards the left-hander at Murray's, but can't find a way through. So it's the drag race now up towards the line for these two, and it just shows how quick they are. They turn on a knife edge, don't they? They're into the corner, out the corner, up the straight, and onto another lap. So very fast cars indeed. But it's Josh Law that still continues to head the field out there. 6.4 seconds to the good of James Barwell. So again, Joshua Law, like has been so many times this year, and a bit of a class of his own out front. But he still needs to keep this up, because if one slight mistake happens or anything does occur, then he could very quickly lose those 6 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. We all know too well how fickle motorsport can be sometimes, and just because you're in the lead of the race doesn't mean that you are immune from mistakes or any sort of failures. You know, touch wood for Josh that isn't going to happen. The car has been really, really good this season. They had a few issues with it yesterday, actually. I sort of contradict myself very quickly there, but you did have a few issues with it yesterday in the heat. But I think, again, a lot of the drivers had problems with it yesterday. I think the conditions this time round are a lot better, though, because it's sort of in that middle ground, isn't it? I mean, you're in a shirt and t-shirt, shorts and a t-shirt. You know, it's not the hottest of days, but it's not like... It's not cold. It's not typically British weather, is it?
No. I think we all expected it to be like yesterday, and we were like, yeah, it's going to be a lovely day, and no, it's not. Not at all. Not in this country. It changes very, very quickly indeed. So I'm still warm. I'm fine. I'm indoors for today, so I'll bear that one in mind. So down towards the right-hander at the bomb hole comes still our second-place man, James Barwell, so he's managing to keep at bay for now the car of Richard Johnson. But these three have been tied together since the start of the race, and in fact, since the safety car pulled in. So James Barwell's doing good under this pressure from Richard Johnson, and not too far adrift as well is Tom Stoughton in that number 1 machine. So again, he's got to be on his money here as James, because one slight mistake could let not just one car through but two. So he's got to keep pushing on here, but he's doing a tremendous job. Last time through he was slightly quicker than Richard Johnson, but not by a huge amount, but still sits there nicely in that second place.
We just had a quick glimpse there of Charlie Hyatt as well, son of Ross Hyatt and brother of Nick Hyatt. So they've got the three of them on the grid. Unfortunately, Ross not racing with us this weekend, but he is actually going to be here tomorrow. He's racing at Donington Park, I believe, this weekend in something else. I think it's some Ginetta thing that he mentioned. Ross is an absolute legend, though. He's really, really a good guy to speak to as well. He's got so many stories, but Charlie's been doing a great, great job in that car. It was his first race a few weeks ago when they raced at Silverstone, and he's been doing absolutely amazingly considering how close and competitive the Pinto class is. He's running third in it at the moment, sorry, fourth, I do apologise, behind Johnson Street and Needham. And I mean, all those drivers that have done very, very well, as Grant Gibson seems to have dropped a bunch of places all of a sudden on the timing, so I'm not quite sure what's happened to him. We may find out in just a moment, I think.
Yeah, not good news for the man who runs in the Van Diemen, so he has got work to do. Back to this battle, which again has been going since the safety car came in. This is the number 28 machine, still just about ahead at the minute. That's John Owen. Peter Brower is behind. This is still for 10th and 11th place. Not too far adrift is also the number 7 machine of Mike Turner. So we've got these three cars now starting to bring themselves together. This is another great battle as well, which is almost unfolding. That's the number 44 machine of John Eiley, and there's the move. Peter Brower goes through, and that was nicely done. Whether there was contact, we're not too sure, but Peter Broward gets through in the end.
Yeah, these guys, to be fair, there's very rarely contact in Sports 2000. They all know how big each other's wallets are, to be honest with you. But no, they're a very, very friendly bunch. You know, the respect in this racing category is absolutely amazing, and it's something that makes my job even easier as well. You know, coming to see these guys in the paddock and having a chat with everybody. They're all so approachable and so easy to chat to. That is Nick Hyatt and Chris Snowden having a good old fight together. Chris Snowden, another legend of Pinto racing. He's fixed everything, built everything, raced everything. He also races in Alfa Romeos as well, all over the country. And that beautiful number 32 Tiger looking really, really strong as always. Nick Hyatt in front of him though in the number 36 Lola, one of my favourite cars on the grid, that Lola. It was dark green and gold last season, but this season it has been repainted with the Pegasus Historic Engineering colours on it. Ross Hyatt's new team for this season onwards. And these beautifully elegant Pintos make their way towards us now at Brundle and Nelson, sweeping in. Lola looks really, really good into there, and it's not a car you expect to look sort of planted to the ground, because it looks like it'd be really, really slippery and sort of floaty around the circuit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's quite rounded. It's got a big back end on it as well. Here comes the move down the inside then for the number 71 machine. So this is potentially going to be a change between David Houghton, and the car trying to get through there is
Paul Traherne is the 71 machine, the gun.
That's for 7th place, isn't it? So a good little fight here going on at the minute. That's, of course, with Paul Traherne in the Derek Bell Trophy, so he's in his own class effectively. But these two are now fighting for an overall position within this race, and no real change there, because Houghton, for now, does stay ahead of Traherne.
And he's another one that's in the MCR S2N, which has this newly developed bodywork on the front of that machine. Now, it was the University of Wales Trinity St David team. I can never get it right. They helped develop the new front end for the MCR S2N last season, and it's been a resounding success so far, as that is a very crackly and poppy Michael Gibbons. Now, that car has not run right all season. Michael's had so much bad luck with it. Him and his father Alan have been trying to fix the issues time and time again, and considering the fact that he still won a race this season with a car that's not running right, it just shows you how quick Michael Gibbons, reigning champion, is. He won all but one race last year, did Michael. Sorry, no, I'm thinking of the year before. Tom Stoughton won most of the races last year. The year before that, 2020, Michael Gibbons won all but one race. He's incredibly dominant, as now traffic becomes an issue here, and look at that, Richard Johnson down the inside, it looked like, on James Barwell, and he's going to get it done, isn't he? Surely into the hairpin. Tom Stoughton waiting to take advantage, and Johnson goes second.
Certainly does. So that was what Richard was waiting for. He's been on the back from the start of this race. The mistake, not from James Barwell, just for the traffic to be in front of him, was caught at the wrong time. So James Barwell, I'm sure, will be furious with that, but will try and fight back as best as he can on Richard Johnson. Now he looks to the inside, no real gap through there, so he goes back to the outside, down towards Agostini. What he's got to be careful of here is not to let Tom Stoughton through, who's also on his tail as well. So he's now in a very precarious position. As we know, you're trying to attack and defend at the same time. So not good news for James Barwell, but very good news for Richard Johnson to move himself up into second place.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to take a sort of late apex there, didn't it? To maybe just move in front and get a run on the exit of the corner, but no, it didn't quite seem like it paid off. And I think, like you say, he was just filling his mirrors with Tom Stoughton and keeping his eye on that, to be fair, because Tom is one of those drivers that just takes advantage of a little situation developing in front of him. You know, he's so opportunistic. He's a really, really wise racer in the very, very pretty Locks for Vans branded Gun TS11, or the TS12, I believe it is. I think it was his partner, actually, that told me that I got it wrong at Donington Park. She knew more than I did, to be fair to her. It doesn't make me look very good as a commentator. But Richard Johnson and everybody now moving past David Gorst in another one of the MCR S2s. David still getting his eye in with the car and just building up his confidence time and time again. He's a really, really nice guy as well, is David, to be fair. Always a good bloke to chat to. There's not too long left in this race now, though, is there, Matt?
I think we're going to be on to the last lap by the looks of it. 1:53 to get round, 1:42 as he crossed the line, Joshua Law. So, yeah, I think we're on to the last lap of the race. And to be fair, since Richard Johnson has got his way past James Barwell, that gap has just opened up slightly there. So he was probably being held up just briefly, although James Barwell is doing a good job to try and hold on here. Tom Stoughton carries some great speed through Richie's corner, so I don't think the final step on the podium is just yet secure. So we'll keep an eye on what happens with those three cars as the Pintos head their way now onto what's going to be that penultimate lap with still one more to go. But there he is, Joshua Law, done so well so far this year, and it looks like it's going to be another victory on the cards for our race leader.
Yeah, his fastest lap of the race is a 1:53.3. It looks to me like he's the only driver to have got into the 53s in this entire race. Really, really incredible pace by Josh. And this season, he's just absolutely turned it on. You know, he was so close so many times in the last few years. He's always been on the podiums. He's always been up there. He's such a smiley, happy guy as well, Josh. You'll never see him angry. You know, he's just such a lovely bloke. And he's done an amazing job. And his father, Ian, and even his brother, Ashler, as well. You know, they've all come together really well to promote Josh and get him fighting like this. And I mean, the gap over the line last time was 13.7 seconds. It's incredible pace by Josh, and like you say, it's going to be a very well-deserved race win that has just put everybody else into a different league.
Certainly has. So Joshua Law turns his way then through the last couple of corners, looking good now for victory at number 5. As you spoke, Chaz, Tom Stoughton's had his year where he's won most of the races. Michael Gibbons did the same. It looks like it's heading this way for Joshua Law, but still plenty of racing to come this year. One more back marker to try and work his way through, which he does up towards the checker flag, and it's going to be win number 5 out of the 7 races we've had so far this year, and it's Joshua Law who takes the victory then in the first of the Sports 2000 Championship races here at Snetterton. For second, this is going to be close. Richard Johnson with the likes of Tom Stoughton, and also behind him as well James Barwell. It's going to be Johnson to the line by the looks of it, just ahead of James Barwell, and Tom Stoughton comes through in 4th position with Michael Gibbons just rounding out the top 5, which I think, apart from the DNF earlier in the season, that now equals Michael Gibbons' worst performance of the year.
Yes, he's not had the smoothest of seasons once again, as Michael. Like I say, the amount of issues with that car absolutely plaguing him and his father Alan, bless them. Nick Johnson has been doing an amazing job in the Lola 592S at the start, the top end of the Pintos. It looks like he's going to come through and take the victory there. We might have to wait a little bit longer for that though. Clive Steeper's just making his way to the line now. Looks like Peter Brower has managed to stay in front of John Owen as well as Mike Turner. Those 3 just about to cross the line in front of us now. The Lola beating the 2 MCR S2s. And these cars don't half sound good, don't they? A 2-litre Duratec 4-pot. It's a fantastic sounding engine. It's almost like a touring car-esque noise, isn't it?
Certainly is. Thoroughly enjoyed that, and we always get entertainment aplenty, don't we, with Sports 2000, and that's a great thing with different classes as well. Wherever you look down the field, there is a battle for that class honour going on, and it's been fast and frantic, which is what Sports 2000 is all about. Bit of wide there, unfortunately, for Paul Street.
Oh, no.
On the last lap, he was almost off. He was almost kind of lost it, but he caught it on the grass there, so he loses, I think, 2 positions to the line, but he will come through in what's going to be 19th place in the end in that Lola.
Yeah, 2nd place in this class as well. Nick Johnson taking the win in the Pinto category. Looks to me like Pete Needham is going to be 3rd. He's going to take another podium in the number 54 Van Diemen, one of the prettiest cars on the grid. It's a shame not to see as many Pintos out this time, because a couple of times this season we've had separate races for them. We've had that bigger grid. Next across the line is Nick Hyatt and then Chris Snowden. That's cars 36 and 32. And it looks to me like that is going to be it, because the Duratec leaders did carve quite far into the Pinto field. But another really interesting race there, with the entire field -3 crossing the line.
Yeah, brilliant stuff indeed. So Joshua Law with the victory. He won by what's going to be 14.5 seconds in the end. 2nd place goes the way of Richard Johnson. 3rd place for James Barwell, Tom Stoughton and Michael Gibbons, your top 5. 6th place then for number 40 was Timothy Tudor. Just behind him was the Derek Bell class winner, which was Paul Traherne. And then we had behind him in 8th position, that was going to be David Houghton. 9th place for number 50, that is Steve O. And to round out your top 10, in fact, Class B winner, Pete Brower. So there you go. Nice to see all of those doing well. And in terms of the Pintos, as you said, it was a win for Nicholas Johnson in number 62. He took Class C. Class A went the way of Paul Street. And do we have a Class B winner? Let's have a quick look.
B, I think, was... No, actually. It seems like we only have A and C.
Well, at least we got some of them to the end.
Yeah, although it seems, it's a shame actually, Charlie Hyatt seemed to have dropped down a few laps by the end there. He came into the pits with 1 to go. He was 4th in the entire Pinto field for a long time there, showing great promise, as everyone has mentioned, and unfortunately he finishes his race in the pit lane. But there is your race winner, Josh Law, in the beautifully coloured MCR S2N after another very, very strong race. And I'm sure Richard Johnson's going to come over and offer his congratulations. It's such a friendly paddock in Sports 2000s. If you ever get a chance to come and see these guys, please do, because it's a beautiful and really, really happy and positive place to be.
Indeed it is. Great camaraderie amongst the drivers, great entertainment in the evening as well, just to relax and chat with drivers, how your race went, what you're looking forward to, any help you need as well. So yeah, Sports 2000s once again delivering in droves, which is always nice. Chaz, thank you so much for coming along.
Thank you. I'm going to go and enjoy Ian Law's wonderful barbecues as he always does. He'll surely have one of them tonight, and I will leave you to it. Thanks very much, Matt.
What, in this weather?
Oh yeah, Ian does a barbecue no matter what.
Good stuff. Thanks very much, Chaz. He'll be back with us tomorrow, of course, on circuit, I'm sure. For now, though, Joshua Law is down there with our man in the pit lane, Mark Werrell.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, so Josh Law just receiving the congratulations of the team and family members, and big smiles all round. So let's dive in and grab a quick word with our race winner, Josh Law. Josh, congratulations. That's 5 wins this season now. It also means that you've won at every circuit we've visited so far this year.
Oh, cool. I didn't realise that. That's a nice thing to find out. Yeah, went great. I didn't get the best start I've ever had, but it wasn't completely terrible. And I managed to get back past James before the safety car came out, and got a good restart. And then from then on, I just sort of managed it and yeah, tried to be nice and consistent, and it was great.
If they'd have come back at you, was there more in hand, more you could have offered? You just sort of drove it as fast as you needed to?
Yes, yeah, there was a little bit more, but yeah, when you don't need to push to the absolute limit, it was nice to look after the car a bit, so it's just trying to sort of be a bit sympathetic and make sure it made it to the end of the race.
1 out of 3 races though this weekend, so it doesn't just all stop now that you've taken the checkered flag. Lots of work to do prepping the car for tomorrow. Exactly,
yeah, we've got to check it all over now, and there's probably 100 jobs to do, and get them all done, and then have a bit of food and do it all again tomorrow.
Well done on the win. Congratulations on win number 5.
Thank you. Cheers.
There we go. So that's our winner of the race overall. We're going to wander down and see if we can grab a quick word with the winner of the Pinto class as well. So we'll come on down this way. The Pinto class was secured by Nick Johnson for the first time this year. So we'll wander down towards what is the tail end of this Parc Fermé. Just work our way past Paul Traherne, who's busy chatting. Oh, yeah. So hi, Paul. And then somewhere down here, sorry, gentlemen, we should be able to find Nick Johnson, who I can spot in the distance. It's a case of spotting these drivers in the distance and then grabbing a quick word. So we'll come round the back of this. Poor old Cam, the cameraman, is struggling to catch me up, but we'll grab a word with Nicholas if we can, who is busy chatting away. So a quick word, the winner of the Pinto class. Hard-fought race there, because Paul Street was not that far away, was he, as the second of the Pinto cars?
It was great fun. That's what racing's about. Good close racing. We didn't touch at all. We came very close. He stuck it up the inside into Russell right at the end, and we just braked early and let him go by. So, yeah, great way to finish the race. First time I've been at Snets in about 15 years, so it's good to be back.
I'm going to say it's the first time you've been at Snetterton in a while, because you called it Russell. It's now called Murray's the final corner, you know.
No, it'll always be Russell to me.
Did you see that on that final corner then, they ran wide, and then poor old Paul almost lost places then on the charge to the line?
Yeah, it was the last corner of the last lap. I figured he was going to have one last go. So, to be honest, we left him room. We braked a fraction earlier just to give myself options. And thankfully for me, he slightly overcooked it for himself, and I was back up the inside. So it was a classic switcheroo, and it was good to do. We saw you at, was it Donington the first round? You didn't do the next couple. Back in for this one. Are you back for some more later on? All being well, the engine went bang at the end of race 1 Donington, so we only got the car back on Thursday evening. So it's just good to be back in my baby bell, as I call her. Be back out there having some fun. Well done on the win, congratulations. So that's the winner of the race overall and the winner of the Pinto class as well, Nicholas Johnson, who we've just spoken to. So I'll hand you back over to Matt Suckling. It won't be that much longer before the cars for the next race head onto the grid.
Thanks very much, Mark. Yep, so as you rightly said, we've got some cars very shortly to head onto the circuit. Just waiting for the Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli to make their way onto the grid, to be lined up and ready to head off onto a formation lap before they get their second 25-minute race of the day underway. Unfortunately, there are a few cars to be cleared up from that earlier race we just saw from the Sports 2000s. I think this all happened on potentially the last lap, but these were a couple of the cars that we saw in drama also on that first lap, so they are now being lifted onto the low loader. Luckily for Sports 2000, they are not back out until tomorrow, which means they've got the best part of this afternoon and this evening and the early hours of tomorrow morning to try and get those cars fixed before we see them out for tomorrow's 2 races, because it's never nice to see cars on the back of flatbeds, and if they can get them back out there, I'm sure they will, with a lot of help from the team here at Snetterton and of course with the rest of the championship competitors. As Chaz just said, they're very friendly here, they'll help where they can, and hopefully that will be the case for these 2 cars as well. So they're being recovered. Won't be too much longer, I'm sure, till the cars are lined up onto the grid, ready to go for our next race. And I'm delighted to say that Paul Jerd is back with me. He's again hot-footed it over from the paddock, hopefully with some news and some stories and some updates on what happened from earlier on, maybe.
Yeah, I think that the biggest thing that happened in race 1, and I think we didn't really quite come over when on the coverage we were looking at, was the smoke from Kevin Molyneux earlier on was basically his car throwing oil out everywhere. So not only were we seeing people spin on that combination of oil and light rain, but it was so many people were complaining of oil on their windscreens. So not being able to see and not quite being able, we saw quite near the end Angus Archer just following that second and third place battle in Class 2. And as Angus said to me, I just couldn't see enough to confidently try and go past people. So Kevin Molyneux, and then amusingly I wandered into our hospitality unit, and there's a whole bunch of drivers watching our live stream on delay, watching their own race. And Kevin go, yeah, that was me, that was, as everyone spun. And so everyone was taking it in a nice spirit, which is very, very good. And I know Chaz said that about the Sports 2000, but it's one of the delightful things about when you get involved in a series and you have the same people year in, year out, that, yeah, they do help each other. They want to get everyone back out there racing. They want plenty of cars to race against. And, we've got one team in particular on the grid, Strasser, who are renowned for if someone has a problem, there's always someone going to wander over, make sure they've got the parts they need, the materials they need. And, it's great to be involved in that sort of thing. And I think that's motorsport all over, mostly. Yeah, and of course, the more cars you have on the grid, the more fun it is to race against them people. You find someone to play with, different person every single time. So it does have its benefits, and it's just nice to see a full complement of cars, especially when they're Porsches. It very, very much so, actually. And next time out, we're actually combining all 3 of our grids into, time after next, we're at Alton Park next, but when we're on Silverstone Grand Prix, we've got the Porsche Club Championship, the Boxster Cup, and the 911 Challenges all on, because we can start, theoretically at Silverstone you can start 61 cars. So we don't think we're quite going to get 61, but it will be absolutely epic and probably one of the best grids of Porsches all year. Yeah, a sight to behold. So Silverstone, that's towards the end of July, but it's a circuit which lends itself to big grids normally. Everyone wants to race at the home of British motorsport, and Silverstone will be there later on in the season. So yeah, look forward to that one with a full complement of different Porsches, as always, from the Porsche Club Championship. So there you can see the cars on the grid very shortly to head off onto their formation lap. We had not a disappointing race for James earlier on, but he missed out on the win by a very small margin. Did we find out what the reason was? Was it probably slipping on oil? Or? He did. He had a big slide that we didn't see. Yeah, exactly that. And I was joking to James that he's got his son behind him as a tail gunner. And he was basically saying, no, if he can get down the inside of me into the first corner, he will. So no family-friendly racing going on at the front from the Kayleys. Good stuff. So the countdown is on then for the formation lap to very shortly get underway. Let's take you through then how the grid lines up then for this second race of the day for the Petro-Canada Lubricants Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli, of course, as the cars now head off onto that formation lap. It's going to be James Cayley then who starts for the second time today from pole position. He'll have number 23, Simon Clark, alongside on that front row. Row 2 then sees Bill Cayley with Pete Morris as well for company. He was a bit off sorts in race number 1, but fought his way back through the field fairly nicely, but just scraped himself inside the top 5. Row 3 then has Kevin Harrison, who has a blinding start in race number 1. We'll see if he can replicate that for this second race. Chris Dyer is the man who lines up alongside on that third row. Row 4 then sees James Coleman, who is going to be the leading Class 2 car this time round, off the grid with Richard Baston for company alongside. And then behind that, row number 5, it's Neil Delaghi and Andrew Muggeridge to round out the top 10. Paul Simpson is next up with Colin Tester alongside. He was the Class 2 winner from earlier on. Then we have Kevin Molyneux and Angus Archer on row 7. Oliver Chatham and Julian Morris on the 8th row. Paul Seagrave and Carl Hazelton back on row
9, and then to round out your top 20 is Trevor Lewis and John Alexander. The 11th row is Vince Blacker with Brian Richardson, and Kevin Ludford and Andrew Porter should round out the 24 starters for this second race.
Probably 23. I don't think we're actually going to see car number 20, John Alexander, back on the 10th row.
Okay.
He had problems in race 1, and I think it was turning out to be insurmountable, unfortunately, which is a shame because he's an enthusiastic guy, John. He was actually racing last weekend at Silverstone in an Austin Healey.
Bit different.
Yeah, very, very much so. Even the engine's in a different place. So a man who enjoys his cars and enjoys his racing, and it's a delight to have about.
Indeed, indeed. So as we said, it was a cracking start earlier on for the man who starts this time on the third row of the grid. Kevin Harrison got himself through very nicely indeed. So we'll be hoping for much of the same things here. And of course, that finishing position from race number 1 brings him a little bit closer in the championship to Pete Morris as well, doesn't it?
It does. And quick starts are a bit of a speciality of Kevin's. He's always been renowned for it. I've actually seen him start from the second row at Brands Hatch and lead into the first corner.
Well, that's an accolade, isn't it, to get that done, especially at Brands Hatch?
Very, very much so, yeah. So it's almost a standing joke between us that whenever I mention it in commentary, he manages to pull it off. So I'm going to start charging him very, very soon.
Indeed. So the lovely livery of James Cayley works its way now under the bridge. So that's the Porsche 997 C2S, which looks glorious in that racing green. Effectively the Lotus colours, aren't they, I'd say?
That they are, and this is essentially the Cayley's local circuit, so maybe there's a link there. I hadn't actually made that link myself yet, to be quite honest. I will try and ask the question at some point. But James is another one to come up through the Porsche Club track days. So just from doing track days, and it was our former, who we mentioned earlier on, Steve Kevlin, our motorsport manager, who basically suggested to James he might like to go racing. So it's fantastic to have people like that here and being so successful.
Certainly is. There are the other runners down there in class number 2, so the Porsche Boxster S's, which now work their way towards the grid as well. So you can see Andrew Porter towards the back, so he's there in 24th position, just behind Kevin Ludford.
I was chatting to him actually, having found the keys that they lost this morning.
Yes.
And apparently they were convinced they left them in the car, and they were found in the farthest remotest corner of a toolbox. So he says his stress levels were quite high because obviously he missed qualifying, and that's why he's at the back of the grid, having not set a time. He actually went out in a different session just to do the 3 laps that you have to do.
Yes, always carry your keys safely. Lock them away in your pocket. That's probably the best advice.
Yeah, I have to say I wouldn't be brave enough to leave them in the race car overnight.
No, not indeed. Not a Porsche anyway. So the car's now back to the grid. We've got them all lining up in terms of the first few rows. So again, James Cayley in those kind of Lotus colours. He sits alongside Simon Clark in the white, turquoise, green, yellow machine on that front row. Similar colours, just you can see the rear of Bill Cayley there. So he sits again third on the grid, and Pete Morris in the red and black number 2 Porsche there on the outside of row 2, and just vaguely can see through the gap there Kevin Harrison in his silver and green machine, and the same coloured car, which confused me in race number 1 of Chris Dyer, because he in fact made the better start than Pete Morris and found him up inside the top 4 places. So I got confused of who was who, but when you get cars exactly the same colours, it's always hard to spot which one's which.
I've been having that issue for years, so don't take it personally.
25 minutes of racing to look forward to. Second race of the day for the Porsche Club Championship gets underway now. A pretty even start from the front there between James Cayley and Simon Clark. Hopefully they'll make it off the line without too many dramas, which I think they've done. And who's going to lead into the first corner? Inside line for James Cayley. Is Simon Clark brave enough to go round the outside line? We'll have to wait and see before they emerge from Ritchie's in towards Wilson Hairpin. He's still on the outside, is Simon Clark, so it's been a good start, and he gets him into the lead of the race by the looks of it. So lovely stuff from Simon. He now just needs to brake in time, which he does. A bit wide there from Chris Dyer again, who made a better start than Pete Morris, but Pete Morris finds the inside line to go to third place, and Bill Cayley cuts across there just to get ahead of Dyer to take that 4th place away. And Kevin Harrison, not the best of starts this time, is down in still I think about 6th place.
I was actually watching his start. I think Bill Cayley was wise to him this time and moved across and didn't give him that inside run that he used in race 1.
Indeed he didn't. So here we go, down towards Agostini for the first time. Trying to go around the outside there was Richard Baston in the 85 machine to try and get that place away from Kevin Harrison, but that didn't quite work as the leaders now work their way through Hamilton with Simon Clark your leader. 2nd place for James Cayley. 3rd place now is Pete Morris in car number 2. 4th place is Bill Cayley, and then for 5th place, just coming into the picture now, is going to be the number 9 machine of Chris Dyer. So theoretically everyone's pretty much stayed where they were on the grid apart from the top 2.
That's right, which actually gives us the same lead battle as we had last time round, wasn't it? James Cayley going wide, kicking up the dust, which is not nice if you're Pete Morris behind him. Look at the dust going back across the track, but that's just going to lose him a little traction as he tries to chase Simon Clark.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been that nice sitting in the car either, was it? Big bump over the exit there of Williams corner. So James Cayley will refocus and try not to lose too much time now to Simon Clark in the lead of this race. But already you can see the gap just starting to grow there as the front runners work their way through the bomb hole. I think Richard Baston was a little bit slow on the exit there, so he was under pressure as they worked their way down towards the right-hander. So a little bit of a slow exit.
Neil Delagio, I think, trying to get inside him, the blue car.
We'll see how that turns out. There he is, isn't he? That Neil?
Yep, that is Neil. And with that, it looks like he actually, I can't see the black car over Richard Baston, but I'm not sure if it's ahead or behind, but I think he probably has pulled that off. Yes, he has.
Yeah. So there you go. With it, they lose a little bit of ground to the top 6 as well, who go through. Clark led the first lap by 1.2 seconds, so that's fairly healthy for the race leader after that good start in the 996. Managed to keep the 997 at bay as they headed their way up towards turn number 2. So Simon Clark will be happy with that, now looking to try and retaliate with 2 race victories, of course. He missed the previous 2 rounds, as Paul said earlier, due to health issues, but back on form straight away here this weekend, and already, as I said, sitting in a very nice position there in the lead to try and take what could be the first double victory in one weekend.
Certainly will be this year. Yeah, it's been very, very competitive, and he's starting to ease away from James Cayley, isn't he? Definitely is, and that's going to be interesting because that's not what we saw. Certainly in the last race, and when it dried out again in the final part of the race, James Cayley was able to reel him back in.
And to be fair, looking further back to 3rd place, Pete Morris, it's nice to see he's got a better start this time as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, did have a great few laps earlier on, Pete, which is unlike him. He's one of the stalwarts of the series. Very, very quick, very, very experienced driver.
So through they go at Oggie's corner. Pete Morris is up in 3rd place, although he's still under pressure here from Bill Cayley. So again, Bill's having a bit of a better run in race 2 compared to race number 1. So we'll see how those two shape out as they head their way onto the Bentley Straight once more, as the top 2 look to be closing the gap, but I think that's again quite deceptive for the camera there. It looks closer than it actually is as they head under the bridge, but top 6 just starting to pull away. Watching our coverage again there.
It is, yeah. Watching the excellent coverage. It doesn't really add such an element to the races to be able to watch them like this as they are happening. But so down looking down there at the Class 2 battle, that's Paul Simpson who's running 2nd in Class 2 with Colin Tester right behind him. And it's James Coleman a few lengths clear, heading Class 2 out in front of them.
Yeah, so this is kind of being a repeat of what we've seen so far this season. Colin Tester, James Coleman, Colin Tester, James Coleman, Colin Tester, ... But James Coleman, as you said, in the lead of the minute. So
it's been one or the other, 1st or 2nd in every race so far. 2 very, very experienced and quick racers. And I was talking to James Coleman, and the car that Colin Tester's bought is actually reputedly the most successful Boxster ever, having taken numerous wins in 5 championships in different series. But so Colin didn't apparently know what he was buying.
Of course he didn't. A man of his calibre, surely he would have done. Up across the line he goes. He's currently behind Paul Simpson at the minute, so Colin Tester sits there in what's going to be 3rd place in class, Simpson in 2nd, and Coleman near enough 2 seconds up the road now, so he's got a fairly comfortable lead as it stands as well. This is a good fight. This is the 44 machine of Andrew Porter. He's got for company the number 30 machine as well at the minute, so we'll see how that all shapes itself out as they work their way up towards the Wilson hairpin. But again, very close in terms of the top 10 of Class 2. They'll all pile their way through the hairpin. Down the other side they'll go, and being chased at the minute by Vince Blacker in the number 64 machine. And again, a little bit further up the field, this is the number 17 machine now, which is trying to keep out of the way and fight at the same time. Andrew Muggeridge on the back of those 2 cars ahead.
That's right. Andy was actually a Class 2 runner last year, so would have been battling with these guys in Class 2, but is now in his Class 1 car that I think he's still getting to grips with, to be quite honest. It's a more powerful car than the cars in front, but he is carrying a lot more weight.
That's a change as well, because Colin Tester's just got through into 2nd place. So Paul Simpson now dropped down in the 88 machine, and it's the Muggeridge car who's now right onto the tail. So this has cleared Colin Tester to have a little bit of clear room up ahead of him to now try and close down in on the race leader of Division 2, or Class 2 I should say, which is James Coleman. So that's good news for Colin, isn't it, to try and get his teeth stuck in for this 2nd race.
Very much so. He had a 1.2 advantage, James Coleman, last time through. So I think once Colin Tester can get that, as you say, that crucial clear track, put the car where he wants to on the track, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens from then.
Richard Baston is just up the road from James Coleman, so that's Class 1 against Class 2. So again, he won't be held up, will James Coleman, but he's going to have a fight with that car ahead of him. They're just ahead of this group, which are going through your shot now. So there's the man who's lost the position on this lap. That's Paul Simpson, who now straight away is under pressure from the Andrew Muggeridge car, who in fact is a Class 1 car. So he should be quicker in a straight line, which he is. So Andrew Muggeridge draws alongside and will try and hold that position as they go up towards Richie's corner. He's on the outside there as they flick through the shot, but it's a little bit annoying, I'm sure, for Paul Simpson. He'll just go, get out of my way and get on with your race so I can focus on what I need to do. But that's the great thing about multi-class racing. There's always different classes that you're going to be racing against as well.
That's right, and cars having different strengths in different areas, because he might be quick in the corners, but he's going to find it hard to accelerate hard out the corner and be quicker out the corner than Andy Muggeridge.
So there goes the battle further down in Class 2. So some real different people involved in this one at the minute as they all turn their way through. That's the number 30 machine of Lewis, who is trying to go through. Does he get the job done up towards the Wilson hairpin? We'll find out very shortly as we flick back to the battle for third place, which is closing down as well here. This is Pete Morris with Bill Cayley right on his tail. Bill thinks about the outside line down towards Oggies.
You really saw him move the car there, didn't he? It was a definite move. You wonder if that was always just trying to fox Pete. It really is being very, very competitive, looking one side and then the other. This is unlike Pete Morris to be holding other people up.
He was trying to position a car there, wasn't he, Bill? And he got hampered through the corner. Chris Dye now comes into the mix as well, so it's almost 3 wide down under the bridge very shortly. Gap between the two, I think, at the front is coming down as well. Just under a second last time through. Dyer is through on Bill Cayley, so that's given Pete Morris a little bit of relief because he's now not being hassled from behind. But now that does mean that the Chris Dyer is going to be on the back of Pete Morris before too much longer. And just as we say that, through the bomb hole, he's going to look to the inside line. Will Pete Morris keep him at bay? He will, but how much will he delay him in the process? We'll have to wait and see.
That's right, yeah. It's the two Strasser cars. It's the 997 of Pete Morris and the Cayman S. And in fact, it's Bill Cayley also in a Cayman S. I think starting to have a think about getting back at Chris Dyer.
Certainly is. And who's on the back of them? I think that's going to be Delagi, isn't it? Number 62. No, it's not. It's number 16, Kevin Harrison. So here's the one on the back as they head up towards the line this time. Let's see how this all unfolds. Harrison goes to the outside, Dyer to the inside. Bill Cayley's got back through, and Harrison now tries to chuck one to the inside as sensible as possibly he can do, and they all avoid any contact, which is great. So we make it through unscathed. This is all for, by the way, the final step on the podium. So it's quite important, to say the least, I think.
That was that moment when they spread out 3 wide, and I thought this isn't going to end well. But you're quite right. Then they were all suddenly got sensible, didn't they?
Realised how much parts cost for these cars and thought, yeah, I won't dive down there. It's not going to be that sensible. Kevin Harrison almost got through there on Chris Dyer, but Dyer for the inside line at Palmer managed to keep that place. So no changes that have been cemented so far in this one as they all now work their way down in towards Agostini. And it just shows as well, as quick as you catch someone, you can very quickly lose that time as well. Chris Dyer out wide. Oh, he's going to hold it up from Kevin Harrison here. We'll wait and see as they head down towards Hamilton. I always fear for this corner because you can very rarely run side by side.
That's right. I think Kevin Harrison decided that was probably not going to be possible, wasn't it? And had been very, very wide from Chris Dyer. It's changing fortunes, isn't it? We're seeing someone almost be fast for a lap, and then suddenly he seems to be the guy struggling as the others kept gaining the pace. But looking at this, it's I think 0.8 of a second last time across the line between the lead pair as Clark leads James Cayley, and it's probably about the same distance. But again, all the Cayleys suddenly looking very, very racy as we're looking at Bill Cayley now chasing Pete Morris.
Yeah, quick on a straight line is Bill in that Cayman, so he claws the gap back on Pete Morris, but can't still find a way through. But let's see what he can do through here. Looks very quick through there. I think Pete's struggling in corners, isn't he, for some reason? So he again goes defensive down towards Coram. Chris Dyer now is back with him as well. So 3 for third place as they reappear in sight. Chris Dyer takes the widest of lines through Coram. Almost chucked it out onto the grass, but stays there just behind Bill Cayley. And Kevin Harrison is also the man just to watch behind them as they head up towards the line to complete lap number 5. Gap at the front is now down to 3/4 of a second, so even more time, not much, but more time now being taken out by James Cayley in that second place.
That's right, James, just that fastest race lap to date going last time through, but only by a fraction. He did a 2:04. In fact, they both in the 2:04.7, so evenly matched at the front.
Certainly is. Right, nearly another move there as well from Chris Dyer. He was again all over the back of Bill Cayley on the run down towards the Wilson hairpin, so we'll try and pick up that again very shortly. There go your top two, still Simon Clark and James Cayley. And again, bit by bit, corner by corner, this gap comes down and down. And to be fair to Simon Clark, he's not really defending, so he's not losing time there. I just think James Cayley now picked up the speed, feels a bit more confident. None of this wet stuff falling from above this time, so hopefully that's not going to catch James out. So it's just helping him to improve and with a bit more confidence as well.
Very much so, and in fact those are easily the two quickest cars on the track. They're almost 2 seconds quicker than anybody else, so that's hence allowing them to pull almost 9 seconds clear now. But yeah, ridiculously evenly matched, that pair.
Certainly are. They head now onto the Bentley Straight once more. 13 minutes to go, so not quite at half race distance just yet in this second race, but gap continues to come down from James Cayley. He looks to the inside, but he's not quite close enough, I don't think, to make a move. I say that, and it got closer and closer as they came under the bridge there, but stay they are for first and second. Who's having to defend this time? Bill Cayley just slightly there from Kevin Harrison, because he's right onto the tail now of the second green and gold machine, and Chris Dyer has now dropped down to 6th position, and Pete Morris, just for now, has escaped those 3 cars behind.
And for once, I think for the first time in 2 or 3 laps, that's allowed Pete actually probably to take the optimum line through the bomb hole and into Coram, and not be under pressure. The previous times he's been very defensive through there, hugging the inside just to stop Bill Cayley sticking his nose in. Yeah, maybe a chance for a bit of water, maybe a nice biscuit to eat while they all battle behind, and then before you know it, they'll be back on his case once again. But Pete Morris, for now, just about hanging on to 3rd position in this race as we draw our attention back to Class 2. Some of the other runners to look out for here at the minute. There's Andrew Porter just going through pitch up in car number 44. And Carl Hazelton having a long look down the inside of Julian Morris, but not being able to pull it off.
No, not at the minute. So this is for 16th, 17th and 18th places. Just off the tail there is the 24 machine as well. So Carl Hazelton is turning his way through the right-hander, but this is close at the minute between these 2 cars. Back towards the front, 3rd, 4th and 5th and 6th once again. Pete Morris, as I said, didn't have too much of a break, did he? Because straight away Bill Cayley is with them once again. Kevin Harrison looking threatening as well as they turn their way on towards the short straight down towards Agostini. Bear in mind, Kevin Harrison got a podium in the earlier race and was quite a way up the road here, but this one he's just struggling, isn't he, just to find his way through, just being held up slightly as they work their way down towards Hamilton.
That's right, he wasn't able to use his speciality of getting off the line because Bill Cayley, I think, was just too wise to him. He wasn't going to fall for it twice, and that's left Kevin Harrison, I think, pretty much where he started position wise, so not a lot of change up there, but still those leaders now with an almost 10-second gap, that lead pair, as the guys behind battle. But Pete Morris, I think, has almost got a little bit of breathing room now.
Yeah, wait for that one to re-emerge as this fight continues as well, a little bit lower down the field.
Vince Blacker going very deep into Wilson's hairpin.
Yeah, this is Class 2 again, isn't it? So Vince Blacker trying to recover through the field on the number 24 machine of Hazelton there. So down through Palmer they turn once again, but that one now is settled down as well by the looks of it as they head down towards Agostini. Class 2, by the way, still being led by James Coleman. He's got Andrew Muggeridge between himself and Colin Tester. So again, just like race number 1 where Colin Tester pulled away, I think James Coleman's doing exactly the same.
Exactly the same. It's almost just like the same script with just the names the opposite way round. And strangely, that's how it's been all season. As I say, there's always been one of those pair who've been first or second.
Certainly has. So there we go. The leaders, by the way, have just gone through again. The gap hasn't fluctuated at all. It's always been now since we've had this battle less than a second. As across the line, Pete Morris is about to lose his 3rd place surely here because Bill Cayley goes to the outside line up towards Ritchie's. Kevin Harrison comes to the inside line, 3 into 1 at Ritchie's corner. Oh my God, that's a big hit there because Bill Cayley was unsighted with what came across the front of him. It was the car of Pete Morris who just was trying to avoid the inside of Kevin Harrison, and with that Bill Cayley had nowhere to go. So he clips the rear of Pete Morris's car, and I wonder if Pete Morris possibly had some damage as well because that was a fairly hefty hit.
It was a big hit, wasn't it? I didn't really see which direction Pete's car went. Other than that, we can see Kevin Harrison there and Chris Dyer. So they were the other 2 cars around. It does look like Pete Morris is still just behind Kevin Dyer.
Yeah,
Chris Dyer, sorry.
Yeah, he's kept up the speed. Just wondering what's kind of wrong with it would have been the left rear, wouldn't it? So you can see the marks of what's happened, because there's a rear bumper which is trailing on Pete Morris's car. We'll see that as he comes through shot. There it is. So that's where Bill Cayley unfortunately ran into the back of. He had no real choice, as I said, because Pete was trying to avoid Kevin Harrison on the inside and didn't realise Bill Cayley was there still on the outside. So that's hard luck for Bill. He's having such a great race, and it ends like that.
That's right. It really was a case of sort of 3 into 1. Corner won't go, unfortunately. But yeah, Pete Morris with that spoiler hanging off a little bit on the back, actually just looking like it's now a natural air brake. That's going to be so hurt him down the straights.
Yeah, so that's going to make Pete a little bit slower than he already was. Not unfair to say, I don't think, because Pete Morris we're normally expecting to be very quick and running towards the front of the field. But at the minute, so far this weekend, things not really going his way, which is a real shame. That means he will lose a few more points in the championship, and this is going to be good news for Kevin, who now finds himself ahead of Pete Morris, and also for James Cayley, who so far has had a positive weekend with second in race number 1 and currently second. So we had a close championship prior to this weekend. It's going to be even closer by the time we leave.
Very, very much so, and also close is now what has now become the battle for third with Kevin Harrison. And I think Chris Dyer is suddenly realising that there's a podium in this for him.
Certainly is. So they accelerate away from Murray's up towards the line once again. So Chris Dyer on the attack here on the back of Kevin Harrison. Let's see what Chris can do within this race. I think Chris so far this year has had a couple of podiums, hasn't he? But
he has actually had 2 podiums, one at Donington and one at Brands Hatch, both times in the first race of the day.
Yeah, so this could be a change for him if he can get and hold on to this podium if he gets past Kevin Harrison. Meantime, what's happening in Class 2? Well, it's still James Coleman, Colin Tester and the number 88 machine of Paul Simpson, which find themselves inside the top 3. This is this battle which has again been ongoing since the start. This is Vince Blacker now past the number 10 machine of Julian Morris. So Vince has found his way through.
That's right, with Carl Hazelton just a little bit up the road. These 3 really have actually been battling, which really does prove that you don't. That's very, very wide from Vince Blacker. That is
very wide.
Just starting to explore extra bits of the circuit, isn't it?
Luckily, it's quite dry out there, so he didn't lose any time really. But that might have again been a bumpier ride for that car than he would have expected. But carries on nonetheless and heads up towards the line now with just under 7 minutes to go. So again, this race has really flown by.
That's right, yeah, 25 minutes seems quite a long race when you stop and think about it, but as you say, there is plenty going on, and it's we always do seem to have good races on this Snetterton 300 layout. I'm particularly fond of coming here and just being able to see the cars as they can let rip down the straights, and then you've got the intricate infield section, which really shows off the handling.
There is the damage that we mentioned about Pete Morris. So that's the left rear, which is just trailing now. How far is he back? Well, he's 3.7 seconds effectively off now the rear of Chris Dyer. But of course, that continues to grow with this car being hampered. Behind him, the number 62 machine of Neil DeLaghi, last time through was 5.4 seconds back, but I think that looks less than 5.4 seconds between him and Neil. So Pete Morris got a few more laps to try and hold on, but Neil is definitely bringing that gap down from behind.
That's right. I'd be amazed also if that possibly that hasn't just knocked slightly out the rear suspension of Pete Morris. As again we cut back to Chris Dyer in the identically liveried Strasser car. So 2 very quick cars up the front from Strasser as he's chasing Kevin Harrison down the straight. But I think Kevin actually got the better exit there from Murray's.
He did, didn't he? Looked closer as they went into Murray's, but all of a sudden that gap has now extended once again. Simon Clark has been recorded as the quickest lap of the race, 2:04.626. That was a few laps to go now. Last time through, just looking at the times, the gap between the top 2 came down by 0.2 of a second. So this is going to be interesting here. Is James Cayley saving something for the latter stages of the race, or is Simon Clark just being sensible here? I'm not too sure which way this is going to go, but James, as we keep saying, has been less than a second over every single lap so far.
Very much so. In fact, there was a little bit of a slide from Simon Clark as he just exited Agostini there. So I'm just wondering if his rear tyres, he's been working them quite hard. But then again, James Cayley's in the newer 997, so that's the newer version of the 911. So it's a more powerful car, but it's also a much heavier car because we're balancing cars on power to weight ratio. And if anything, I'd expect his tyres to go first.
Yeah, and we're very shortly, I think, going to be into some traffic as well, so we'll see how that one goes. Unfortunately, Colin Tester has been handed a 5-second penalty for track limits, so that is not good news for Colin. Where is he? Second, isn't he? But he's not far enough up the road from Simpson to hold on to that place.
I think that's going to drop him behind Paul Simpson, but he will still stay in front of Angus Archer, so he might still stay third.
To be fair, if that was race 1, he would have taken that because he would have won still by over 12 seconds, wouldn't he? So still got time to try and extend that little advantage.
Right. Differing fortunes, isn't it?
Certainly is. Right, here comes Pete Morris then. That is him just ahead now of Neil Delagi, and that gap has significantly come down. So we are going to be on here for possibly a change inside the top 5.
Well, yeah, I think Neil Delagi took yards out of him coming down into there. So definitely, I think some handling issues going up. And I think that bodywork, I don't think it's going to come off because it looks firmly attached, but it's just flapping wider and wider, and it's got to be slowing the car in a straight line.
Certainly has. 3 minutes 45 to go. So the leaders have gone through. Going to get this one and one more, I'd say. We'll see when they come back round next time. But lap times around about 2:04. So let's wait and see. Pete Morris up towards the line then. Still holds on to this 5th place for the time being. But Neil Delagi is now less than a second behind as he starts to drag himself up towards the rear of that Pete Morris car. And let's see over this next lap if he can get his way through, because we're now down to 0.8 of a second between Pete Morris and Neil Delagi as they head their way now through Ritchie's up towards the Wilson hairpin, and already Pete Morris has dropped a good 10 seconds back from the 4th place man. And here we go, James Cayley now all over the back of Simon Clark, and I'm just wondering if that back marker had something to do with this gap coming down even more, because James was almost along the outside of Simon Clark, and those tyres, as you said, look to be a little bit on the way out now, don't they?
But they do. If anyone, I'd say it's Simon Clark who's fighting his car more than James Cayley, and James will have seen that car moving underneath Simon as he came out of there, and he was going to know that he might just have that advantage on traction, just overall grip, but can he actually use that advantage?
Yeah, he's kept himself as close as possible over the last 20 minutes or so, and now he might have saved his best till last as he looks towards the outside, not quite close enough again. He then darts back to the inside as they head under the bridge. You can see how worried Simon Clark is about traffic because the lights are now on, and look at that, he kind of speeds through Nelson as quick as he can, runs a little bit wide, but James Cayley definitely had a tidier line through there, which again will be saving the tyres at every single turn.
That's right, although that scrappy drive through there did actually seem to benefit Clark as the gap seemed to grow a little bit. So it's interesting to see quite where the power is going to lie in this, because I think we're going to get possibly 2 more laps out of this. No, we're not. We're going to get 1 more lap, aren't we?
Certainly are, yeah. Less than 2 minutes to go now, so 2:04 for a lap time. So they come up to the start-finish stripe once more. So through they go. Clark to Cayley now. The gap is still 0.6 of a second, so nothing to choose between them. But definitely on the infield, Cayley is being quicker. So this is now his part of the circuit where he comes into his own as he works his way through turn 1. He looks very quickly to the inside, but I don't think, again, he's close enough to make a move just yet. He's just trying to do that thing that racing drivers do, put the one off in front as much as you can.
Give him something else to think about. So if he's glancing in his mirror and just as he gets to a braking point or something, there just might be that small mistake, that small advantage that James Cayley could take. Almost see the brake lights of the cars flash on in unison there. But again, Simon Clark just seemed to get out of that corner a bit better. Every now and then, just as you think James Cayley is right there, that gap grows again.
Certainly does. So the gap comes down and down in towards Agostini. Just to let you know, there's only half a second between Kevin Harrison and Chris Dyer, so that one is not settled just yet in terms of the final step on the podium. So 2 separate battles to worry about, but it's the one for the race lead, which rightly we focus on for now, because Clark is still just about ahead of James Cayley. Down towards the right-hander Oggy as they now go. Cayley gets a nice tidy line through there, and again the rear end still trying to step out for Simon Clark here. So has, as I said, James Cayley saved his best until last? We'll find out in due course, because they come through now on towards the Bentley Straight for the final time. It's just one drag down here into a couple of corners, another drag towards the line, and that will be job done. But who is going to take the victory here? Cayley again goes to the inside, tries to put Clark off as much as he possibly can, but is that enough of an advantage now towards the line?
That's twice James Cayley's done that, and I think he almost handicaps himself. See, even James Cayley's car was loose at the back going through Murray's, but he's sitting behind Clark. He knows he's close, but he also knows that those overtaking opportunities are disappearing one by one.
They certainly are. So 1 more corner to go down towards Murray's. It's Clark and Cayley out front. Can Cayley do anything into the final corner? Can he have the power up towards the line? We'll find out shortly. Here's Kevin Harrison and Chris Dyer. That's another one which is going to be decided right on the line as the clock now has ticked to 0. The checker flag is at the ready, and it's going to be a second win of the weekend by the looks of it for Simon Clark, who takes his 3rd win of the season in the Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli. 2nd goes to James Cayley, gets his second place of the weekend, and for this fight for 3rd third place. Is it going to be Dyer? Is it going to be Harrison? A little bit ropey on the exit there for Harrison, but can Dyer drag him to the line? I don't think he quite can. So Kevin Harrison here is going to hold on for what's going to be a second, third place of the weekend. By my calculations, that's the same top three we had in race one.
Very, very much so. That's going to make prize giving later on a little boring, isn't it? But no, congratulations. I think everybody drove well. I think certainly those front two, I think towards the end even James Cayley was suffering from a little tyre issues. Kevin Harrison took advantage of the contact between Pete Morris and Bill Cayley to slide into third, and then with you, I thought we were going to see a drag race to the line right at the end, but it didn't quite happen.
It's hard, isn't it? If you come down to that final corner, you almost want to put the driver off and make them go wide and then try and do the cutback, but I don't think our race winner Simon Clark was going to fall for that one. He's already been a victor today, and he comes through with that Porsche 996 to take a second victory of the weekend. And as we said, prior to this weekend, it was fairly close between the top 4 or 5. I think it's going to be now probably 6 or 7, which are ever closer at the top of the championship. So great racing. Simon Clark, James Cayley and Kevin Harrison, your top 3. Chris Dyer comes through in 4th place. Pete Morris, not really the weekend he wanted after taking 2 wins at this circuit a year ago. Neil Delagi comes through in 6th place. Richard Baston for 7th. The Class 2 winner on this occasion, just like it has been all season in terms of swapping, it's James Coleman who takes the honours with Colin Tester 2nd, and 3rd place goes the way of number 88, which is Paul Simpson. So,
but Colin Tester has that 5-second penalty. So in fact, Paul Simpson was just 4.1 seconds behind. Colin almost got away with holding on to 2nd, but he will just slip behind Paul Simpson, but I think stay in front of Angus Archer.
Indeed. So there we go then. That's how the Porsche Club Championship comes to a close here this weekend. That's them done because they've got a day off tomorrow. Time to relax.
Yeah, we go home, put our feet up, and I spend tomorrow writing the race report so it could go on the website. But we're actually, obviously, I'm back in a little bit because we're back with the 911 Challenge and Boxster Cup second race. So we had quite a dramatic race earlier on, and hopefully we can replicate that again. And I think we've had quite a busy day. I've done lots of trotting across to the paddock and back to the box here, but yeah, we've had some fantastic racing so far.
We have indeed. So more from Porsches in terms of the others a little bit later on. Don't forget the next rounds of the Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli go to Alton Park in a couple of weeks' time. That's going to be the supercar pageant, I believe, with GT Cup and everything supercars. So it's going to be a fun day up at Alton Park. If you've never been, go, because you'll love it. It's a brilliant circuit, always produces great racing. So
it is, and I think you're right. Visually, one of the nicest circuits in British motorsport. Fantastically looked after by MSVR, as all their circuits are, and a beautiful classic British parkland circuit.
Indeed. So Alton Park the next round for this championship. Silverstone, the Grand Prix circuit, as Paul said earlier, it's going to be a combined grid of all 4 classes, so it's going to be absolutely fantastic over there. Brands Hatch Indy back there, of course, for the first time this year. Of course, they went on the Grand Prix circuit in April, and then of course Donington Park on the national circuit to round out the season towards the end of October. So busy year still to come for the Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli, but for today they are done, and it's a double victory for Simon Clark. So by my calculations, I know he missed the 2 races at Brands Hatch, but coming here this weekend he had I think 67 points. So with those 2 victories, as I said, it's going to really leap him up. Not going to give him the championship lead, but definitely put him somewhere where he needs to be. And bear in mind, I think we only count the top 12 in terms of the races we have, so they do get to drop a couple of races as well, which is always a bonus for the drivers. So I think that in mind, of course, without any more dramas this year, Simon Clark should be well up there with the likes of Pete Morris, Kevin Harrison, James Cayley and the likes after that second race victory of the weekend here at Snetterton. So the wonderful looking Porsche cars come into Parc Fermé, the 997s, the 996s, the Caymans, and of course the Porsche Boxsters as well. And down there somewhere very shortly, I'm sure will be Mark Werrell, who is just working his way now to our race winner. We can see him there, Simon Clark. He will get the congratulations from the friends and the family who have come along here today at Snetterton to support him, cheer him on, and see how well he's actually done, because 2 race wins this weekend. First time it's been done this year in terms of one weekend, but the 3rd time he's been on the top step of the podium across the course of 2022. So very happy man is Simon Clark, and he'll be, I'm sure, congratulated very shortly by James Cayley, who's just stepping himself out the car now, and also somewhere down there should be Kevin Harrison as well, who gets himself to the podium for the 2nd time today. So there we go, that's Porsches. They're all down there in Parc Fermé, and hopefully very shortly, once the photos have been taken and all the celebratory occasions have been completed, and the fist bumps and the number ones and all the rest of it, he should be good to go. So down there with him is Mark Werrell.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, so a double race winner this weekend. The first time we've had a double race winner over the course of one of the events. And what, 3 wins for the season? Clean sweep today?
Yeah, just what I came for, to be honest. Yeah, so it was excellent to do in front of our sponsors, Fusion and Form Evo as well, who've come to support us at this event. So mega great result for County Classics Racing. I think we've got a third as well, so we got double podium on both races, which is fantastic.
You weren't at Brands Hatch though, Simon, so for the rest of the season you're always going to be playing catch-up in reality. Are you in for every single round from now on?
Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, certainly hoping so. So just need to make sure we have like a good result after, good result after good result. So this is a good start.
It needs to be consistent from now on, doesn't it? Because you can drop your 2 worst scores, which will be the 2 that you didn't even enter at. So you've got to stay consistent and stay out of trouble. Will that, play on the mind, or will that towards the end of the season maybe affect the way that you drive just to make sure you bring it home?
I think we all get in the car and drive as hard as we can, to be honest. So, but yeah, I would like to claim that I'd dropped around just to keep the costs down, but sadly not. No, it's going to be tough. There's some really, you can see we've got some really consistent drivers, so it's going to be really tough. But it's possible, and if it's possible, I'm prepared to give it a go. So, but yeah, it's been a great result for the team today.
Well, you know what it takes to win the championship. Congratulations on the 2 wins.
Thanks very much indeed. Thank you.
There we go. So that's Simon Clark, our race winner. We're going to grab a quick word with James Coleman, who is just coming up behind us, actually. So that's quite handy that James, who is the Class 2 winner, is just about to, I think, congratulate friends, family, have a quick chat to them all, and then we can grab a quick word with James, who is no doubt a happy man. A Class 2 victory eluded you in race 1. You changed that round for race 2.
Yeah, I ran out of talent in race 1 on the oil, but second race, yeah, I had a couple of Class 1 cars in between, so that gapped me a little bit, so I just came off the throttle and just managed it really. And the raindrops came and I thought, oh, here we go, but it was fine. The grip was still there right the way to the end, so yeah, pretty routine, nothing exciting, not like the first race, but how you want to end it really, yeah.
You look at yourself and Colin Tester in Class 2, and so far this season, either you've taken the wins, 3 of them in the class, or finished second, when he's taken the 3 wins. So there's not a great deal to choose between you.
There's nothing, He's a very quick lad in a quick car. Yeah, and there's nothing in us. Everywhere we've been, there's nothing in us, so it makes it good and interesting.
Long way to go in the championship. Can you do it?
Who knows? It's motor racing, isn't it? Who knows?
Won't be for want of trying.
Yeah, exactly. I'll do my best.
There we go. So that's James Coleman. We've spoken to our race winner as well, Simon Clark. So that's it for Porsches for the moment. They will be back out later on, the 911s and the Boxsters. But let's hand you back to Matt Suckling, because we're going to see some more cars heading out onto the grid. Toyota Tyres Racing Saloons are next up.
Thanks very much, Mark. So always good to see Mark, but never good to see an umbrella in the background, which we did see there with the interviews down in the Parc Fermé area, because that means there is rain, which is now falling around the circuit once again. So we were expecting this throughout the day, and it's come and it's gone and it's come and it's gone, and it's still lingering in the air. But hopefully it's nothing too heavy, and these drivers won't have too much to worry about. We've seen a few things which have caught drivers out today: bit of oil, bit of slippery stuff out there, bit of the stuff from the sky as well. But all in all, we've got through without too many dramas, which is good. I don't think that's the thing to say about some other races which are happening around the country today, because they're quite wet by the looks of it. But we're doing okay, which is always nice. So we now move on, as Mark said, with the second race of the day for the Toyota Tyres Racing Saloons. We had a great race earlier on. It was a kind of ding-dong battle, wasn't it? Because we had not the David and Goliath, as you'd call it, but the kind of power advantage on the straights and the kind of ability through the corners for others, which really gave us some close competition, not just at the front, but in terms of every single place down the field. We saw something that was worth bearing in mind. So hopefully race 2 plays in the same way, with 15 minutes of racing to look forward to. The 1 minute board now has been held up, so that will be the indication to the drivers that very shortly we'll be get underway for their race. And I think we will be having a formation lap once again for these drivers, although saying that, we haven't got we have got the green flag a little bit further further down on the gantry, so all those drivers will be able to see that green flag very shortly as they now head off onto that formation lap. So off we go with the grid for this one being set by the finishing order of race number 1. So this gives us a good indication, if you weren't with us earlier, who did well and who didn't, because on that pole position is the number 30 machine of Gavin Dunn, so he'll be leading that BMW off the line. We'll see how he gets on from the head of the field, because alongside him, the one who kept him honest throughout that race is number 7, which is Luke Schlevitz. So 30 and 7 line up on that front row. Row 2 then sees number 74, which is Tom Murphy. He'll be out there in the Ford Sierra Cosworth, and alongside him, the number 72, the best place of the BMW Z4s in that previous race, so he starts 4th on the grid, and that is Chris Murphy. Row 3 will then see Steve Wood, which is another Z4, alongside another one, Mark Tomlinson. Bear in mind they get their own races for tomorrow, so this is a bit of extra practice over the weekend. So they're there on row number 3. Row 4 then has number 1, which is Jason Dezinez. He'll be in one of the Clios, alongside him another Clio, that in the hands of number 17, which is Christian Dean. The 5th row then has number 118, which is Rob Sadler, and for company he'll have Mark Lane alongside. Row 6 will then see David Waddington and number 2 Matthew Johnson, and then further back on row number 7 it's going to be Dominic Barlow and Terenzio Di Francesco in one of the older BMWs, with Albert Moore towards the rear in car number 51. So 15 starters we should be expecting for this race. So that's how they finished in race number 1 to how they start for race number 2. But it was Gavin Dunn who won by just over a second. So there's nothing to choose between the top 2 in that earlier race. Tom Murphy came through 3rd, quite a long way back in that Ford Sierra Cosworth, in 3rd place, but he won that battle with Chris Murphy by 3/4 of a second. Behind that we had Steve Wood and Mark Tomlinson. They had a great race. They were separated by 1.3 seconds. The 2 Clios were pretty close together as well, right until the last corner, where I think Christian Dean went off the circuit and had a little bit of a bump wide, and then of course dropped himself quite a way back from Jason Dezinez. But up until that point they were very closely matched. So again, they had a good fight, and then again right towards the rear of the field there was a good fight between Matthew Johnson and Dominic Barlow in the BMW Z4 and the Honda Civic. So probably there 4 or 5 different battles to look at throughout the course of that 15-minute race, and as I said, hopefully we get pretty much the same for this one as well. So good to see a good entry this weekend. It has struggled on occasions this year, the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons, but brilliant entry to see 15 or 16 cars on the grid for the next races of that season. So far through 2022, we've been to Donington Park at the start of the season, Silverstone in April. We also had the rounds at Cadwell Park last time out. Here this weekend, of course, with this final race to come today. They're not with us for tomorrow. And then just 4 more races to come this year, with the mini festival on the 6th, 7th of August. Hopefully that will bring us a big grid as well, and the final rounds are back here on the 300 circuit sometime towards the beginning of October. So that's how the calendar looks. Of course, this is a series of races. There's no championship points, so it's just a bit of fun for the drivers to get out there, find some like-minded people to race against, and by the end of the weekend, hopefully, take away some silverware as well, which some will be lucky to do, others unfortunately won't. But good to see some old comers and some newcomers back here in the field for this weekend. And as we said, the likes of the Z4s are doing quite well this year within this series of races. Gavin Dunn in that BMW E36 M3 has also done well so far this year, and carried that pace on through the earlier race we had. And if you're not too sure what the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons are, well, it's for a wide variety of 2-wheel drive cars, from saloons, coupes and hatchbacks, which race in a multi-class structure. Towards the front of the field, as ever, you'll find those quick BMWs, the M3s, along with the Sierra Cosworth in the hand just for this weekend of Tom Murphy. We have in the past seen quite a few more, and also we normally see some Jaguars out there, but none of them with us here this weekend. You'll also see some rear-wheel drive machines. They are some of the favourite, which will dominate in dry conditions, which we might get through this race, we might not, who knows at the minute. But there are windscreen wipers on the cars once again as they head their way back towards the grid. And you'll also see some of the lighter front-wheel drive cars finding themselves towards the front of the field if we see those slippery conditions. So watch out for the likes of the Honda Civics and the Golfs, which find themselves in the field. They might be ones to watch for if it turns a little bit inclement. But for now, it's not looking too bad. Skies have been grey pretty much all day, but that hasn't deterred anyone from giving us some fantastic racing. So we're almost good to go. Final car towards the back of the grid now comes into place. That is Albert Moore, and once he has done so, the green flag has been held aloft. the 15 minutes of racing will get underway. Once that 5-second board has gone down, the red lights come on, and the BMW of Gavin Dunn is eager to go, and away they go now. And it's a better start this time from Luke Schlevitz in the VW Golf, which pulls away from the field first. But can he lead the drag up towards the first corner? I don't think he can, as out of the pit lane late there comes Matthew Johnson, and in fact the BMW is already down to 4th place by the looks of things. So better start from Chris Murphy and also Tom Murphy, who get themselves up into 2nd and 3rd place. But it is Luke Schlevitz who leads the way down towards the first couple of corners, and this is exactly what Luke needed to do, because earlier on we saw him struggle to get past the BMW in a straight line. But if he can kind of not make hay while the sun shines, because there is no sun, but if he can make hay in this race early stages, then he might have a good shot of keeping the BMW down the field and behind him. So let's see what happens, as now Gavin Dunn goes to the outside, slide in the rear end, losing the front on the exit of Palmer, just managing to keep it on the tarmac as well there, but that was very, very iffy, and would indicate to me now that there is some weather starting to make its way to the circuit once more, as one of the BMWs unfortunately has gone round. I think that's Terenzo Di Francesco, who's facing in the wrong direction in the background. There he is, 666, back on his way once again, but towards the rear of the field unfortunately. But the rest of the order has made its way safely through, which is good to see. So Gavin Dunn now up into 3rd place, I think it's fair to say, just trying to work out who's who and where they've gone. There's another spin, the other BMW on this occasion, that's Albert Moore, number 51. So whatever the other BMW does, you can do even better, says Albert Moore. So round he goes, and he'll probably rejoin somewhere in the region of Terenzo Di Francesco by the time he's got that car restarted. Through the picture there goes Tom Murphy. He's been very, very cautious, isn't he, in his approach to some of these corners, which again is fair enough if things are a little bit tricky out there on circuit. But one man who's not slowing down whatsoever is Luke Schlevitz, who leads under the bridge for the first time. Chris Murphy sits there in 2nd. There's the BMW of Gavin Dunn, and then behind, good start there from the 2 Clios actually, because they've made their way now up into 4th and 5th places. So it's Christian Dean ahead of the newer Clio of Jason Dezinez. So down towards the bottom hole they go. As we said, these front-wheel drive cars will do better in the wetter conditions effectively. A bit of a slide of tyres there, which means almost off the circuit, I think, was the number 16 machine of Mark Tomlinson, but he's kept himself on the track just about. And then behind Mark Tomlinson is that of the slow starting Tom Murphy. So he's now down to about what's going to be 7th, maybe 8th place by the time they complete lap number 1. But Luke Schlevitz goes through. First flying lap at 2:36, so a little bit slower than what we saw earlier on. Of course, that is the first flying lap. Sorry, that's the first standing start lap. So the next one through will be the flying lap, and we did a 2:10 earlier on. So already we're 25 seconds away. I don't think we're going to improve too much on a 2:36, but we'll see what Luke is able to do next time through, depending on how much the conditions change. And by the look of the windscreen wipers, I think it's still coming down out there, because Tom Murphy is still struggling through the first corner. He's now going to be under pressure here from the 118 machine, so Robert Sadler's going to try and go round the outside of a Sierra, which he probably wouldn't have done too many times, but let's see if he can make that one stick. They'll approach the corner now, and yes, Robert Sadler has gone through on Tom Murphy, so that now puts him up into 8th place and Tom Murphy down to 9th position by the looks of it. So really struggling at the minute. It's Gavin Dunn just up the road, and the BMW is now being caught by the looks of things by the 2 Clios as well. So Christian Dean and Jason Dezinez are not too far back as they hit the brakes in towards the left-hander of Agostini. The Golf wants another position, the slightly older model now trying to get past the car of Stephen Wood, I think that is. So Steve Wood takes a very wide berth into the corner, but again, in these conditions, that's where you find the most of the grip. So that's a confident place for that car to be placed. 2 Civics running together there, the older Civics as well. That's going to be Stu Lane and Dominic Barlow as they work their way from Agostini down towards Hamilton. Here comes the Golf of Robert Sadler. Almost lost the rear end there, but he's confident in using the acceleration on the exit of the corner. So he will think about a move back to the inside on this occasion. And with much more power in these greasy conditions, Robert Sadler should just about be able to draw alongside Steve Wood. I think he will anyway. It's going to be hard here actually as they work their way on towards the Bentley Straight. Still alongside as they head down the back straight now, and in a straight line of course the Z4 will be slightly quicker, but then as they hit the brakes down towards the end at Brundle and Nelson, I think Robert Sadler might be able to confirm that place, although now Tom Murphy is coming into the mix in the Sierra, so 3 together under the bridge. Steve Wood still up there in 7th place, 8th place for Robert Sadler, 9th place for Tom Murphy, who now runs wide and leaves the door open for the next of the Z4s to come through, which is Matthew Johnson, I believe. Yep, car number 2. So he now gets to the apex better than Tom Murphy, but it's all about that acceleration, isn't it, as they head their way down and towards the final couple of corners of this 300 circuit. Robert Sadler still hassling the back now of Steve Wood as they turn away down towards Murray's. 9.5 minutes to go. Luke Schlevitz goes through as your race leader. 15.1 seconds he leads by. That's at the end of lap number 2, by the way. So Luke Schlevitz is not afraid of these conditions whatsoever. So he carries on his way. Chris Murphy there in second in the Z4. It's the Gavin Dunn BMW E36 in 3rd place. 4th place then for the Renault Clio. Great run here for Christian Dean at the minute. Jason Dezinez down in 5th place in car number 1. 6th place then for Mark Tomlinson in the Z4. Then behind that we've got Steve Wood, Robert Sadler and Tom Murphy. That battle we've just been looking at, 7th, 8th and 9th places. But this is Luke, your race leader, quickest man on circuit with that first flying lap of a 2:30.769. So Luke is looking very good here to take victory. Still good 10 minutes or so to go, just under, so you can't rest on his laurels at this early stage because, as we know, the conditions could change, they could worsen, they could improve, but at the minute I think they are looking to worsen as the raindrops continue to fall on the commentary box, and also there you can see on our camera down at Palma, so that's the direction the wind is coming in, and that's where the rain is coming from as well. So they're all having to deal with these trickier conditions, helping, as we said, the likes of the Civics and also the Golf here of Robert Sadler, who again in front of him sees Steve Wood run a little bit wide there, not on a mistake but just on purpose, because he feels there's more grip out there on the edge of the circuit compared to where he's been running for most of the day so far. But he still keeps Robert Sadler at bay, so Steve Wood keeps himself up there in 7th position. They have lost about 3.5 seconds to the car up the road, which is Mark Tomlinson, and he is a further 6.5 seconds back from Jason Dezinez in the Clio. So a little bit more strung out this time through, but again, if we look a little bit further down with this battle, they are still very close together, and it's getting close behind as well now because Tom Murphy is under pressure from Matthew Johnson. So through the corners, the Z4 is a bit more confident, which is a little bit surprising, isn't it, for a Z4, because it's a BMW that does normally struggle in these wet conditions. But Matthew Johnson is definitely making it work, and up the road there you can just see in the foreground the car which is going through. That is going to be Mark Tomlinson. So already I think he has been closed in on this lap. 3.5 seconds at the line those two BMW Z4s were separated by. I think we can all agree, sorry, that gap is now not 3.5 seconds. So the Z4 is now starting to come into their own, as the move has now been made by Matthew Johnson to get through. So up at the head of the Ford Sierra Cosworth he goes. So that's a place gain for him up into what's going to be 9th place. So further now inside the top 10 for Matthew. Earlier on this afternoon, Matthew finished himself down in 12th position, so a really good run in this second race, still with a full complement of 15 cars. Unfortunately, we're going to be one less very shortly because Stuart Lane has just received, you can see there, just on the left-hand side of the picture, a black and orange flag. So he has received that, unfortunately, because there is something wrong with that car which the scrutineers and officials are not happy with. And I think I know what it is, because in the background a few laps ago I did see the front bonnet just kind of edging itself up, so that is not going to please too many people in the pit lane. So hopefully the 82 machine does see that and comes in. My mistake, it's Mark Lane, not Stuart Lane. Stuart Lane's in the other of the Civics, but it's Mark Lane with the black and orange flag, and hopefully he has seen it, although he's just gone through for another lap. So he is being slowed. His lap time is down in the 2:57s, so it's a good 20 second off what the race leaders are doing at the minute. So that would once again hesitate a problem with that car. 666 machine's just gone past my commentary box window, quite slow as well there. So Terenzio Di Francesco has possibly got a problem in that BMW E30. As down the inside line now, here comes Matthew Johnson making up even more progress. So he's not just going to get himself inside the top 10, he's going to go as high as he possibly can as he works his way now past Robert Sadler. The next one they've all caught up with now is going to be Mark Tomlinson, who he doesn't really think about going through straight away, although then through Hamilton he's right onto the tail. He goes to the outside line in towards Oggie's corner, and it's a Z4 battle now for what's going to be, this is for 6th place by the looks of it. So Matthew Johnson making light work of all of these cars. He's ticked off that of Steve Wood, he's ticked off Robert Sadler, he's now ticked off Mark Tomlinson. So a man who finished 12th in race number 1 going much better in these slightly greasier conditions now. So up into 6th position has gone Matthew Johnson. The task gets a little bit harder up the road he goes, because he's now going to find himself 13 seconds back from Jason Dezines in that Renault Clio. Just kind of went through the shot there at the bottom of the camera. So he is now the next man he's got to catch, but with the time we have left I don't think he's quite going to have time to do it, unfortunately, but we'll wait and see. Matthew Johnson has really surprised us so far as he now finds himself up into the top 6 or so positions. Meantime, up front I can tell you, here we go, the battle for second place is very close indeed now, because Chris Murphy in that Z4 has been caught by the E36 of Gavin Dunn. So the race 1 winner now, just on the last step of the podium, looking to get himself up into second place, because last time through he brought that gap down by over a second. So Gavin Dunn again in the straight line can do the business. Through the corners here he really does start to struggle with Chris Murphy ahead of him, so there's plenty of work still to do, with Luke Schlevitz still leading by 27.5 seconds. That's an incredible lead for Luke after battling really hard with Gavin Dunn in race number 1. It's been a much easier fare in this second race with 3 3/4 minutes still to go, so it's going to be this lap and possibly onto the last lap this time round. We'll wait to see how much time is left on the clock, but for now this battle, Chris Murphy still keeping himself in second place. Gavin Dunn tries to bring that gap down in the straight line, which he manages to do for 3rd place. Through the left-hander of Hamilton they now go, and then it's going to be the double right-handed corner of Oggie's, and then of course this is where the BMW behind Chris Murphy will start to come into his own, because from here on in it gets a little bit quicker, gets a bit more confident, there's more stability in the E36 in the straight line, there's more power underneath the bonnet as well. So this should be an easy move for Gavin Dunn, but then he has to hold it through the rest of the lap, which is not the easiest thing to do. Did manage to do it against Luke Schlevitz, but of course with the slightly wetter conditions now it is a bit of a trickier task. But for now he goes through, so Gavin Dunn up into second position, as finally into the pit lane has come Mark Lane in car number 82. And to be fair, that bonnet doesn't seem to be up on the car, so I wonder if there's something else that okay it is, but the lock hasn't been put in place, so they're just going to make sure it's all locked and give it a quick again pull just to see if it does come up with some help. But Mark Lane has called it possibly a day now with Luke Schlevitz going through. 2:23, we've got 2:25 on the clock here, so it's going to be very close whether we squeeze in one more lap or we see the checker flag this time through. Luke Schlevitz has just gone and done another quicker lap of the race, so although the rain still seems to be falling just briefly, Luke has still done a 2:23.972, so he's absolutely on rails in this second race of the day. Leads by just over 26 seconds from Gavin Dunn, now confirmed up in that second place, with 2 seconds clear of Chris Murphy in 3rd position. Mark Lane is going to head to the anti-paddock, unfortunately, so he, I think, rightly feels that he's not going to get any further places within this race with the time left, so he calls it a day and pulls that car off the circuit. We've got some good battles here. This is Robert Sadler on the outside now of Steve Wood, so he's really plummeted in this race, but Robert Sadler, he gets back past. Robert Sadler then with the Golf tries to accelerate alongside a Z4, which is never really going to happen, but Robert Sadler is giving it a really good go there. He's absolutely determined to keep with the Z4 up across the line as they now go on to what could be potentially the last lap. Still unsure whether we're going to be onto the last lap or we're going to squeeze one more in, but we'll wait for Luke Schlevitz to appear down towards the end of the lap very shortly. But Robert Sadler, up until this point, had been a good run, although now the conditions starting to turn back in favour of those around him. As up towards the line here comes the number 68 machine. That's going to be across the line for David Waddington. He's currently down in 11th position, just ahead of the Honda Civic there of Dominic Barlow, who now go through with 50 seconds left on the clock. Where is Luke Schlevitz? Well, he should be coming towards the end of the lap very shortly. I don't know if the checker flag is being prepared. Well, there he is through the bomb hole, 40 seconds to go, so it's going to be very tight here, as I said, whether we go into a checker flag or the last lap. As behind, very shortly you'll see Gavin Dunn appear in his BMW, but 30 seconds as they work their way down towards the left-hander at Murray's could just give him one more lap here. He's been very quick, hasn't he? It was a 2:36 to open the race. 2:30 was initially his fastest lap. Now he's down to a 2:23, although that has just been beaten by Gavin Dunn, who has done a 2:22.3, which is then beaten by Luke Schlevitz. Onto his last lap he now goes with 8 seconds on the clock, 2:20.306. So quicker and quicker he has got, which kind of indicates to all of us that the conditions have improved, and he is absolutely as confident as ever with them. And after doing the job this morning in qualifying, things have turned in his favour towards the end of the day. So Luke Schlevitz goes up towards Wilson. There goes Gavin Dunn through in the BMW in second place. Now fairly clear of Chris Murphy in third. So this is going to be a good result for the two BMWs once again. There's the lap car behind, which is that of number 51, who started towards the rear of the field. So Albert Moore in his BMW E30 has just plodded along, done well, got some good mileage in today as well, has Moore down there in 14th place. So Albert will be hopefully back with us for the next round as well in that BMW at Brands Hatch, as we said. Here comes down towards us the Z4 and the Civic. Now this should be for 11th place. This is the car of David Waddington. He has got behind him at the minute, which is, I always want to say Gary Barlow. There is a Gary Barlow that races, by the way, normally down at Brands Hatch, but this is going to be Dominic Barlow. Dominic is down there in 12th position in that Civic, the only remaining Civic now within the field after the unfortunate end for Mark Lane into the pit lane. Robert Sadler is not quite done either, just up the road as well. Looking at him at the minute, he's down there in 10th position, but still all over the back of Steve Wood like a bad rash as it stands. Back to the Civic and the BMW Z4 battle, taking it very gingerly through the left-hander at Murray's, but eventually it's going to be the David Waddington Z4 which has the power up the straight, so he will hold that place as they now head on to the last lap. And as they do that, very shortly, Luke Schlevitz should be making his way towards the completion of this one, because they go through a couple of minutes behind the race leader, and here comes Luke Schlevitz in towards the right-hander at Coram. He thought he had done enough this morning in qualifying to take pole position, which he did, but that didn't transfer into a win earlier on today, because it was Gavin Dunn who came through in the dry conditions to take the victory away from Luke Schlevitz. But this time round it's been almost plain sailing for the man out front. The Golf comes through of Luke Schlevitz to take a first win of the weekend in the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons. Some 20 seconds adrift very shortly will be Gavin Dunn. He's just working his way now down in towards Murray's, I can see, so he's going to negotiate the final corner, and he will be up to the line to take a first and a second here this weekend at Snetterton. Not a bad result after a day's work, so he comes through there in second. Third place goes to Chris Murphy. Again, for him, that's been a solid result. It's going to be a podium in race 2 after just missing out to Tom Murphy in the Sierra a little bit earlier on, so he gets himself the Z4 onto the podium. And then we should see the Clios next up, who've had a really good run today, especially in this second race, with Jason Dezinez and Christian Dean coming through next. So we're close in the earlier race on that last lap. I think it's just going to go the way of Jason Dezinez this time. Can't see where Christian Dean is. He should be a couple of seconds down the road behind him. So Dezinez comes to the line now to take 4th place in car number 1. There's Christian Dean just behind in the older Renault Clio. Tom Murphy should then be next through in the Sierra. Car number 74 is just working his way up towards the line now, I can see from our position. So he comes through in what's going to be 6th place. 7th place will go the way, I think, of Steve Wood, although saying that, he has been quite hardly challenged by Robert Sadler, and through they all go. There goes the number 2 machine then, so that's in fact the other Wood which goes through first off of Matthew Johnson. It should be, not Wood. We've got Wood on the timing screen for some reason, so it's number 2 Matthew Johnson, unless they've had a change of driver, which I probably think they have done for this second race. So that is going to be Wood, unknown first name, in 7th. 8th place then for number 16 is Mark Tomlinson. 9th place for number 8 is going to be Steve Wood. He's already crossed the line. Robert Sadler's come through in 10th place. Good run for the older VW Golf, the GTI variant, which will be out tomorrow in their own championship races. And then we should have David Waddington and Dominic Barlow to bring out the final runners in 11th and 12th on the lead lap. Terenzio Di Francesco does get to the checker flag a lap down, and so does Albert Moore in the BMW E30. So there we go. That is the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons done for now. The race winner, Luke Schlevitz, having a very slow cool-down lap here. He's taking his time just to take in the applause. Lots of flashing going on in terms of the lights as he works his way down towards Brundle and Nelson. And very shortly he'll be heading his way into the pit lane to have a word with Mark Werrell, who's standing by down there to grab hopefully our top three, which will include Luke. Of course, we'll also include race 1 winner Gavin Dunn, and also the first time podium visitor today, and also the Class B winner, I have to say. Didn't really pick those out in race number 1, but Chris Murphy wins Class B. Jason Dezines in the Renault Clio wins Class C. We've got the number 2 machine of Wood, which wins Class D, and Class F is going to be won by Terenzio Di Francesco in that BMW E30, which of course had a spin on the first lap, recovered well, but also did Albert Moore. He had a spin a little bit later on the lap down at Agostini, so both had their own problems, but it was Terenzio Di Francesco who came through with a better result in 13th place and wins the class. So Luke Schlevitz has finally made his way back to the pit lane now, so he'll trundle his way down there, and we'll have, as I said, a quick word with hopefully our top 3 if we get time before we head into what's going to be the penultimate race of the day here at Snetterton, because we look forward to the 9/11 Challenge and the Boxster Cup back out for their second races of the day. We had a really hard fought first race, lots going on in that, lots happening of course in the Boxster Cup, but we look forward to hopefully seeing the full contingent of 911 Challenge cars out as well, which we saw a few problems for in that earlier race if you were with us a little bit earlier this afternoon. But Luke Schlevitz comes to a stop, held there by the team in the Parc Fermé area. Some of the back markers come into position as well, but I think Luke will be happy with this result. Missed out in the first race just by a second or so, but these are his just rewards for pushing hard, keeping his faith up, and of course making sure that the start was as good as possible, which I think it was. It was a cracking start. He kept Gavin Dunn honest, and with those early conditions we saw out there on circuit, I think it just played into the advantage of the Golf there of Luke Schlevitz. So a happy man. Just wait for him to take his race helmet off and all the gear that goes with it these days, all in the interest of safety. Does a great job in aiding them to make sure they're very safe in the car. So Luke is down there, very happy, looks like he's a happy winner, and we can now hand you down to the man in the pit lane, which is Mark Werrell.
Thanks, Matt. Luke Schlevitz is with me. Luke, we were talking about race 1 and the weather conditions, and you needed it to be wet for race 2. That rain dance worked.
Yeah, luckily it just put enough moisture on the circuit just to make it work, but it was so slippery out there. As probably see the lap times just miles down, but it didn't look slippery.
It has dried up though. In the last sort of 5 minutes it was getting drier and drier and drier. So in your mirrors were you looking to see exactly where Gavin Dunn was and whether he was coming?
Yeah, I could sort of see him on the infield bit. I could see him coming out of turn 3, and I was sort of heading into Hamilton, so I could gauge it by there of where he was, and he didn't seem to be catching or anything, so thought I was okay anyway.
A win and a second today, that's not a bad day's work.
No, it's good. New car out, so it's proved itself today, so do a few more bits to it and then we'll be back.
Well, thanks for keeping us entertained and well done on the win.
Thank you very much.
There we go, so that's our race winner. Let's see whether, I think we've got time to wander down and probably grab a quick word with Gavin Dunn, who finished second. He's busy chatting away to Chris Murphy, who was third, so we might be able to get both of them together if we're lucky. So we'll come on down this way, and then we've got Gavin and we've got Chris, so we'll get them both. Gavin, wet conditions, BMW, not ideal. Did dry up though.
Yeah, the start was hard. As soon as the lights went out, wheel spinning, first, second, third. I got 4 or 5 cars got me, but I knew, get to the straight, I can gain on everyone again. So to be honest, in these conditions, rear wheel drive, they're hard. So my main thing was just to finish and got home in one piece.
you caught a few of them up, you picked Chris off, but second was as good as he was going to get.
Yeah, to be fair, the winner, he deserved the win. So he drove really well for race 1 and more suited for the conditions for him.
And we'll grab a quick word with Chris Murphy as well. It'll have to be a quick one, Chris, because the cars for the next race are already on the grid. Good little squabble that, you knew he was coming, you couldn't quite hold him off.
Not enough cheese in a little Zed, for I was praying for the rain to stay, because that's good fun in the wet, and I could have done a really good job then, but You know, we haven't got the horsepower on the straight line, so they just drive by. But kept him honest, had some good fun.
2 good fun races.
Yeah, absolutely, great day. Yeah, good.
Well, there we go. That's our top 3 from the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloons. Thanks to Chris, thanks to Gavin, thanks to Luke. But let's hand you back to Matt Suckling in the main commentary box, because the Porsche 911 Challenge and the Porsche Boxster Cup are already on the grid.
Indeed they are. Thank you very much, Mark, for that one. So we can see the 911 Challenge and Boxster Cup starting to line up on the grid. Almost a hint of some sunshine. It looks a little bit brighter, but whether it is or not too sure. But we're very shortly ready to go for this next race. The penultimate race of the day. Come around very quickly indeed. Still some brollies up there, I can see, from one of our spectators. So there must be some rain in the air. But yeah, this race is going to be 25 minutes. Second race of the day for the 911 Challenge and the Boxster Cup. And once again, Paul Jurdy's back with me.
Yeah, good afternoon, Matt. Yeah, my fourth and hopefully, well, not hopefully final, because I'm rather enjoying it, visit to the commentary box, but it does involve crossing the track, which I always find slightly weird. And yeah, fantastic race. We need to keep an eye on a few things. We have the bright blue number 9 car there, sat on pole position of Rob Hollyman, the 964. And of course, Rob retired in race 1 with a misfire, and they were struggling in the pits to get the car to misfire. So praying that it's not one of these things that only occurs in the heat of battle. Yeah. So slight question mark hanging over that car. They may have fixed it since I actually wandered in there. And you know when you wander in and you think, you're all busy, aren't you? So you don't like to linger or ask too many questions. But yeah, they were working hard on that one. So that should be interesting, because that battle between Rob and the white car with the blue stripes, rather famous livery actually on Tim Bates's car, the other car on the front row. It's based on the famous Brumos Porsche team from Jacksonville in Florida, who had a lot of success in Daytona and circuits like that. So hopefully we're going to have a little bit of a battle there. And we had a few other dramas going on down in the Boxsters. We had Victor Amsterdam, unfortunately, black flagged for, I think he realised he slightly jump starts, didn't he? And then tried to get back into his slot, which was slightly frowned on, unfortunately. But, you know, this is an inexperienced racer. He's only in his 5th race. So these things do happen, and a little bit of a learning curve for everybody. And yeah, I think we're just slightly down to conditions. Walking across, it's just every now and then it starts to just to spit with rain, but then doesn't seem to go anywhere with it and backs back off again. So a little bit awkward for people. I don't think it's quite enough to want a wet weather setup on the car and soften your car up. But it's going to be just preying on the drivers' minds as they go on this long, it is a long lap, isn't it, the Snetterton 300 circuit? And as they go round just on their green flag lap. So, yeah, hopefully we can have another couple of cracking laps. We had a bit of a battle going on. We saw Mike Thompson take his first win in the Boxster Cup. We saw Darren King really lead all the way just for the last lap and a half. That he was denied when he just got slightly, apparently there was a slight touch there, I think, but Darren wasn't bearing any ill will over it. That just nudged him onto the grass. He said, I was going across the grass. I thought, there goes P1. There goes P2. He said, I was praying I didn't drop it. See the third car go past me as well.
No, he did well, didn't he? So, yeah, we're looking forward to this final race from the Porsche Boxster Cup, and also for the 911 Challenge Series. So let's hope there's a good fight out front, because Tim Bates was just allowed to get away, just like he has done on the 2 previous occasions so far this year. But looking forward to this, and we can take you through how the grid's going to line up then for this 25-minute race. It will be Rob Hollyman to start from pole position in the number 9 car, with 12 Tim Bates alongside on that front row. Stuart Jeffcoat then on row number 2 with number 90 Sarah Thompson. So hoping for better things for Sarah. She had a bit of a dismal race, didn't she, in that earlier one?
Well, we saw lots of overtaking, but yeah, she got slightly swamped at the start and then got caught out on the slippery surface later on.
Yeah, I think it was the weather that really did catch her out. So she starts there, but in a good position once again. Row 3 then sees the Neil and Harvey car, but it's the Neil Harvey driven car for this race, so he'll be there on the outside, inside of row 3, Wayne Gregory on the outside. Row 4 then has Peter Evans and Darren King. The 5th row is going to be Darren Lebet and Vikram Sadira. Row 6, Mike Thompson, after his first win. Hopefully that's not gone to his head. I'm sure he'll be quick again from the 6th row, with Eric Bridges alongside. Graham Hurd and Steve Shaw line up on row number 7. Row 8 will then see Perry Darlin and Faye Noble Evans. She came through in a good solid top 6 or 7 result, I think, in race 1. So Faye's looking good from 16th on the grid. Simon Ruffle Ward and Shiraz Khan in 18th, and Michael O'Sullivan is the man who brings up the rear of the grid in what's going to be 19th position.
That's right, yep, nice big grid just to round off the contribution of Porsche Club Motorsport to the day. And I'm really looking forward to this one. I think for a few people, it's going to be that run down to the first corner is going to be interesting. Can Rob Hollyman out-drag Tim Bates this time? Because I think he lost out last time round. And again, the pole sitter Sarah Thompson in the Boxster Cup entry, yeah, she didn't make the best of getaways. And unfortunately, some of the people around her did. So maybe she had a little bit of time to think about that. Maybe just adjust her technique maybe a bit. And hopefully we can see Sarah lead into the first corner.
Yeah, that would be nice indeed. She's qualified there on merit and pace. So it would be nice to see her get a good solid result out of this final race for this category as the cars work their way up towards the grid in these challenging conditions which they've been today. I said earlier that we've had some trickier conditions up and down the country so far today. I think we've had the best of the bad weather. Because there's been a lot of rain up kind of Silverstone way and they've had it quite heavy. So we've done well to kind of sneak under the radar here. So let's hope we get to the end of the day without too much more wet weather as the drivers come to the grid. Oh, and Rob Hollyman's going to pull off the grid by the looks of it because he's got that misfire, hasn't he? He's still there by the sounds of it.
That car doesn't sound good, does it? That's a real shame as he's just going to go and tuck that car away. And yeah, that could have been a real pace setter, and that was the battle at the front that I was really looking forward to. But if you've got a misfire and you're not going to get off the line very well, you don't want to be sat there right at the front of a grid. So smart call on a safety angle, I think, there from Rob, but a big disappointment.
Yeah, indeed, it can be quite dangerous. So he's done a fantastic job in realising that and staying out of harm's way. So Rob Hollyman out of the race, unfortunately, from pole position, but we are good to go with the 5-second board now being held on the gantry. We are very shortly to get this 25-minute race underway, and Tim Bates has done exactly the same as what happened to Victor earlier on. He's gone and the red lights haven't even come on yet. Now they go out and that's definitely going to incur a problem. Sarah Thompson, I think, was a little bit further up from where she should be as well. So a few drivers being caught out by that new system on the gantry. So Tim Bates is off up towards the first corner already. Second place is going to be the car of Neil Harvey by the looks of it. So he's going to be the best of the starters from the front of the grid. And which of the Boxsters has got the best of the starts? We'll wait for them to reappear into the Wilson hairpin. But I don't think it's going to be Sarah Thompson again, unfortunately.
No, Tim Bates has got a sheepish look about himself, hasn't he? He wasn't exactly committed through Wilson's, I thought there.
Well, it's too late now, isn't it? You've got to go for it. You've done the punishment. You've done the crime, sorry. So you've got to get away and you take whatever punishment comes.
That's right. Just trying to quickly make out. Didn't quite catch which Boxster's actually leading the Boxster category there, but certainly we're seeing those absolutely gorgeous two white Porsches steam away. It looks like it could be Darren Lebet, actually, I think, but it's Darren King diving down the inside to take the class lead.
Certainly. Is that Wayne Gregory, actually?
Oh, sorry, I think you're right, it is. Yeah, there's the three or four unique cars in there, actually, and it's sometimes hard to tell them apart.
Yeah, they don't make it clear for us, do they, unfortunately, but I think Wayne Gregory there in second, but yeah, you're right, Darren King goes to the lead, so number 17 gets himself up front, which is a good start from him. Peter Evans is doing better this time as well. Touch wood, he's escaped the first few corners, so he's up there in third position, and then behind, Sarah Thompson is going to lose the back end again. She goes one way then the other and goes right into the pack, and there's contact between 1, 2, 3 cars in the end, and a further contact further back as the car, which is unfortunately unavoidable there, brings the melee to a sudden end, which is a real shame for Sarah because she almost caught it, but once you go one way you tend to go the other.
It's that little bit of a pendulum effect, unfortunately, and certainly I think that was Faye Noble-Evans caught up in there and Stephen Shaw, and I think there might be one other car that went off on the other side of the circuit. That's Stephen Shaw's car. Yeah, 76, yeah, Faye Noble-Evans. And there was a car off on the inside of the circuit. They're on the outside of the corner, I think.
Yeah, I think there were two, actually, because one spun and then the other one collected it. So I think we could have a couple more. Whether they've got going, we'll have to wait and see. But Tim Bates, unaware of all of this, goes through up across the line. And are we going to get a safety car here? Well, not yet. So they're confident that they can do something with those three cars, which is a bit surprising, but Tim Bates goes on his way. We then wait for the next of the 911s to come through. There's one of them which has got the damage after collecting the car which was on the inside of the corner.
Yeah, that's just ducked out behind, out of our sight just before we could positively identify. That might have been Vikram Sudera, but I'm not convinced.
Yeah, so real shame. We've lost 3 or 4 in the early stages of this race, which is not good news at all, but we're still looking for some good racing. The ones that haven't come through, of course, Rob Hollyman was not there anyway. Sarah Thompson has been involved. Darren Lebet has been involved. Graham Hurd has been involved, along with Shaw and also Noble-Evans. So, yeah, 3 we thought, and then the other 2 as well, of Lebet and Hurd. So the safety car now has finally been called for, which is no real surprise with those cars on the outside of Oggies, and they're going to take quite a while to recover. hopefully some of them will just be able to be pushed away. It depends if there's any significant damage to some of the others which need to be lifted away, and hopefully the number 22 machine there of Peter Evans does see the yellow flags. He does at the last minute and slows the pace of his car, but not the start we wanted there, Paul. It was quite unfortunate for where Sarah went round.
Very much so, actually, to be quite honest, and also unfortunate that because it's early in the race and all the cars are so close together, there was just a little bit of a concertina effect behind it, with cars left with nowhere to go as other people tried to avoid her car, didn't quite. And yeah, we collected a few cars down there, but you know, these things happen in racing, and it's early in the race. It's you know, unfortunately we've had a very clean day from the Porsche perspective so far, without the safety car or anything coming out, or no major incidents, even when the track was very, very slippery earlier on. So just looking through, yeah, we had a few people not come through yet. As you said earlier on, yeah, I think it's Graham Hurd and Sarah Thompson and Rob Hoddiman we know about, don't we? So it's now everyone coming back to the line. This is just going to get everyone behind the safety car and give the marshals some clear space to actually just put everything back together.
Certainly is, and we're going to get the red flag actually in the end, because it's going to take longer, I think, than they expected. So yeah, quite a few cars to clear up. Of course, we probably haven't got that many flatbeds to recover all 4 or 5 cars which are down there. So there's a lot to be done to clear up. There's a bit of debris on the circuit as well, so there's going to be a lot of marshal power and action to try and get that one resolved, which is not the way we wanted this race to kind of start, but good to see that all the drivers, as always, are out in the cars. They're having a chat, they're discussing what happened, and kind of commiserating one another down there.
Yeah, because I think sometimes, you know, it swings and roundabouts, isn't it? You get caught up in these things. Sometimes you're the person that's triggered it. It just happens, and you know, I think it's very, very easy in motorsport to spend hours and hours analysing decisions that people have made in split seconds. You know, and we see that at all levels of the sport. People are in the car, they're reacting, they're working on what they know and what they can see. And yeah, you know, sometimes the phrase racing instinct gets bandied around a lot, because quite often that's what it is.
Indeed, and I think going back to your point about being early in the race and everyone bunched together, of course you are very close in terms of where you are in the field, and most of the time you are unsighted, because you come around that corner, you have a car directly in front of you which you can't see what's happened in front of you, so they all kind of take evasive action. You then find yourself bang on the scene hitting that car, and it is just the nature of the beast, really, isn't it? Because early in the race and these things do happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, as you say, it's that restricted vision, so that you're tucked up right up the back of a car in front because you're trying to get a good exit and follow him out the corner and maybe get past him, and then if he suddenly jinks out the way because he's seen something, you see it that fraction later.
Indeed, so all the cars now being brought to a hold on the grid, so they'll all get regridded in probably the original grid order, actually, because we'd not really completed a lap. We had done a lap, but of course not much further than that, so I reckon we'll go back to an original grid for this, barring the holes we had. Just wondering if Rob Holliman can possibly get that problem rectified.
That's right, yeah, I'm hoping he's realised there's a red flag, although I must admit, if he didn't rectify it in the two plus hours between the races, or he may suddenly go, I know what that is, and we'll get a resolution to it. It's just, yeah, there are quite a few holes in the grid, so this is suddenly thinking, there's people in there suddenly thinking that I can get a strong finish out of this. So it's interesting. We saw Darren King take the lead earlier on. Darren has actually had a win earlier this year at Brands Hatch, but that was in a race where we actually had the race results were called after 2 laps. We actually only had 2 racing laps, and that was unfortunate after we had a big incident with Vikram Sudera, who's actually out today in a brand new car. So he managed to totally destroy his car at Brands Hatch, and fantastic work by the marshals and everyone down there to get him back together. But I'm just looking at the cars being slotted in. We've just seen the yellow and black car of Mike Thompson. Now, Mike was much farther down the grid than he'd expected, and in fact he'd had quite a good start looking at this, because he'd actually got himself up to 4th in class from quite a way down the grid, I think it was earlier on, because this grid is the second best qualifying time that you did this morning. So you can basically, you know, you can have a disaster in race 1 and still have a good starting position for race 2, for example. So someone like Mike, who's actually extended his championship lead this morning when he took that win in race 1, if he can, he's got less opposition and can gain places early, then he's going to be a happy bunny.
I think he was 16th on the grid overall, so that would have been about 12th in class, wouldn't it? So,
yeah, it wasn't a good second lap for Mike. But suddenly there's, I'm looking at the grid, I think there are only 4 cars possibly in front of him.
Yeah, so this has been a nice turnaround for Mike, looking to do the double here after waiting all of these years for race victories, waiting this year for being very consistent, but finally getting another one. He might be able to do it again here, so we'll see what he can achieve once this race gets back underway. But as we said, the small matter of the clear up to be done down there at Oggie's Corner with 3 cars we saw, but there could be more just out of camera shot, unfortunately.
And the other thing to bear in mind, and you can see it nicely actually in the shot, is those yellow squares with a black cross on the back of the car are the novice cross. Basically, those are drivers who are newbies. You know, they haven't already got 6 signatures on their license yet. So in which case that's when the cross disappears. So they're starting their racing career. So we do have drivers out there who are really just learning it. They have not been on the grid that many times. They haven't encountered these situations before. As we saw earlier on when the light slightly fooled Vikram, that was just there's nothing malicious going on there in race 1. That was a driver who just never encountered that situation before and made the wrong call basically. And these things happen.
Well, it happens to the best of them because Tim Bates is exactly the same. So an experienced racer like Tim, if he can do it, then anyone can, can't they, really? So
that's right. And I was admiring this new lighting gantry we have here. I think it's a fantastic thing. So we are actually, they're putting them on a holding grid and then regridding further up because I think Tim has just been moved up to where he was previously. So this might mean he might get away with these little jump starts earlier on as well, actually. I don't know if that gets erased from the memory of the clerk of the course at this point.
I suppose so. It is kind of a fresh start, isn't it? So he might have escaped that if he's lucky. Just don't do it again.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the key phrase, isn't it? Yeah. Tried it once, didn't like it.
Indeed. So just waiting for all this to get itself back into position. And just waiting for, of course, everything to be cleared over there at the right-hander of Oggie's. But for now, we're just waiting for everything to settle down. But up until this point, it's been a good day. And as I said, unfortunate this has happened. But we've really enjoyed these races so far today. And, of course, I think the reason maybe that the 2 laps were only kind of classified at Brands, you were on a very big weekend there, weren't you? The GT World Challenge.
It was very much so. And they have, even their qualifying sessions and practice sessions were going out on live TV. So that there were deadlines that the TV people couldn't meet. So sometimes when you are the one of the lesser championships, and we were literally in and out on the first day of it. It's the the risk you take, unfortunately. But we did have a lengthy delay, so the cars were if you like on the track for quite a long time, just not racing, unfortunately. But we did have a great second race, and it's it's nice for these drivers to say that they've actually been out on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. We've got the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit later on in the year, and you can literally come in and in your first year of racing sample some of the most famous circuits in the country.
It's a great calendar that Porsche put together once again this year, so lots to look forward to throughout the season. As we said, Alton Park, Silverstone Grand Prix, back at Brands Hatch that weekend on the Indy circuit, and then it's off to Donington. Seems a long way away, doesn't it, October, but guarantee it'll come around quick.
Yeah, it's unusually late. We once finished our season in the first weekend of September when we had the Festival of Porsche at Brands Hatch, so it does seem rather late. It's going to get dark early in the end of October, isn't it? So we've got that to look forward to. But Darlington's another circuit that always seems to provide good racing, and a very, very popular one, and nice and central for us because we do have quite a lot of racers and teams from up in Yorkshire. The Strasser we saw earlier on in the Porsche Club Championship with Chris Dyer and Pete Morris. They actually are based up in there, so it's nice to give them not quite so far to travel.
The team down there at Oggie's are doing well. We've already got Sarah Thompson's car on the low loader. We've got the other one over there as well. I think of Faye.
That's Faye's just being put up onto a no-no. It looks like they're just about to lift Stephen Shaw's. There's a little bit of cleaning up going on the tracks. There's possibly some fluid down.
The 2 we had over here on the inside have gone, which is good.
So we saw one that actually then pulled off on the Wellington Straight, didn't we?
Oh, yes, we
did.
Sorry,
the Bentley Straight, sorry.
Yeah, that's correct.
So, that may have actually got itself so far out of the way that we don't have to worry about that too much. Looks like quite a lot of fluid actually went down.
It does, doesn't it? So Marshall's working hard, and the circuit staff here at Snetterton making sure that's all good and clean and ready to go once the race does get back underway. But it's a perfect opportunity because we see the Marshals working out on circuit, but a great chance to say thank you so much to all the Marshals here this weekend at Snetterton, the Orange Army, who do a grand job of making sure everything's looked after, everything's as safe as possible. And we say it many a time, but we really do mean it. Without them, we would not be able to do what we love so much, whether watch it, take part in it, whatever it is. The marshals do keep this show running. So big thanks to the volunteer marshals. It's good to say as well, they do this for the love of the sport. So thank you very much, guys and girls, for your help and all your hard work this weekend. It doesn't go unnoticed, I think it's fair to say.
I think that's very much appreciated by people at all the levels of the sport. Exactly as you said, there would be no motorsport if we didn't have people willing to take on these roles, be they trackside, in Parc Fermé, in the collecting area, on the start-finish line. I've always wanted to wave the checkered flag. Maybe I can one day. And I actually really like this idea that we have now, where people could come along for a taster day to be a marshal.
Yeah.
You know, and I think it might have been actually at Brands Hatch, and there were people being taken around, just showing everything and just every role, and they put a little look into race control and a whole tour place, just to get an understanding of what's involved. And yeah, it is a great way to get that a little bit closer to what's going on in motorsport. I did have a marshal once say to me, actually, after he pushed one of our cars away, that it was the only way he ever was going to get his hands on a race car.
Fair enough, isn't it?
Hard to argue. Yeah.
We've all been in that position, pit lane, pushing a car out the pit lane, helping it out. It's nice to get involved, isn't it? Get your hands dirty now and again. So there's Stephen Shaw's car, which is now being taken away. So he is good. Hopefully they'll get that repaired. There's Faye's car, Faye Noble Evans, who is now being lifted back onto the flatbed. So quick work there. Hasn't taken long at all. So all three cars now, I think, have been recovered. Luckily here at Snetterton these days, there's lots of places you can duck and dive. So those recovery vehicles will be off the circuit pretty much straight away. And there's the other one. That's Graham Hurd, isn't it?
It is, yeah. He's had quite a busy day, basically. So that car's being towed. I'm still not convinced that was the car we saw off on the Bentley Straight, because I thought it was a lighter coloured car.
I think that was Darren Lebet's possibly, wasn't it?
Ah, you're right. He hasn't. Our race winner from the very first round of the championship. Yes, that would be right. It would be.
But it's white and
with purpley
black,
flashes. Yeah, that could be actually. Yeah, I think that almost certainly is Darren's car. So. Yeah, an eventful day so far, and I think probably with the red flag it just meant that we could clear those cars up quicker than we could if they had to pause every now and then for a safety car train to go round.
Well, if you think of it, it's taken probably the best part of 10 minutes, so we'd already been now probably into the last 10 minutes of the race, which is not fair. They pay their money, don't they, to go racing, so we want to give them as much racing as possible. And luckily today here on day one, time does allow that to happen because curfew is at 6:30. We were scheduled to finish at 5:30, so we will be a little bit behind, but we have got the time to play with, which is always a help. I think they're going to try and assist Darren Lebet's car. If it can be towed, then they're going to try and give it a tow. But we'll see what they do with that. It's quite a way off the circuit, which is good, and it's a long straight, which always helps as well.
That's right. Yeah, it's we've got the camera angle of it, and yeah, it's round the corner, isn't it, for us, which is strange. I can see actually. I think that's Darren stood there in his race suit, so he's obviously okay. So it's just a car issue. But yeah, the car. There's lots of looking at the car, isn't there? Which makes me wonder what they're looking at. But unfortunately, the bridge is in the way, so we can't quite see it.
It is indeed. So Darren just being told maybe what to do. Stephen Shaw's car now. Okay, okay. They're going to lift Stephen Shaw's car off, and they're going to go and pick Darren Lebet's car up. So they've only got the 3 or 2 low loaders. So that's good thinking there. Actually, don't drop it from there. That would be disastrous.
That's right. It's yeah, just look after a car. Yeah, someone guiding it down, holding the wheels.
Quite heavy, aren't they, Porsches?
Yeah, it's going to be 1,300 kilos a car, effectively. So with the weights that we actually run them on,
it's down a few.
So yeah, a little bit of a dent in the front. Stephen Shaw actually does run a bodywork company, so I think he can actually look after that himself. He did actually, because we had the rules earlier on a few years ago with this, that the cars had to have a livery. A classic Porsche livery or one inspired by that. Darren actually had it with the livery used on the factory 962s and 956s at Le Mans in the Group C days.
Wow.
Which was, of course, cigarette sponsored.
Yes.
And I think he actually even asked the question if he was allowed to put the cigarette sponsor's name on it because it was historically accurate. And yeah, no, you can't, basically.
Not anymore, unfortunately.
No. But it did look immaculate in that strip. I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to say the cigarette company's name, so I'm not, basically. But yeah, it was what you saw on the side of the car when Derek Bell won several Le Mans.
So there we go. Right, so that car is now off, which is good. So that means we can go and pick up Darren Lebet's car, which hopefully won't take too long. And then those who are waiting on the grid will get the chance to head off onto what's going to be possibly another formation lap just to kind of feel what the conditions have changed, because of course with that oil or liquid being dropped onto the circuit down at Oggies, I just want to make sure they can find out where that is before they go racing. So I'd imagine another formation lap before the race gets underway. Whether we get the full distance, we'll have to wait and see. But
I think you were exactly right earlier on about how cunningly planned that's been, because the truck that the Stephen Shaw's car was on has dropped him over the barriers exactly where Darren Abet's car appears to be. So there's fantastic organisation going on out there. Top work, everybody.
And you always look at these pictures and think, oh, there's no room to do any of this, but there's loads of offcuts here at Snetterton now. Through the Armco, you can see the course car, which was just trying to get through. That's kind of cut through from the pit lane, so there's loads of little roads they can use just to get to places a little bit quicker. And of course, for safety these days as well, the medical car has those approaches as well, which you can just see coming down. That's just as a precaution, by the way. These are all the situations. We send the medical car out in an incident like that. It's always handy to get the drivers checked over, but there's, I'm sure, nothing serious to worry about. Just the medical car going round, checking with the drivers, happy that they're okay, and if need be, they can be taken to the very nicely placed medical centre here at Snetterton.
That's right. Yes, one of the superb facilities that Snetterton has, and I do have to say how fantastic these circuits are these days, and how the facilities have improved hugely in the last few years across the country, to be quite honest. I'm not going to name names, but sort of 25 years ago, certain circuits you wouldn't really want to take your family to now, but now the facilities are superb, and why wouldn't you? And you could have a great day out.
Indeed you can. So very shortly we're going to be back underway. Just the Darren Lebet car to get rid of in terms of picking up and taking back to the pit lane. And as Paul said, you can come along here, not just this weekend, but plenty of other weekends coming up this year as well. We'll take you through some upcoming events very shortly if we get time. But we are back here tomorrow. Unfortunately, we're not live streaming, so if you want to come along and you're not too far away from Snetterton, come and join us, because we've got another full day of racing to look forward to. We've got a few changes tomorrow, because we are joined by the Z-Cars Championship. They'll be here with qualifying and 2 races. We've also got the Production Golf GTI Championship. They again have a qualifying and 2 races. And just to note that the race restart will be over 18 minutes. So we've lost a few minutes, but we've still got plenty of time to race for the Porsche 911s and also the Boxster Cup. So we look forward to that. So yeah, tomorrow, Production Golf with us as well. Sports 2000 have 2 further races to look forward to. We also are joined by the Northern Saloons Sports Car Championship, which always bring a big flurry of different cars. So we're looking forward to that 2 races as well. And I think this is going to be the inaugural Historic Racing Drivers Club Jerry Marshall Trophy, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. This is for, I think, pre-83 Group 1 touring cars, which, if you like those sorts of things, which many people do, come and join us tomorrow. They've got
that sounds spectacular, to be quite honest.
I haven't actually looked at the entry list, to be fair. I should have done, shouldn't I? But I think it's quite big.
One of my last PR jobs when I was with Vauxhall in 1999 was actually here with Jerry Marshall. And we gave Jerry a drive in the Vectra touring car that John Clennon had been using earlier in the year. It was a thank you for something. I was never quite sure what for, but what a delightful gentleman he was.
He was, and I think this is a great legacy to leave, this Jerry Marshall Trophy, this is the first one they're going to run, but it's going to be a thing that's regularly done for next year in a series of races. So we look forward to that. Always remember Jerry's Vauxhall Forenza. Lovely, lovely car indeed. And yeah, tomorrow's race should be good. It's a qualifying session and a 45-minute race, and the entry list brings cars from Ford Mustangs, Alfa Romeos, Ford Escorts, Triumph Dolomites, got the VW Siroccos out there, Ford Capris, Vauxhall Forenza, as we said, which Jerry used to run back in the day. So there's plenty for everyone. The Rover SD1, which is a
3.5 litre V8 Rover, fantastic.
So yeah, if you're about tomorrow and you want to come and join us, plenty of racing to look forward to here on the 300 circuit, with I think the headline race definitely going to be the Jerry Marshall Trophy. So it's going to be a busy day. Look forward to it. Unfortunately, we do lose Porsches tomorrow. They're not back with us, but they get, as I said, a day to relax and look forward to their next round in a few weeks' time.
That's right. Yes, the schedule picks up this time of the year, isn't it? But I think we're going to be fairly ready to go fairly soon. I'm suddenly hearing engines starting to rev outside.
Yep, so they've all been told to fire back into life, which they've all done, hopefully, no issues. And very shortly they're going to be heading off on, as we said, to a formation lap and then an 18-minute race. So slightly shorter than expected, but that's what they're going to be allowed to have as the countdown now comes once again. So the 1 minute board is up there on the gantry, And it's going to be a challenge now to see if Tim Bates firstly can get the start right, secondly to take another win this year.
That's right, yeah. I think you'd feel he'd learned his lesson, wouldn't you, to be quite honest. I slightly got the feeling that he was trying to give back the advantage he gained just in that first little start, just to see if that actually did him any good. But yeah, no, we've got a clean slate. It's a fresh go at everything. Everyone's had a little bit of time to think about things, which could be good or can be bad in some scenarios. But yeah, Darren King was probably the loser there, wasn't he? Because he's now got a few cars in front of him again, whereas he had actually got to the front of that Boxster Cup pack very, very quickly.
Certainly had. So there are the Boxsters as they work their way off of the grid. Just trying to work out where Mike Thompson is. I think he's a little bit higher up than we thought he would be. So I think that's worked out for him.
It has worked out very nicely because I think there's at least 2, if not 3 cars that were in front of Mike that are no longer there.
So we'll wait to see what he does. There's Tim Bates then, trying to get the warmth into the tyres once again. The 2 cars behind that remain within the 911 challenge are, for this race, Neil Harvey, and also the man who's brought out his new car for this weekend, Stuart Jeffcoat. So that Porsche 993, just getting some testing miles under his belt before he heads back to his other series. And hopefully, Stuart will do a few more 911 challenge races this year as well, because it's nice to see him out. And
it's nice to see that car. It's a beautiful car.
It's nice, isn't it? Very nice indeed, the 993.
It sounds nice as well.
It does. That one there in second position, number 44. So that's Stuart's car as it works its way down towards Agostini. There's the leader then in terms of the Porsche Boxsters. So let's see what Wayne Gregory can do. With some strong competition behind there. Peter Evans, Darren King, and also the next to those cars in the line there, just heading its way through Eric Bridges. So yeah, plenty of competition still remains in the Boxsters. So this could be a nice lively race once again.
I think very much so. Yeah, we've got a reputation to keep up, please. No, it's been entertaining so far. And as I said before, it's that strange mix of sort of, people like Mike Thompson who've done 2 or 3 seasons now and are relatively experienced, and the complete and utter newcomers who are just throwing themselves into it and proving very, very competitive.
Certainly are. So as we said, a reduced distance of 18 minutes, just working our way through the incident zone. So that's where all the cement dust has been laid down, just to soak up as much of the fluid as possible. But I think most of it is offline there. Unless you run wide, you're going to catch some of that. But the majority, you're just going to head through and kick up a bit of dust. So it shouldn't deter too many drivers, and hopefully we'll still see a few moves happening down there, because that's one of the positions where quite a few drivers like to dive to the inside line to try and get those places away. So I think that could be a prime opposition in terms of passing. And more windscreen wipers, but I never like seeing that. I never know if they've been left on by mistake or if there is actually rain coming from the air.
Yeah, if you've got a driver thinking, what if I flicked with the finger that's fired them off, or if there is actually a reason for it. It's been that strange sort of day where every now and then it starts spitting with rain, but it's never really rained that hard, has it?
No.
But it's been enough, certainly, to disturb the drivers. We've seen wipers on in previous races, and it does give them something to think about.
A lot of birds coming to spectate, which is nice. Hopefully they're going to enjoy the action. Prime position there, isn't it?
It is a fantastic position, the outside of Coram. It is... I always think it's an underrated corner, Coram. You just seem to be turning right forever and ever and ever, and the corner is tightening as you're doing it.
And it's got tighter since it was redeveloped as well. It used to be a lot more open, didn't it?
Yes, very much so, as it was when I first came here in the late 90s.
So yeah, real challenge these days. So it is a really tight corner. You think it's never going to end, and all of a sudden you've got to turn left and hit the brakes at the same time. So it can catch quite a few drivers out there. But great challenging corner is Coram, as the cars now work their way into position. So there's Tim Bates, all alone, unfortunately, on that front row now. There's no Rob Hollyman. Then behind him is number 44, which is Stuart Jeffcoat, who also finds himself on his own as well, because we should have had Sarah Thompson alongside him. Then the full complement on row number 3, which is going to be the car of Neil Harvey and the pole sitter in the Boxster class, which is Wayne Gregory. So that's how they all line up. A little bit further forward creeps the number 11 machine, just trying to get all the benefit you possibly can. So Neil Harvey now comes stationary. Green flag very quickly waves from the back. Everyone hold position until the red lights come on and go out. Let's try and get a clean start this time round. Oh, there goes another one. Eric Bridges hasn't learnt his lesson, unfortunately. Red lights now come on and off they go. So we are away. Eric Bridges waits for everyone to go past. And who makes the best start from the front of the grid? Let's have a look. Tim Bates hasn't, because straight past him has gone the number 11 machine of Neil Harvey.
That's a phenomenal start by Neil Harvey, isn't it? He really did get that car away very, very well.
I think Wayne Gregory's got the better also of Stuart Jeffcoat. So he's passed one of the 911s already in terms of the Challenge Series. Up towards the Wilson hairpin they go for the first time, and it will be Neil Harvey that leads the way. Tim Bates second, Wayne Gregory third. Then it's going to be Stuart Jeffcoat.
It's Darren King third. I'm sure that's Darren King. Yeah, Tim Bates powers out the Wilson hairpin. That car really does accelerate.
Let's have a look then to see who emerges. Right, there's Tim Bates into the lead. You're right, it is Darren King with the grey and the black machine. So he's now up into third. How long that will last, I'm not too sure, because drawing alongside now is Stuart Jeffcoat. Should fairly easily get to the inside and past. And of course, Darren King won't want to battle too hard. He's more worried about what's happening with Peter Evans there.
That's right, he's got Pete Evans behind him and another person to gain a couple of places on the opening lap, because I think in the third of the Boxsters is Mike Thompson, our race 1 winner.
He is, isn't he? Yeah, there he goes. The yellow and black machine, number 6, up to third. So this race gets better and better for Mike Thompson. So as we said, once that first win comes along, like buses, come quicker and quicker, don't they? So he's up there.
They sometimes say that the first win's the hardest. After that, you suddenly realise what you have to do to win. But he's looking very, very racy. Those two bottled up behind Stuart Jeffcoat. I think he's just taking it gingerly on this first lap in that lovely car of his. And that is actually letting Darren King, who's running third overall, ease away a little bit from the people he should be racing.
Yeah, heard a squid of tyres, and there you go, there's a car which has gone round, Simon Ruffle-Ward, so he's now in that same area where we saw the incident in the initial start, so hopefully he can fire that car back into life and get onto the tail of the field, but he would have lost quite a lot of time to the rest of them as he does get going, which is good, so back on his way. Here's Darren King, still for now keeping at bay Stuart Jeffcoat, so a great job he is doing, and that just helps him, doesn't it, keep Peter Evans a car back as well, but not for long, because Stuart thinks about the inside line through Coram. Let's see how that ends as they come back into sight. He's still on the inside line, and he should hopefully be through.
I think he's through. Yeah, I think Darren has to be a little careful doing moves like that, because he doesn't want to then get himself offline and compromise his next corner with Pete Evans and Mike Thompson so close behind him.
And that now puts him on the back foot to Peter Evans, so he gets the drag out of Murray's. Up towards the line they come, not quite side by side, but Mike Thompson is definitely going to have a look now on the second place man in class as they turn their way in towards Ritchie's corner, and Mike Thompson thinks about the inside line but can't quite get there now, so Peter Evans holds on to it, and it's again like earlier on, you think you've lost time, you then gain time through the next corner and bring yourself onto the tail of the next car. So this is very close once again between King, Peter Evans who goes to the outside line, Mike Thompson is back with them, and look who's there with them as well, the number 53 machine who was effectively on pole position after the ones we lost, and is now back up to the top 3 in 4th place.
So that's fantastic, because 3 of the lead 4 cars are displaying that novice cross we discussed earlier on the back, so it really does prove that as a formula and a way of getting into motorsport, this really works. But it's going to be interesting. We've got a time penalty of 10 seconds for number 38. I think that was the car that you spotted that actually slightly jumped the start, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah, Eric Bridges, wasn't it, who just again got caught out by that yellow light coming on and going off. Thought it was the red light, but unfortunately it wasn't for Eric. So 10 seconds for him to be applied as the leaders of class 3 work their way now down towards the right-hander at Oggies. It's once again starting to close up here between Darren King, Peter Evans and Mike Thompson, although now in 4th place, unfortunately Wayne Gregory's just dropped a little bit further back now.
He has, which is going to let Mike Thompson start focusing on what's in front rather than what's behind, so it's going to be a little bit of a battle. And then just behind them they got Vikram Sudhara, so Vikram's actually twice set fastest lap, so very quick driver out there, so he's got a little space in front of him. He's got those cars out there as a hare to chase, basically. It's going to be interesting to see what he can actually do.
Indeed, so the leader has gone once again. Tim Bates on his way out front. Neil Harvey is there in 2nd place in this race, and Stuart Jeffcoat now trying to reel him in, which he's doing a good job of. So 2nd and 3rd coming close together. 2nd and 3rd in the class 3 almost changes there as Mike Thompson thinks about a move to the inside line of Peter Evans, but we've seen this happen before. Didn't quite come off towards Ritchie's corner, and as soon as he did that, then Peter Evans seemed to get closer to the race leader, and that's exactly what's happened again here, because he's closed that gap. He gets a nice tow out of Murray's corner and could be in a position to challenge up towards Ritchie's on this next lap.
I think you're exactly right. I think that cost Mike Thompson rather than actually gained him anything, that little move.
So through they go, top 4 in class 3. Oh, and Stuart Jeffcoat is also pulling off the road as well. So in his new car for this year, seems to have some problems because he stays out the way through Ritchie's, hand aloft out the car, which just indicates to everyone else that he's slowing, and the indicator comes on at the same time. So a real problem with Stuart there, and was just about to make some moves onto Neil Harvey, but unfortunately that comes to nothing with just under 13 minutes to go within this race, and I think he's going to probably pull off down through the back door somewhere very shortly.
That's right, yeah, there's a little route back into the paddock, isn't there, once you've got on the run down towards Agostini, so fingers crossed there. But we're back to that lead battle in the Boxster Cup, and it's Darren King with Peter Evans just behind him, just pulled a couple of lengths now over Mike Thompson. That really move through Coram really didn't help Mike Thompson at all. And as you said before, I think if he's not careful, he's going to have Wayne Gregory he's got to worry about behind him. He needs to start just inching himself back towards that lead pair and maybe let them battle for a while and see if he can pick up some of the pieces.
Indeed, so here they come, Darren King, who has been a race winner this year. We're getting to a stage now where we've had 5 different winners. We're very shortly soon going to have a double winner, but we'll have to wait and see, because at the minute Darren King is in that position to take a second win of the year. But Peter Evans, also a winner, right up behind him. Mike Thompson, race winner for the first time earlier on, right there with them as well. So this is getting close and close.
It is, but by your logic, I think we need to start cheering on Wayne Gregory, who hasn't won, isn't it? Yeah, just to keep it fair, because I like the idea of having a different winner for every race.
He's not too far back, actually. He's looking quite menacing now with the lights on as well, so he's determined to get up there. First of all, he needs to get onto the podium as Peter Evans gets ever closer to Darren King, and he gets a good run out of the Nelson corner as well, and he goes to the inside line, so a real slow corner there for Darren King. Puts him on the outside run now through the bomb hole. Mike Thompson comes into the mix to the inside as well, so Peter Evans is through. Darren King tries to shut the door. That doesn't work because Mike Thompson is already up and past him, and just like that, Darren King goes from the lead down to 3rd place. So that's changed things towards the front, and I'm sure with that battling has probably brought Wayne Gregory into the mix as well. He's not quite in camera shot, but I don't think he's going to be too far adrift there down in 4th place as they come up towards the line. Another lap to be completed, then on to lap number 4 they go, and Mike Thompson now up into 2nd is very quickly thinking about trying to get the race lead away as well from Peter Evans. They go 3 wide in towards Richie's corner. Hopefully this works well for the 3 of them, which it does, as they all come out in the same order: 1st, 2nd and 3rd, Pete Evans, Mike Thompson and Darren King. That's right, Darren King got called out of the same place he did in the first race. I think that's just probably inexperience. That's quite a tricky part of the circuit, out of Nelson's and into the bomb hole, and he's just letting people get inside him, and maybe he shouldn't, but let's see if he's learnt from that. It's another tricky corner, isn't it? Because you're braking, you're changing down gear, you're turning into the left-hander, then back to the right. So there's lots of things to do at that part of the track, isn't there? Very, very much so. So it's we can watch these guys and criticise, but they're very, very busy in the cars. They're focused, and their attention is in front of them, is behind them with what the car's doing. So and he's had a little bit of a look there into Mike Thompson. That was a little ambitious, I think, if that was going to come off. Yeah, and again, you don't want to be kind of challenging into a corner where you're going to lose on the exit. So it's all about thinking, isn't it, about what the next corner might deliver. So that might be a thing for Darren King to bear in mind. But he's doing well, still there in 3rd place. And as we thought, Wayne Gregory now not too far back, as Stuart Jeffco has finally made it to the pit lane, which is good. So he's done a full lap at a very much reduced speed, but he's made it back without too many dramas, which is always good to see. That's right. Now it's swings and roundabouts there, isn't it? Because now we're seeing Mike Thompson starting to close up again as the cars disappear from our sight coming down the straight. Now, last time in the last straight, Mike was peeking out here and trying to persuade people that he was going to go on the inside. But this time, I think he's staying there with Pete Evans. Maybe he's going to focus more on the exit of the corner more rather than the entry. Certainly is. So through he turns and powers his way through. These boxers are not too far away from the back of Neil Harvey, actually, so they keep him with the 2nd place man at the minute as they turn away now on towards the right-hander of Coram, but Peter Evans still leads Class 3 just ahead of Mike Thompson. Slight gap now just emerging between the next 2, isn't there, because Darren King just dropping back slightly, but it wouldn't take long for him to rejoin this battle if the top 2 start to fight once more. But they power their way through, and now they're actually right with Neil Harvey up towards the line, so just under 9 minutes to go. This is the fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th overall, but more importantly for the lead in Class 3 as Peter Evans goes through, leads another lap just ahead of Mike Thompson. Darren King and Wayne Gregory now your top 4, and not a bad job Vikram's doing here in number 66. Vikram Sedera is very shortly to cross the line, but still finds himself inside the top 5 places. It is, yeah. I'm surprised they're staying so close to Neil Harvey, to be quite honest, unless he's got a problem, because that's like the ultimate indignity, I think, would be having the battling Boxsters go past you. So possibly Neil's just trying to keep out their reach, but we'll keep an eye on that. Certainly will. So down towards Palmer they go once more. Brake lights dab on just for a second or so, and then they continue with the run through there and on towards the left-hander of Agostini. This could almost cause a problem for the Boxsters, because if they catch Neil Harvey, they've then got to think about trying to get through as Mike Thompson makes a big lunge down the inside line on Peter Evans. That probably wasn't quite on there, because that was a move which just needed a bit more consideration to get through the corner rather than barging into the side of Peter Evans. But they've both survived, which is a good thing. It means Mike Thompson now drops further back from the race leader and brings Darren King into the equation once more, who now looks for the inside line as well. That's surely going to put out Mike Thompson a bit wide onto the dirty stuff, but he manages to survive without too many problems. So second, third and fourth, and also the leader of the class, stay as you were. But just wondering if that's done any damage to those two cars.
I'm amazed at if it wouldn't have done any damage to Mike Thompson, because he seemed to take the impact right on his front right-hand wheel. And if that hasn't, at the very least, put his settings out so the tracking or the towing or whatever is slightly different now, I will be absolutely amazed.
Oh, here comes Wayne Gregory having a think of getting past Darren King, but again, he wasn't quite close enough there. So time will tell, won't it, on those two cars if they have suffered any problems with it. But through they come now in towards the bomb hole. Wayne Gregory is definitely a man to watch out for here, because if things like that continue to happen, then they could be once again back into the mix of this lead battle. But for now, that seems to have helped just slightly. Pete Evans, although he took the brunt of the impact from Mike Thompson, is continued to hold this advantage. And now if Mike Thompson has got a problem, that's going to delay Darren King and surely give Peter Evans a bigger lead. And already now Mike Thompson just slows briefly across the line. To the outside goes Darren King, so this could be a move now up into second place as they head their way in towards Richie's corner, and the job is done before they even get into the first turn there.
Yeah, Darren made that look very, very easy, didn't he? Set the car up for a long way ago, got a very good exit out of Murray's and was just powering past virtually on the straight.
Yeah, definitely. So no problems at all there for Darren King, and straight away he's closed the gap down to Peter Evans as well. So this possibly could be some ramifications from that move he made a lap ago for Mike Thompson, because all of a sudden now the number 53 machine of Wayne Gregory is starting to put the pressure on through the left-hander at Palmer. So this could be unfortunately some problems starting to arise for Mike Thompson, who earlier on today picked up his first race victory, but for now he's down there in third place and under pressure from Gregory in fourth. Here comes though Darren King right now onto the tail of Peter Evans, so leaders back together. Both of them have now caught up with Neil Harvey once again, so it's battle resumed for the lead of the class.
Yeah, almost how we were a little while ago, isn't it? But, Darren, big twitch from Darren King. The back end just steps onto the grass and goes, and he's held it. A car went twice, he held it twice, but he couldn't hold it the third time.
Almost he got that.
He almost held
it.
That, yeah. That's so close.
What a shame. Darren King just got out wide at Hamilton. He then went one way, and again, it's the same situation we saw from earlier on in this race. He looked like he had it straight, but as soon as you fight that car, it just wants to go the other way every single time. And the more, of course, you put into the steering wheel, the worse it gets. So, again, he'll learn from those mistakes and, of course, how to deal with them. But I don't think even the best of the drivers can sometimes deal with those sorts of incidents.
No, there comes a point when you just can't react and you just can't really turn the wheel fast enough to get it from lock to pull the car back. You're just making it worse and worse, exactly as you described, Matt. So that's a shame, because that was brewing up to be a fun battle.
Well, he's saved himself to live another day, so that's good. He's still in the race. He's still got a chance to close back up, but of course he's a little bit further back now from where he wanted to have been. And Peter Evans, the pressure keeps coming, but he keeps fighting it, doesn't he? It was once from Mike Thompson, it was once from Darren King. I wonder if Wayne Gregory's got anything to give to Peter Evans that he can maybe not deal with, but Peter Evans still holds on to the class lead, and as he comes up towards the line, he is now clear by a good second or so over Mike Thompson, who's back up into second position in the class. So Mike Thompson now ahead of Wayne Gregory, and that gap actually is 2 seconds, isn't it, between the two of them. So a little bit more comfortable now for the number 22 machine. Very comfortable, in fact, for this man, Tim Bates, who now leads by 25.2 seconds. So we've seen this already this season at the first couple of races at Donington Park, and Tim Bates is once again off in the distance, and no one really to challenge at the minute.
No, very, very consistent, Tim. I think he was looking forward to a battle with Rob Hollyman, to be quite honest. I think they both were. So, a bit disappointing there. But, yeah, you're not going to slow your pace just to look for a race, are you? He's just going to happily take the win. With Mike Thompson tucked up the back of Wayne Gregory now. He's lost that place, but he seems quite keen to try to get it back.
Yeah, Wayne Gregory has to kind of defending towards Agostini. He wasn't really too sure what Mike Thompson was going to do there. Of course, he would have seen it right in front of him a couple of laps ago. Mike Thompson diving to the inside of Pete Evans, so he was probably a bit wary about what Mike would have done on that same corner, but Wayne Gregory holds on for another day in second place, and they both need to bring this gap down now to Peter Evans. As we said, 2 seconds last time through, and ideally they need to be working together rather than battling, because if they can do that, they'll of course benefit from a tow from each other. That will of course bring them a little bit closer to Peter Evans, whereas Peter Evans hasn't really got anyone to help him. I think Neil Harvey's now far enough up the road not to give him that much of a tow, so they do need to be working together. But you tell a racing driver that, they don't listen, do they?
They don't at all, but also the clock is ticking down now. I think we're possibly going to be going on to maybe 2 laps. I'm not quite sure where the leader is. It's going to depend when the leader crosses the line, which should be fairly soon, in fact, as I speak. So I think we're going to get possibly 2 more laps out of this.
Yeah, it looks that way. 2 minute 12 is what Tim Bates is currently doing. 2 minutes 20 just over left on the clock, so it's going to be close, but I think they will just about squeeze through for another lap as the Class 3 battle heads its way down towards Murray's once again. Still Wayne Gregory ahead of Mike Thompson for second place, but let's see now what the gap is between this battle and of course the race leader Peter Evans, who is about to come across the start finish line behind Neil Harvey. So there he goes in second. There goes Pete Evans, and his lap time is a 2:17.5. Behind, Wayne Gregory does a 2:16.2, which is his best lap of the race, and he's 1.3 seconds quicker than Peter Evans. So this different winner from every race so far is still on the cards, Paul.
That's a fantastic lap, isn't it, from Wayne Gregory at this stage of the race? Maybe he's realised what actually is there for him. And it's going to be interesting to see how quickly Pete Evans notices that car behind is getting closer by the corner.
And we still don't know if there's any real damage to Peter Evans' car, because there could well be after that slight bit of contact with Mike Thompson, although both of them have kind of kept up the pace there or thereabouts, so if there is any damage it's not that significant, which is slowing the pace dramatically. So we'll wait and see what they do. Mike Thompson is still putting all the pressure, I can just see briefly through the camera there, on Wayne Gregory, who is now having to defend. So he's almost with Peter Evans, who is almost now back with Neil Harvey, so they're all back on the defensive run as they head down towards Hamilton, but Wayne Gregory is really driving like a man possessed at the minute.
He is. As you said earlier, Mike Thompson's actually better off letting him go for a few corners and just get much closer to Pete Evans.
So this is where it becomes complicated, because he's now defending. He's losing more time to Peter Evans, who has now almost again caught the back of Neil Harvey. So on towards the Bentley Straight they go for what's going to be the 8th time of asking, and we reckon we're going to squeeze in one more lap because the checker flag is being unfurled, but I think they're just holding it just in case. But I think Tim Bates should just squeeze through for one more. And Wayne Gregory there had to defend at the last possible minute from the number 6 machine, because Mike Thompson again was looking to pull a move where you normally don't really see one.
No, that would have caught him by surprise, I think, distinctly. So yep, you're quite right about Tim Bates. Crosses the line with still around 10 seconds on the clock, so the leader's gone on to the final lap, which means for these guys they are then going to be going on to their final lap as well.
Certainly are. So Tim Bates goes up to the Wilson hairpin for his final time. He's driven impeccably once again here today. He has not really had the challenge we would have expected. I think Rob Hollyman was the man who definitely took it to him in qualifying, but then through the first race, unfortunately with the problems, Rob retired, and before this race even got underway, Rob was off the track and not taking any further part, which is a real shame for Tim. But nonetheless, it looks to be 4 from 4 here this year so far in the 911 series. But what's going to happen in the Boxster class, because that's still up for grabs with Peter Evans, and now Mike Thompson gets to the inside, pushes out slightly wide there Wayne Gregory, who now fights back to the inside in towards the Wilson hairpin, but Mike Thompson feels there might be just one more chance here to get onto terms with Peter Evans and take what could be for him his second win of the day.
That's a fantastic move through the first corner. Very, very brave to overtake through there, Mike Thompson. So we were discussing earlier on if his car handling might be out after that big whack he gave Pete Evans, but apparently not.
Well, if it is, he's adapting very well to it.
Very, very well, yeah.
So down towards Agostini he goes for one last shot to try and catch up with Pete. He's going to be absolutely banzai on the brakes now, isn't he? Every single turn he goes into, he's going to be as late as he can on the brakes. He'll try and carry the momentum through the corner, and let's see what he can do in terms of firstly closing the gap. It's quite a big gap to close down, but if he can do that, that's good. Then secondly, he can get the move through onto the race leader, because they're getting very close down towards Oggies, and now Neil Harvey might be a little bit of a man in the way for Peter.
Pete's right on his rear spoiler as they're going out, actually out onto the Bentley Straight. So as you say, that's going to be interesting. That Neil Harvey's just got the power though to pull away, but Mike Thompson seems to be reeling the leader in.
It certainly has, and I think Peter Evans was slow out in the corner as well with being so far up the back of Neil Harvey. But Tim Bates will come to the line with the checker flag at the ready, and he'll be a 4-time winner so far this year in the 911 Challenge Series as he takes the checker flag in style. Here is the battle for what's going to be second overall for that man going through, but more importantly for third place overall and the win in Class 3. And Mike Thompson has gradually brought that gap down. So corner by corner again, Mike Thompson is almost there. I always want to shut my eyes because I've seen what Mike Thompson's done already today in this race. Let's see what happens with the drag to the line. There's Neil Harvey in second place, but we need to be looking just further back here with Peter Evans, who is absolutely gunning for Neil Harvey first off, but also for what's going to be the first man to take a double win this year in Class 3, and it's going to go the way of Pete Evans, who comes to the line just behind Neil Harvey in second. Pete Evans gets a third place overall and also winning Class 3, just ahead of Mike Thompson and Wayne Gregory, who we were hoping for to be another new winner this year, but wasn't quite there, but third place nonetheless.
That's right, fantastic there. Actually, the top three in the Boxster Cup only a fraction over half a second apart after 18 minutes of racing, so very, very close. And now we've got a drag race between Vikram Sudhir and Darren King to the line for fourth in class, and Darren King just holds on.
And of course that was a recovery, wasn't it, for Darren King after his problems earlier on as well. So King comes through to fourth place in class, fifth place for Vikram Sudhir, eighth place for number 15 across the line. That goes the way of Shiraz Khan. These are people we didn't really focus on because there was so much happening up front, but they were still in the race as well. Eric Bridges, with his time penalty, will drop down to ninth place by the looks of it. And to round out your top 10, another man who had a spin earlier on, Simon Ruffle-Ward, comes through to take the final place inside the top 10.
That's fantastic. Well, that's sadly finishes Porsche Club Motorsport's contribution to this race meeting. So just a big thank you to MSVR for putting on yet another well-run and smooth operating meeting for us. Always a delight to be on one of your schedules. A big thank you to everyone who's worked so hard to make this meeting work today. Be they race control, everyone around the circuit. And yeah, Matt, it's been a delight to share a box with you again. So thank you very much.
No problem. Always a pleasure, Paul. You're always welcome, and you bring such knowledge to the box as well. So it's much appreciated.
Fantastic. And yep, see you soon.
Will do indeed. Thanks very much to Paul Jerd. He'll be back, of course, with the Porsche Club Championship and, of course, the Boxster Cup and 911 Challenge Series at what's going to be Oulton Park in a couple of weeks' time. As we said, the supercar pageant up there, Porsches with the GT Cup and lots of stuff happening off the circuit as well. So if you want to head north for a lovely visit to Oulton Park, very much urge you to do so on the 9th of July. But for now, Tim Bates, he's working his way around the circuit, hand aloft once again, taking the applause from the circuit spectators here, and he'll be heading his way very quickly back to the pit lane. He's in a rush now. He wants to get in there, have a quick chat with Mark and head off home to enjoy his Sunday, leisurely Sunday, I'm sure. Don't think there's any repairs to be done to that car, so we can tuck it away nicely into the garage and hopefully bring it back out with us at Oulton Park in a few weeks' time. So Tim Bates, your winner for the final 911 Challenge Series race of the weekend here at Snetterton, and he'll be joined with Neil Harvey on the podium in second place overall, and of course third place in terms of overall and the winner of Class 3. That will be Peter Evans, who will pick up, as we mentioned, his second win of the year, first double winner this year within Class 3. And that will really help him actually, because Darren King finished behind him, Darren Lebet with a non-finisher, Mike Thompson was also further behind him. So again, we're going to have an even closer Class 3 championship by the time we leave Snetterton, which is absolutely fantastic. If we keep doing that every single round, we should have hopefully everyone in with a chance of taking the championship at the final races at Donington Park on the 29th of October, which would be absolutely fantastic. So drivers gradually making their way now in towards Parc Fermé. Once that has been done, we will be catching up with some words with our drivers, and then we'll move into our final race of the day, which is going to be for the Focus Cup Championship. As we said, they've had a very busy day one, and that's all they get because they're not back with us again tomorrow either, but busy day one for them with qualifying, and so far 2 races, but there is a third race on the way to complete day one here at Snetterton in just a few minutes time. And I don't think there's too much of a clear up operation to be done for the Porsches. We did that of course with the red flag, so all of those cars should be back somewhere in the paddock area and they'll be, of course, heading home with some work to do, unfortunately, but we look forward to having them all with us, as I said, on the 9th of July at Oulton Park. But Focus Cup on the way very shortly. In the meantime, Tim Bates has to take his retro race helmet off. It's the open front for Tim Bates, which we don't really see these days, but keeping it very retro indeed in terms of the equipment he wears and of course the car he drives as well. So he'll jump out very shortly. There you can see our Class 3 winner as well, which is Peter Evans. He gets congratulated by Darren King. What could have been for Darren, I think, after that problem he suffered earlier in the race, but he came back well to take 4th in class and 6th place overall. But all drivers down there looking good, working hard. And very shortly we'll be having a word with the man in the Parc Fermé area with our cameraman and ready to talk hopefully to our race winner Tim Bates. That is going to be Mark Werrell.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, we've got Tim Bates alongside me. Tim, congratulations, it's another win, but first of all just talk us through the first attempt at the start that didn't quite go to plan.
Yeah, I got my eye on Rob, and Rob had broken down and he was pulling off, and then I just lost all concentration. I was just thinking about Rob, and then the 5-second lights come on, and then I just went. And when the lights went out, and I thought the lights have gone out, but it's not even the red light. So senior moment, I think.
Thankfully for you, though, unfortunately for the other competitors, there was a red flag which stopped that race, which meant that actual start never existed. So you got another chance and did it properly.
Yeah, I was very, very fortunate, and I was really slow off the second start and lost the place. So, yeah, one to learn, one to remember from.
Oulton Park, next time out, will you be there?
Yes, definitely. Like Oulton Park, one of my favourite circuits.
Well done on the win. Congratulations and good luck at Oulton.
Thank you very much.
So there we go, there's Tim Bates, a double race winner. We're going to wander over here and grab a quick word with our Class 3 winner, who's just busy chatting to the team. So Pete Evans becomes the first double winner in Class 3 so far this year. So come on in, Pete, congratulations. Big smile tells me all I need to know. You are the first double winner in Class 3 this year.
Yeah, really? Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, no, we've all been working hard in the team this year, and credit to everybody. It's been tough, a lot of training, a lot of hard work, and a great sport team, so it's been fantastic.
Well, you say you've been working hard. You had to work hard in that race because there was no giving up.
No, there wasn't, especially after the restart, and yeah, it was tough, and I had a bit of a knock in the second race. We had a bit of a coming together with Mike, and it was just, what happens, and so it was tough, very hot, and glad to get to the end.
And final question before we look forward to our last race that's just on the grid now. That knock that you had, did it affect the car at all?
No, not at all. No, I don't think it affected Mike's either. I think he finished second anyway. So it's just like coming together on a corner together. So yeah, no, it's what happens.
Well done on the win. Well done on becoming the first double winner. But that's all from down here in Parc Fermé. Let's hand you back to the commentary box and Matt Suckling, because we've got the final race of the day. The Ford Focus Cup are on the grid.
We have indeed. Thanks so much, Mark, because the car's now working their way onto formation lap for the final race of the day here on day number 1. We've had 2 cracking races so far from the Focus Cup Championship, and I don't think race number 3 is going to be any different whatsoever. But the man of the weekend so far has definitely been Simon Rudd, because he's taken a pole position, he's taken race 1 victory and also race 2 victory, and I think it's fair to say race 2 is a little bit harder than race number 1, because with the way we work Focus Cup is the grid for the next race is a reversal of a certain number. So for race number 2 he was down in 6th place but still managed to work his way through. For this one it's a little bit further back from that as well for race number 3. So let's see what he can do. This is all helping of course in terms of closing the gap on Liam McGill in the championship, who came here this weekend with something around about a 57-point advantage over Scott Parkin. Unfortunately Scott is not with us this weekend, but Simon Rudd, who is 5 points adrift of him, has definitely closed in on that gap. So it's getting very nice now at the midway point of the season, and let's see how the grid does line up. In fact, for this final race of the day for the Focus Cup Championship, it's going to have number 62 Simon Waugh on the front row. He'll start from pole position with number 10 John Baker alongside. So Simon Waugh and John Baker. The second row will then see Jeff Bluff. He'll have Callum Eason for company, and Callum picked up his first podium of the year earlier on. He was absolutely delighted with that. He came home the first of the AMs anyway, but he picked up a first podium, so he's absolutely joyous with that, and let's see if he can replicate it from 4th on the grid this time round. Row 3 then has Richard Avis. He'll be joined by Liam McGill, who finished 3rd in the earlier race, so Liam McGill down there in what's going to be 6th position. Although saying that, I think his penalty, which was applied for the first race, has been done, but I'm not too sure why he starts from 6th on the grid, because he finished 2nd behind Simon Rudd, so a bit of a confusion there. Unfortunately, number 94 has pulled off on this formation lap, so that's not good news for one of the Waltons. That is going to be Abby Walton, who's had her fair share of bad luck today, unfortunately, but she feels that she can go no further, so she pulls off through the back door at Agostini. So Richard Davis and Liam McGill. Then we've got Simon Watson, Simon Rudd on row number 4, so that's how the lineup just inside the top 10. Simon Walton and Sean Reynolds on the 5th row, and then we see Claire Avis and Ian Mitchell towards the back of the grid, with Abby Walton, who was meant to be starting on the 13th place of the grid, but she is going to be missing, so there's been some troubles there unfortunately for her. Ian Mitchell, he was a podium visitor in race number 1, and he was down the grid in race number 2 in 4th place. So there's been a bit of a shuffle here for the race 3 grid for some reason. It's not as we were expecting it, but we've got the ones who have done well so far today down there in 8th place, 6th place, Ian Mitchell 12th place, and Callum Eaton, also a podium visitor, in 4th place. So they're all there or thereabouts. Work to do, as we said, for some of those who've taken 2 victories today, but let's see what they can do. Simon Rudd has proved that he can come from 6th on the grid up to the win, but can he come from a little bit further back from 8th on the grid up to another win? We're going to find out at the end of this 15-minute race. Lovely cars indeed these are. The Focus Cup Championship with the Ford Focus 2-litre TDCi Zetec S cars, so very similar to the STs in terms of the bodywork they have. So you've got the usual features that you'd normally see, so the rear diffuser, the rear spoiler, and also the side skirts, which are normally fitted to the ST model, but just a little bit less power than the ST that these cars do have. As we said earlier, it's an arrive and drive package, so the team from Ford Focus, the Cup Championship, kind of prepare the cars, look after them, they mechanic them, and they do everything they can to make sure that they are as fine as they can be. In terms of the drivers, they can just pretty much turn up, get involved as much as you want, but effectively just turn up, get in the car, do your racing, head off home at the end of the weekend, and that is you done. And that's what makes it so popular indeed, and that's why we've had so far this weekend a lot more in terms of different results than we've had earlier in the season, because up until this point it was pretty much Liam McGill, Scott Parkin and Simon Rudd who have done all the kind of winning and being on the podium. The only difference to that was at the first race at Donington Park, where Jonathan Baker came through to take a podium position in place of Liam McGill. This weekend it has really changed, because with Scott Parkin not here, it's opened the door for Callum Eaton to take a podium, and also the returning Ian Mitchell as well, who was there for the first 2 races at Donington, but then missed Silverstone and Cadwell Park. The red lights go out then for the final race of the day. 15 minutes of racing get underway, and the Ford Focus is a blast away from the line in the order that we had on the grid. And who's going to get up to the first corner in first place? Well, it looks like Simon Waugh in car number 62 is going to have the inside line, but the outside being taken there by possibly the number 22 machine. So we'll see how that all figures itself out, as Abby Walton is there. So it was another Walton who was missing, unfortunately. I think that was one of them with a change of car, but it's number 22 that leads the way in towards the first corner, so it gets very tight in towards the first turn. I think that now is John Baker, so he's changed car as well, so that means there's a change of number, which just confuses us even more. But they're going to be 3 wide down towards the left-hander, and Callum Eaton now tries to get into the mix as well. That's going to be very, very close indeed, but he just manages to back out of it. So John Baker runs out slightly wide. Callum Eaton now has the inside run down towards Agostini. They're still going to drag race at each other here, and now getting into the mix is going to be the number 34 machine, which is going to be Liam McGill. So he brings himself through the middle of the pack, goes from 4th to 3rd to 2nd in one swoop of that corner there. So Liam McGill, fantastic start, found himself in the right place at the right time, but I fear there's been some drama on the exit of the corner, because there was a very slow exit from some of the cars there. Hopefully they've all made it through or rejoined, one of the two, and straight away now Liam McGill up into 2nd place is starting to challenge our race leader Simon Waugh. So this is good news for Liam in terms of trying to regain some points within the championship. For Simon Rudd, he's still stuck down there in 5th position, so he's got work to do. Let's see what he can do as they run onto the Bentley Straight for the first time of asking. Liam McGill picks up the slipstream from Simon Waugh as they now tow each other down the back straight and in towards Brundle and Nelson for the first time. Just pulling out slightly there is the car of Simon Rudd, so he feels he can possibly make a move somewhere towards the end of this lap, but Callum Eason is defending very nicely indeed there, so no way through for him in 5th position. But Liam McGill has gone through into the race lead, so nicely done there through Brundle and Nelson. Simon Ward now drops back to 2nd place, and it's going to be pivotal now for Simon Rudd to get a move on, because if he doesn't, Liam McGill could very much pull away at the head of the field, so he's going to have to get a move on as best as he can. They turn away down towards the left-hander of Murray's to complete lap number 1. And it's Liam McGill who does lead the field through. Simon Waugh there in 2nd. John Baker in this new car for this race and a change of number, so he's up there in 3rd place. Callum Eason finds himself down in 4th position, and then for 5th place it's still that of Simon Rudd, but again he feels he can get a bit of a slipstream up towards the start-finish line, so let's see if he can try and make a move in towards Richie's corner, as now Simon Waugh is under attack from John Baker. In fact, he's passed by John Baker there, so it's getting worse for the pole sitter who was leading halfway round the first lap. Callum Eason now tries to get to the inside line for 3rd position as they make their way up towards the 2nd corner at the Wilson hairpin. And can he squeeze his way through? He can't. He pushes the car of war into John Baker, so that was probably unavoidable or unnecessary, one of the two, but Callum Eason realises he's wrong and now backs off and stays behind Simon Waugh. John Baker, who was the innocent victim there, has now dropped down to 3rd place, so it's really shuffling behind the race leader, and Simon Rudd still cannot find his way through. He's trying every single time to get through, but with it he's now just been delayed slightly there with Callum Eason, who was pushed wide by John Baker. John Baker now leaves the door open possibly for Simon Rudd to squeeze through, which he doesn't, so John Baker holds on in that number 22 machine to 3rd place, and everyone else behind still battling for their own positions within this race as well. So again, for the Focus Cup Championship, a very eventful start here, but one man who stayed out of all the troubles and continues to lead this race is Liam McGill out front in his effectively new car for the races, because he had the problems in qualifying, so he has had to switch to the repair car for the races, but they haven't done him too badly at all with 2 second places, and at the minute he leads this last race of the weekend as well. Down the back straight they head once more then. Simon Waugh still trying to defend here from John Baker, who on this occasion will have the outside line in towards the Brundle and Nelson S's. And he might just have got that car ahead, which he has. So yeah, John Baker now goes to 2nd. Simon Rudd goes round the outside but makes contact. Our double winner so far today goes round after trying to squeeze on the outside line of Simon Waugh. He'll not be too amused by that, I don't think. So he cuts the grass. He comes back on just in front of Claire Avis in car number 71, but Simon Rudd all of a sudden has pretty much dropped to the rear of the field, barring 3 cars who have stayed behind him. But yeah, that was a difficult move I think he was trying to achieve there, but Simon Rudd has lost the places, dropped himself down, and now has a lot of work to do to try and get himself back inside the top 6 places, because everyone else has now gone through up towards the line. There goes Ian Mitchell. Hasn't made too much progress, has he? But he's now inside the top 10 by the looks of things. So Ian Mitchell from 12th on the grid now finds himself up into 7th place. So a fair few places gained from him. Simon Waugh now is under attack from Callum Eason. And was there a little bit of contact? I don't think there was, although out wide went Simon Waugh there. So Callum Eason now thinks about a secondary move up towards the Wilson hairpin, and hopefully this time they keep it clean. Callum Eason thinks about an outside move on the 3rd place man, but Simon Waugh has that one covered. Black and white flag being shown to number 71, so that's Claire Avis, who's being given a warning, possibly with track limits. That's normally what happens with a black and white flag. Of course, if you do that too many times, you'll then suffer a track limits penalty, which we've seen on a couple of occasions so far today. But Claire Avis for now just being warned about that one. Leader Liam McGill, that time through, led John Baker by 2.7 seconds, but I think that gap is starting to come down now. Let's have a look. Well, John Baker is clear, but yeah, possibly still 2.5 to 3 seconds behind the race leader, so not quite yet. Is on to terms with Liam McGill up front. There is the 3rd place man now, Callum Eason, so he's got the job done on Simon Waugh. There's Richard Avis in the Powerflex machine, number 77, just up the road of, looks like number 67 now, doesn't it, which is the Sean Reynolds machine, which again has been in the wars today, so it's another borrowed car. I think we've had pretty much all the borrowed cars now used within this weekend, because it has plenty of dramas with incidents in the race and also within qualifying as well. There's unfortunately a problem for number 23, because that is Simon Watts, who remains in his same car he started the weekend with, which is a good thing, but there is a left front puncher on that car, so he has decided to pull out of the race down there again on the back entrance to the paddock down at Agostini. So we're one lighter now, unfortunately. That was a car that Simon Rudd didn't have to pass anyway, because he managed to rejoin in front of Simon Watts, so that wasn't really a helping hand for Simon Rudd anyway. So he is still on his recovery drive. He's not too far away now from Claire Avis, so I think he should be past Claire very soon, and then we'll see what he can do about bringing the gap down to this next battle, which involves Ian Mitchell towards the rear of it. There is Simon Waugh still hanging on just ahead of Richard Avis, and then in amongst them as well is Sean Reynolds, and there towards the back, as we said, is Ian Mitchell, who is the next car for Simon Rudd to try and get onto terms with once he's got past Claire Avis. And in fact, Simon Rudd has already gained a couple of seconds, and he's just gone and done the quickest lap of the race, so he's determined to get back up to where he was, and in doing so, a 223.328 has just been achieved by Simon Rudd. So keep a very keen eye now on number 1, because he's almost with this battle for what's going to be third place, just about, maybe fourth actually, because Callum Eason now has pulled away. Richard Avis is just languishing there at the minute in the position behind Simon Waugh, so he's not really making any progress. Behind there you can see Sean Reynolds now under attack on the outside from Ian Mitchell. Dust being kicked up on the entrance to the corner. No dust being kicked up on the exit of the corner, so they'll keep all four wheels on the race surface, which is good, because that means you're not going to receive any black and white flags. But this is getting quite close now, isn't it? Because we've seen Simon Rudd really pulling that gap between him and Ian Mitchell, and now he starts to go for a move. So straight away, no hesitation, Simon Rudd is about to bring himself alongside the man ahead of him to try and get up into 7th position. Let's see if he achieves that as they work their way down towards the right-hander of Oggies. While he tries to do that, Richard Davis now tries to make a move on Simon Waugh, but he's not quite close enough at the minute. And there you can see now that Simon Rudd has got through. So that's 1 ticked off. He's still got the best part of 4 or 5 to get through before he finds himself back into the couple of positions he needs to be this weekend, not to really undo all that hard work he's done so far, because with 2 wins and finishing ahead of Liam McGill, that's pulled him down in terms of the gap in the championship. If he finishes down where he is now, that's really going to undo all the hard work, as I said, he's done so far this weekend. And time is now starting to run out, because we've got 6 minutes just under to go as the leader works his way on towards the right-hander at Coram. 2 minutes 23, so we might just get 3 more laps into this race as they head now towards the completion of this lap. Very wide there from Simon Rudd, but again, I think that's within the realms of the track limits there, so he won't receive any penalties. But he's now trying to make a move on Sean Reynolds. So where does he go? Inside or outside down towards Murray's? Might be wise just to sit there and try and get the run across the line and maybe make a move in towards Richie's corner, and that's exactly what he's going to do here. So Simon Rudd in the tow, not just of 1 car but of 2, because he's got a double tow from Richard Davis as well. So let's see if he can make that beneficial to himself as he comes up towards the line. Richard Davis thinks briefly about pulling out on the car ahead, which is still Simon Waugh, so he's doing well to hold on here, is Simon, from his pole position starting grid. And Simon Rudd actually has helped Sean Reynolds through on Richard Davis, and with that Simon Rudd goes through as well. So Richard Davis now really starting to wander down the field, because he's lost 2 places, and he might even lose a place here to Ian Mitchell if he's not careful, and he has done now. So Mitchell goes through as well, and Richard Davis, after being up there in the top 4 places, is now down in what's going to be behind Ian Mitchell, 8th position by the looks of it. Simon Rudd now makes the move on Sean Reynolds. That's another 1 ticked off. He's making light work of these cars around him. Next one to try and get past is Simon Waugh. He gets a good exit through Palmer Corner. Just being delayed there, is quite close to the rear of Simon there, so it does mean that he's going to be delayed onto the back straight, or the short straight down towards Agostini, but that doesn't delay him whatsoever. He now gets through. Sean Reynolds continues to go with him, so every door that Simon Rudd opens, Sean Reynolds finds a way to go through as well. And Ian Mitchell is going to try and take advantage. He gets now to the inside down towards Hamilton Corner, and this should be job done for him as well, and it is. So that sees Ian Mitchell up into 5th position. So once again, those who have done well so far today find themselves now up into the higher positions of the top 5. So through they go. In fact, that's for 6th place, I think, for Ian Mitchell, because we've still got John Baker in 2nd and Callum Eason in 3rd. So this effectively is for 4th place, with now Simon Rudd to the head of it. And Simon Waugh now is under pressure, not just from 1 Avis, but from 2 Avises, because Claire is almost with them as well now. So Richard and Claire are going to try and double up in terms of working as a team. And let's see if Simon Waugh can hold on here. So all of a sudden, this has really unfolded for Simon. After being on pole position in the reversal of the grid, he now has work to do to try and remain inside the top 8 places, I think, here, because both Richard and Claire, as I said, are trying to work their way through. Ian Mitchell almost throws it off the track as he works his way on the exit of the bomb hole, but he's done well to survive and still remain just within touching distance of that number 67 car ahead, which is still Sean Reynolds. There's Simon Waugh, there's Richard Davis, yet to find his way through. A little bit wide though on the exit of the corner there for Simon, so Richard might have the chance of dragging up towards the line as the leader has gone through with 2 minutes 40 on the clock. 2 minute 24 is what we're doing, so yeah, 2 laps we should be able to squeeze into this race. Quickest lap is still stuck with Simon Rudd. He hasn't improved though, which is fair enough because he's been doing a lot of overtaking over the last couple of laps, so he has been working hard to make places rather than do the quickest lap of the race. And Simon Waugh runs wide there. Thankfully, he doesn't lose any places somehow because he was very wide at Richie's corner. Let's see if he's managed to hold on. He's wide again at Wilson. I think there's damage on that car because that is not turning as it should be. So Simon Waugh floors it out of Wilson down towards the left-hander at Palmer, but all of a sudden he's really dropped off the pace, and both now Richard Davis and Claire Avis have gone through. So there they are, in now to what's going to be 7th and 8th places, and Simon Waugh drops down the order into 9th. And Claire's not quite done yet, I don't think, because she's now going to challenge Richard into Agostini. Richard might be a little bit deep into the corner there, so Claire tries to flick one back to the inside, which she does. It's now all about the drag down towards Hamilton, so let's see if she can get to the inside line in towards the left-hander. She can. She's going to try and edge out wide Richard Davis, which she does, and she goes through. Lovely move indeed there for Claire. She's got the right line for the next corner as well, so she should be able to keep Richard at bay. Very good racer indeed is Claire, and she's really upped her game over the last couple of seasons as well. They still run side by side on towards the right-hander of Williams. Could be an awkward conversation on the way home if this ends in tears, but they've given each other plenty of room, which is nice, and Richard Davis now takes that place back away from Claire as they work their way onto the Bentley Straight once more. Race leader, by the way, is still Liam McGill by 6.2 seconds, so this is probably going to be one of the biggest winning margins of the weekend so far. We've had Simon Rudd, of course, as a double winner. Race 1, he won by just under 0.4 of a second. Race 2, actually, he won by 5.8 seconds, but of course that was with the 5 seconds applied for track limits for Liam McGill. So all being well and no track limit warnings in this race, Liam McGill should win, as I said, by the biggest margin of the weekend so far. So up towards the line he heads. We've got 25 seconds left on the clock, so we're going to go through with what's going to be 1 lap to go. And I'm just seeing on the board outside the box here, 62 and 72 have both received a time penalty of 5 seconds. So 62 is going to be the car of, not Liam McGill, that was originally his car this weekend, but that's now going to be Simon Waugh. And 72 is the car of someone I can't see on our screen, unfortunately. So not too sure. Sorry, 71, not 72. 71, that is the car again of Claire Avis. So all that hard work that she's done to try and get past Richard. She hasn't stayed ahead of him, by the way, but she is going to potentially... no, she's not actually, because she sits in 8th place. Simon Waugh sits in 9th. Both of them have got track limit warnings, and both of them are far enough up the road from number 63, which is Jeffrey Bluff, not to be passed. So effectively they are null and void penalties because they both outweigh each other in this race, so nothing really to worry about there. Final few places to be decided within this race. There's one between Sean Reynolds and Ian Mitchell you just saw. There's Richard Avis still under pressure from Claire Avis on the way down towards Agostini for the final time, and are about to turn through now the left-hander and have one more half a tour of the Snetterton 300 circuit for this weekend, because after that they are now done as Richard runs wide again. A bit deja vu, isn't it, there, because Claire's going to be back in the same position, although not quite alongside this time to make the move. So I think she's just going to have to sit there, and even if she does get through past Richard, she's going to have 5 seconds to be applied, so it won't really make any difference in her race if she does get through. But here comes Liam McGill then, a race winner, what's going to be for the first time this weekend, which is very unusual for us to say after winning 2 times at Silverstone, 2 times at Cadwell. He didn't take any wins at Donington, but ever since that round he has been on the top step of the podium. But for now, he's going to be back to winning ways. He's on his way down towards the bomb hole for the final time. Second place looks to be the way of John Baker, although he's still trying to hold on just about a second second up the road from Callum Easton here, so that one's not quite done. And Simon Rudd, I think, has also managed to close down those two as well. There goes John Baker. We'll try and work out how that goes into the last couple of corners, but I can see Liam McGill working his way now down towards Murray's for the final time. Here he comes up towards the checker flag, and it's going to be a first win of the weekend in race number 3 here at Snetterton, and that's going to go the way of Liam McGill in car number 34, this borrowed car for this weekend after the problems he had in qualifying, but he takes the maximum points then in the final race of the day here at Snetterton. Second place will go the way, I think, of John Baker. Is he going to be back on the podium for the first time since Donington? Yes, he is, so he comes through in second. Simon Rudd does get the better of Callum Easton, so after his first podium in race number 2, he just misses out to Simon Rudd by 0.8 of a second, and also Simon Rudd managed to improve on the quickest lap there on that previous lap to try and catch up with those two ahead of him with a 2:22.720, so an extra few points there for Simon. So effectively for third place he gets 23 points and 5 for a fastest lap, so effectively he only loses 2 points to Liam McGill in that race. So bear in mind where he was and what happened down at Brundle. It could have been a lot worse, so I don't think Simon will be too unhappy with that result. He gets himself onto the podium, he gets the fastest lap, and all in all he only loses 2 points to this man Liam McGill. So all in all, great racing so far this weekend. It's been another full-on day for the Focus Cup Championship, and they've got plenty more racing to come this season because they're off to Alton Park in a couple of weeks' time with the Porsche Club Championship and of course GT Cup. Then we've got the back-to-back rounds at Croft in August, and also the back-to-back rounds at Brands Hatch in September, and that's where for them the championship season does come to a close. So not too many races still to go, but plenty of points still on offer. But it's Liam McGill who takes the final win of the day by 8.4 seconds in the end. Second place goes the way of John Baker, as I said, back on the podium for the first time since Donington Park, and then behind that we had Simon Rudd on the podium in every single race so far today. Callum Easton comes home in 4th place. It's Ian Mitchell for 5th. 6th place then for Sean Reynolds. Richard Avis hangs on ahead of Claire Avis, but with Claire receiving that penalty, she drops in fact behind Simon War at the end for 8th and 9th places. And for 10th place is going to be Jeffrey Bluff, the man from Sheffield, who comes through to take another top 10 finish in the Focus Cup Championship here today at Snetterton. So there we go, that brings the racing part of the weekend to a close. We've got the interviews to be done with Mark Worrell very shortly. He'll be down there to welcome the drivers. There's a long gap actually between Liam McGill and the rest of the pack. They're all taking it very easily on this slowing down lap, but Mark will be talking to a few of the drivers down there in Parc Fermé very shortly. Of course, we're not back tomorrow in terms of live streaming, but as I said, if you want to come and join the action here at Snetterton, if you're close to the circuit and enjoyed what you saw today, it's going to be much more of the same tomorrow, although there's a bit of a different feel to it because we have Z Cars with us on day 2. We have the Golf as well, the Golf GTI Championship are with us here tomorrow. We'll also have racing to look forward to from the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. They make the trip slightly south for their races, and as we mentioned earlier, the inaugural HRDC Jerry Marshall Trophy, which we are very much looking forward to, with a massive plethora of Group 1 touring cars pre-1983. So we look forward to that. We're also joined tomorrow by the Sports 2000 Championship for races 2 and 3. So it's going to be a busy day 2 here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit. So hopefully you can join us for that here at the circuit. Of course, we're not live streaming as we said, but we look forward to having more MSVR racing coming your way later on in the season with some live stream action. But from what you've seen, hopefully you've enjoyed it. We've had some really close racing. We've had some different categories as well to enjoy across the course of this first day, and it's been a pleasure to be here in what have mostly been dry conditions. We got there with a few spots of rain over the circuit, but they didn't play out too much as we headed through the day. So I think all in all, we've been lucky and we've scraped through without too many dramas, which is always nice. It means the drivers don't have to deal with that too much either, and it means that Liam McGill comes into the Parc Fermé area as our final race winner of the day. So he's down there very shortly to talk to Mark Worrell. I'll say goodbye from here in the commentary box. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks for your company, but I'll leave the final interviews and the final word of the day to the man down there, Mark Worrell.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, we're just making sure that we get all the drivers that we need to chat to. We've got the most important one, though. We've got Liam McGill, who's alongside me. Liam, 2 seconds in the first 2 races. Finally got that win today. It's a good day, good haul of points.
Yeah, it was a good feeling, that one, for sure. I know at the start there I just needed to get through it. That first lap was electric. There was 3 of us going into one corner, and I was like, I'm either getting taken out here or I'm going to look pretty good. But I managed to hold it through there. I think the guys gave me room as well, which was really nice. and then it was just kind of trying to get the head down to get out and catch. I think it was War was out in front by quite a bit, but we managed to eventually get him, which was good.
Just seems as though yourself and Simon have had the pace over the course of today, and you look at the points totalling up with his fastest laps and what he did in qualifying. Actually, there's not going to be a great deal of difference in your point scoring throughout the day.
I'm not sure. I don't know where Simon finished in that one, but hopefully, I was thinking, you know, going into that last one, it was complete damage limitation for today. Hopefully we didn't lose too many, so hopefully they're pretty similar, yeah.
On to the next round, looking forward to it?
Yeah, Alton Park next, looking forward to it, yeah.
Well done on today, congratulations. Let's wander down and grab a quick chat with the driver that finished in second position, which was Jonathan Baker. He'll be pleased with that. Will Jonathan, having finished in second place overall. So let's grab a quick word with him. The side of the car tells a story, Jonathan, but second place is your best result of the season so far. Congratulations.
It's the best result I've ever had, full stop. Yeah, it was great. In all fairness, Callum Easton, I could see him catching a second a lap each time. I just had to manage that distance. I haven't been in this car before, so I had that first lap to test it out, and it's got a bit of an issue with the low rev, so I had to change my whole style and go into second gear for certain corners where I would normally be in third, but I held on to it, and I'm over the moon. I'm well chuffed. Yeah.
It's got a bit of a ding in the side, though.
Yes, that was, I believe, Mr. War at the hairpin. Yeah, what could you say? It's racing. It happens now and again. Yeah, I'm just glad I got second.
Well, we've seen you on the third step of the podium now. We've seen you on the second step of the podium. We need a win now, don't we?
We do indeed. Well, what we need to do is make sure McGill is ill for one weekend, and we might have a chance, but or Simon. But yeah, that's the aim. I love my racing. Third this year, second this year. Who knows? You know, I'm not bad at Brands Hatch. We can see.
Well, you never know. See what happens from here.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Well done indeed. And let's grab a quick word with Simon Rudd. Simon managed to take the final podium spot on the final lap, but just talk us through the race, because obviously there was contact which dropped you down through the order.
Yeah, it's been the story of my day, I think. People just wanted to have a little bit of paint swap in, but it is what it is. I think the recovery drive was good. I think the fastest lap sort of saved me a little bit as well. So, I mean, another lap maybe would have given John a bit of a hard time, but that's the way the cookie crumbles.
It's been not a bad day on the whole, though. You look back at it and, you know, podium in every race, and you're keeping up that fantastic thing of having been on the podium in every single race so far this season.
Yeah, you've jinxed it now. Yeah, I mean, look, consistency is key, isn't it? I won the championship last year by being consistent. You know, admittedly, the gap wasn't as big as it was to Liam now, so it's going to be a tough sort of second half of the season. But look, I think I'll look back on today, and I'm a bit disappointed with the result now, but on the way home, I'm sure I'll be happy with what today unfolded with.
Well, you should be very proud of today. You're well done. Congratulations. That's the final driver we're going to be chatting to today, because that's the end of our racing here today at Snetterton. Do make sure, though, you keep an eye on our website, so msvracing.com. We'll give you all of the details of the remaining events that MSV have got on over the season, and any future streaming that we're doing as well. So from Matt Suckling in the commentary box, myself, Mark Werrell, thanks for joining us. We'll see you again very soon indeed. Goodbye.